There she is. What up, girl? Are you ready for me? Yes, ma'am. Everybody out there, you ready to see one of the greatest
performances in the history of humankind. I've got my girl, Miss Aquarius, here. She's going to show us all how it's done because she has an invitation.
Alright, let's see what she did. What did she do? Oh, girl.
Nice. You're welcome. How was your day?
It was good. How was yours?
Lovely. Extremely lovely. Did you get your nails done?
Yeah. Yeah.
How was
I
it?
did.
How was that?
It was good. Good. We'll get explanation and come home.
Excellent. This is
Yeah,
a
it's
tough
been raining and going out. Ever since we got home so fast, but we got home just in time.
Excellent. This is a tough shot, Mr. First. Get two. That's all
I
right.
know.
That's all right. Now look at this. Garbage.
Yeah.
They shouldn't even make me throw this. They should know. This is guaranteed. Look at these three. 1, 2, 3. They're all going down. Get it. Ooh, and she put some curve on that. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That was terrible. One of the worst throws I could have had. Garbage. Garbage, Miss Aquarius. Oh, no.
It's okay. You get it. Yeah.
Not now. Look at this girl. She takes a big old lead. Get it. No doubt I got it. No doubt I got it. Come on. Give me these two. This is one of the most difficult shots of the game. No. Miss Aquarius is cruising to a lead. Just like we said, she was putting up numbers today. Huge numbers. Look at this. Look at this. She's got 68. That was not good. That was not good. Give me this. Look. Everybody, everywhere, knows Miss Aquarius is the champion. Miss Aquarius is the champion. All right. Oh, for sure, Miss Aquarius. No doubt. No doubt. I don't doubt it. I know you don't doubt it. The president of Plato doesn't doubt it. Everybody knows. Oh, get one more. Get one more. You got it. You got it. Okay. This is tough. No. All right, you've got to get these two. I know you've got them. Ooh. No doubt. No doubt. They shouldn't even make me throw this. They should know. Guaranteed. Oh, no. Unguaranteed. All right, but here we go. No. No doubt. That's right. Oh, look at you matching. Look at this, folks. This girl just matching away. Give it to me. Nope. Now, this is one of the most incredibly difficult shots in the game. Give it to me. Oh, how did I get the one but not the other? Garbage. All right, folks, look at Miss Aquarius here. She's getting big amounts. She takes the lead. Get it. All right, folks. She made it tough. Get it. We tied. We tied. For the win. FTW for the win. Give it to me. That's what I'm talking about.
And another one. You win. I win. I win. You win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Yay, it's X Aquarius. Thank you, madam. Wait. Yes, ma'am. Sounds like a. Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Hey, everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Everybody Miss Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Hey, everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Go play like a champ, son.
planted a tree, and then he began to worship it somewhat later in life. It was actually just a moment. He learned to love you. Shalom Shemashira. So it's like planting a tree to night. Somebody else, like you would have planted a tree, not for the sake of Avodah Zarah, not for the sake of Avodah Zarah. You would have myself up to, and also if you're going to only begin to worship it later on. Because remember, the only benefit is going to see the tree is the tree planted by Avodah Zarah, which is the essence of the tree. In this case over here, I'm going ahead and I'm planting a tree that saves the seed of Hanukkah, and also the only begin to worship it later on. So the Gemara says Hanukkah is Sabbath, so the Hanukkah holds Eva. So let's actually before you get that, Eva Shinachu, Tabashi, then pay on the day 45 feet, first line. Eva Shinachu, Shiloni Shimashira, so let's talk about it. Family Hanukkah, I'm a holiday boat, so the Hanukkah is there. And now please say those on the field. You are being called the Otsi Bahan. So the Kubarit, although Haisa, you must have all the stuff of it. The 87 says never again, and a bit of this. And Camel says, it's planted not for the sake of Avodah Zarah. It's not a tree, and the one becomes Avodah Zarah. The tree is supposed to that's just like a mountain. Right? And once the mountain is there, that's why Avodah Zarah is just there. And then subsequently worship. The kind of camel holds that a tree, planted a tree for regular purposes, purposes, and then when we later on worship is treated like a mountain. Therefore, again, the easy well, I said that's not what's easy actually, so then we can tell what is the actual which is lesser. So not in the kilo metash. The kisas yad other kilo and the input is level is so hard. About not the value so the machine that input kisas in the other follow the result of that level is so hard. I have to imagine even in Kakas for Israel and for Israel. Also, it's like how is that using? The Mexican cheese pattern should be established purposes, and later on just worship as a Holy Dollar, so that seed cannot be transformed into a festival of Avodah Zarah. Why? Because he knows that at that point in time, that tree is like what? It's like a mountain origin. What about Pisas Yad Adam? What about Pisas Yad Adam? What is the role in the season? That's what it's about Avodah Zarah. And it is private practice and those who establish purposes, other arboreal dimensions. Right? So then the Mesa, that's not Pisas the Adam bow. And therefore, you're both saying on the other hand, that's as well as it comes along to say, even should not be done after the human stuff. So with ourselves, also, you know, done, so what's like all the rituals, even if the family were just families and you know, on you go ahead and watch, you worship it, that is not right, that is not like the mountain or the hill, why not? So you use what Jesus is the husband of the tree. Because also literally you said that the end of the person should be with the tree. Because the person tree is ultimately again as you go to was worship. So also it turns out that is when things approach, that's the evil side. No, just these are traditions. The tradition says, what are you not properly mentioned after the myself of the country? This is second by the hammer case. Kanakama Saga, she mentioned nothing of myself of the butcher. Kanakama holds that the tree is planted for just stamping tension. Not about the dollar. Just planting stamp. And then when worship afterwards, it is butcher. Why? Because again, the Kanakama keeps that type of tree. Like what? Like the mountain or like the hill? What about Jesus in the Agamo? Jesus in the Agamo kind of comments that the only principle applied when the initial planting was left by the Bizarre purpose. And you'll say, he says, no, Elon should not do myself, I'll do ourselves. And you'll say, he says, no, the tree, even if the tree was initially planted, just stamped, without any specific intention, and only worship afterwards. Nevertheless, the tree will still be awesome. And both sides, again, that you'll say, because he knows Jesus should be awesome, God doesn't practice. You know, initially, there was no intention by Avodah Zarah, since the intentionality that Avodah Zarah comes later on. Therefore, halakha life as you can transform your life to a and it is not like the mountain or the heaven. In the Rise of Human, you become Sikha, you cannot achieve a Sikha. That's another thing, what's the Sikha? Why even a Sikha? Why is there a Sikha to the other? Because she used like Jesus in the other. Because also the Ashura was planted by a person. Because she used both Jesus in the other person. And anything that is ultimately has human involvement in its also, which means that anything that has human involvement has the ability to evolve into a says anything that has Jesus in the other. What does that come from? My love, na actually even Shinato, all of us so far. But because that not comes to this particular case of a tree that initially was planted with a Spanish tree purposes, and later on, ultimately, was worship. To tell you that such a tree does have the ability to affect and become custom. The Akra Yosi that we do this summer, even Shinato of ourselves of the Asr, and ultimately, again, even that Yosi that we the holds, that if a tree was planted initially, again, it was a snap purposes, and only worship later on, that has the ability to come us and Sanya, and Yosi that we do the Talk so we're looking at some of the topics. We talk to Muhammad, Elohim al-Bahari, or Harlem Elohim, which learns that matters, just a point to keep in mind. The pasuk itself overcloses the first phrase. The second phrase is the Russia. The first phrase is God can call himself, wipe out all of the other like what? Like Elohim al-Bahari, like the gods on the mountains. Russia, the Maya is Elohim Elohim. The mountains cannot become their God. It's enough to transform the mountain into the Kamsa of Abodizar. Similarly, the Torah says, Elohim Haraklos, the gods on the coast. What did he mention? Elohim below the coast, Elohim. Ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their gods. I would say, Shomea Halim, Kakas Bobis, La'anan Elohim, below La'anan Elohim is out of the God. Plus it says, Kakas Bobis, La'anan, underneath every tree. I would have thought the original was saying that if you find the that is Abodizara, the Rola Anan Elohim, itself cannot become Abodizara. And the Roman after the Pasuk says that Shaleim is what you would play. The Pasuk says, and if he does, he shall destroy the entire person, still be in the blood. Torah is explicitly said that these are to be destroyed. However, Takas for Israel, that's the case. Then why do I need that phrase happening? It wasn't. The answer is happening with you. The phrase itself is confusing. Meaning, I understand as Elohim Elohim running, but I like both. So it basically says, you shall destroy your gods which are on the mountains and on the hills. That gives me a clear indication that what? That the obligation to stand what is already back to this on the hill, but not in itself, is nothing in itself, is what, even if not in itself, is what. Yet when it comes to our shade, what does the Torah say? Harakas called Tuchila'ana. Why is that so Harakas? Harakas means what? Underneath yourself, then I would find the way to find something. The tree itself cannot become a little bit but the idol is underneath the trees. But what's up? The Torah itself says that's very specific. The Torah itself says that what? That the Ashur tells me what? That the Ashur is can become. The Ashur is can become Abodizar. What's going on? So if that's the case, the Ashur can become Abodizar. So then why use what the Hakas or Isla'anan? Abu, this is what we do. But the next competition is that we do. That's like a little bit of everything. Let me like you know, I mean, all this about other than what then the Muslim family, and you see the thing about the church outside of the Muslim come up and try to look at the world, you know, song, you do so it's like there's much of the story that you come from tonight, and you can see find a high mountain or a high hill, that it's the high mountain or it's that's the travel is not public. No, look at what? No, it's really not what you got. This is something fascinating. I was become yesterday, I was going to work with that. Initially planned before Zara, Yossi, the music not being widely loved. And listen to the Yossi, that constitutes teaching on both sides. Not going to say that it's teaching, but if the tree was initially practiced by both Zara purposes, then what? Then the mouse is going to cost them. So we're just going to that up. The Yossi music not being widely loved. How can I? I was lifting up trees, they will call it front. But the initial tree, okay? The fact is subsequently grows very much impossible. Where do you have a case like that? Rabbi Omer, Elon Shenatu over myself was the that first case of the tree that was in Gandhi. And then what? Ultimately again, the pond okay, make my sister discuss one more time. You'll say you'll see you will understand the place Hashem to that in here. You'll say by 1,000 Hashem by burning that period. The other part is that Hashem to that is cut down the stream. Now, why do I need both cut down and burn? Burn because the burn is pretty good. I burn through the period right? You destroy. Why do you get cut down? You'll see a really simple fact of doesn't need to be burned down, which is that case. That's the case of an Ashura tree, which is planted or stopper, subsequently worship. So we'll say what becomes hustle, the idea again, happy with Mars afterwards, but what happens when you have a piece like that is it appears that only that which grows after the actual result gets used, in fact becomes hustle as others say. So if I go up, a person who worships an Ashura, he is like the purposes, person worships it, only that which grows after the point of our result designation ultimately becomes our result. That's why the Pasuk says, Hashem to God deliver. And in that kind of case, we have to destroy the tree. No, what do you have to do? You have to cut off whatever grew after the Avodah Zarah designation. I'll assume you're able to make it somewhere. So also, therefore, it's two different species, and if we said that here is a Kiraya, that even a tree initially planted for mundane purposes, and subsequently worshipped as Avodah Zarah, it was back to the possible. So the Gemara says, God says this is the Ishkanasiba. So, Asia Uchi, you do also the current, but the only you look at myself. We'll say, what is the case ultimately again of the tree? With the primary part of the circle. The only that which is cut off, and that which goes afterwards is going to be water. So the Gemara says, the only you look at myself. I have a hard circle between the Ishkanasiba. Tell me that. Which we must go check. But we're talking about the must be in the hospital. You must give the Hassan and give to something by you actually not be very fast. That's it from the Ishmael. See, but you also do the time you don't know, okay? Well, the basic you don't try to myself up. So you the Russian people know that much. Let's listen to this. And yet you must give the Hassan up a shit from the Ish. Not the Hassan up a shit from the Ish. Which was either learn that much. That's the reason you do that. Either learn that much. But had the Hassan not said, you have to burn, you have to shade up. I just see all that I should I would have said that cut down the water. What is that talking about? The Iman should not be the Iman of God. Listen, I would have assumed that would, you had the Torah not said, Hashem to Sukkot Ba'id, and all it would have said is Hashem to Ba'id. I would have assumed that is referring to a tree which is initially planted for Avodah Zarah. The top, Hashem to Sukkot Ba'id was a matter of Sukkot, Hashem to Sukkot Ba'id, working to Ba'id. Therefore, both sides have to Hashem to Hashem. Actually, that's the simple thing. Therefore, it's an aspect to destroy. So now, what do I do with the extra function of actually to going I can tell you, I think you guys will be over myself. What's the next one? Which was initially planted for regular purposes and subsequently the Gemara says, my ambulance is a distributor. Sorry. Rabbanon, I'm asking to the day of my ambulance. What's this stuff? Now, according to Yosef Yehuda, we have a mystery for mundane purposes. And then subsequently worship. That the tree becomes also as an organism. So the verse is that what about according to Rabbanon? We hold that also you plant the tree initially for regular purposes and then what? And then worship it. That the tree remains water, and the tree does not transform into Avodah. So what are the trees to God? What must be amazing? And that's my idea. This is amazing. Also, this is amazing. This is for the judge and showing. This is showing. You do it, although that's so public, ultimately, Hebrews Eretz Yisrael. Hebrews Eretz Yisrael told them in the clear Avodah Zarah. That's what this is amazing. So, it's very important that in the conquest of Eretz Yisrael, there are two steps in the destruction of Avodah Zarah. The first step was cutting down the Avodah Zarah. So literally, he keeps cutting down the can't spend the time destroying it. Right now, again, it has to be keyboard. So, however, keyboard settings itself podium materials. Also, the country of the land has to proceed ultimate period and destruction of all this will come. It's really nice at this moment. We do over this podium the keyboard settings itself, as it says, if the Sassan is stabbed with gas on the yard, when you enter into land, you are obligated to go ahead and what? You are obligated to go ahead and cut down the obligated. You will after people to start the apparatus. And after you conquer it, then you go back and you upgrade. It was like, you know, you kind of maybe so like, sometimes you say when you work with sometimes you're going to learn that you have to focus on finishing one goal at a time. Sometimes the person has to go ahead and pursue lessons through a number of different licenses. Recognizing that right now they're all about 70%. I know that about 70%, but I need to start going forward. And I'll find this time ultimately don't fulfill the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong in my college right. The 90% that what's happening is so again, the goal was I will start to knock out a commission. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal of the year is the goal of the year is to conquer the land. Destroying level results, that's the this farm level, because it's taking a lot of time. So as you can remember, again, people just do it takes 14 years. So first go ahead and conquer the land, knock down level results as you go through it, conquer it, then go back and that's what you want to go back. You touch them is supposed to now again, still see conquer. As the Yoshi says, you shall go ahead and destroy them with tables, but hold on. So actually, they touch them also people see the touch them is struck. You can struck. They touch them, you will struck them with tables. But hold on, and you can Kişi belki mesmaçlı olsa, yamaçlı olsa, bakana, eminim, para satmaysa, sooner or later, it's the burn it. That is next time. You know, I'm like, you go, the Akasa, right? Okay, so the go to and then burn. The activity of us is the mountains is kind of the land. So because of the mountains, ultimately, the kind of the land, therefore, the application was not level because I had a destroy the stones, keep the stuff in the vehicles, protect the stones. Don't keep the time open to the first year. You have to have follow Haifa, they will open the open level to recovery, because the sun is after that. Also, they are follow open to use this responsibility. That when you up level, you start, it's not just enough to destroy the asset. The sun is after that. Also, the sun is after that means you have to make the use and best use of the advantage. Yoshi, you go to study for another. Where the Yoshi is in burn, you have to go ahead and uproot the other start. Not the man, you do the balance of extra money and knock them up. Ultimately, you work in the face which is a destroy the name from this place. Like giving an extra that's just like you have to not giving one extra uproot all the people you guys and this is again, it's incredibly said well. Because it teaches you, listen, in general, you have to do those also. The negative speed so this is incredible you showed. Incredible you showed. So I kind of played so this is so incredible. If you see me that will be shut up, that is not just enough to stop worshiping it or to destroy the chaos or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, one of the sons is sorry, Shakara, person who is negative English, not negative English, no blood English. Not just enough to make the character because the sorry Shakara. Everything we do is really something. Everything negative is really something. Not just enough to stop the danger, and a person is sorry Shakara. Go ahead and ultimately you can find the third part and put it. Transform ourselves into something dramatic, something amazing, something Sort of also that's incredible and dramatically amazing for God is absolutely so it's like silence what something about 11 says something I love the age that collaboration that I love the age and important I love the age collaboration how much you do that was that's up to your discuss. But I'm putting that that's kind of which is that that's just like a please most of it's not a hesitation that seeing the future of what we do is one of the things someone shows that His weakest skills can be captured of Apple Visual. Specifically, again, at what could be done with Apple Visual. So, I don't think the whole thing is important. So, if we had nothing, 10,000 words of amount. That's how it goes. Look at those. Only color we match the array and I see. It's like the words are there. So, inanimate objects that well actually define the scope. But for our purposes, like I hope you know, maybe what you can use now is go to those. Can you maybe travel with that? So that's just on the mountain, that's on the road. Can you maybe travel with Flora? But the mountain is the built itself, it's not that. As the passage says. The sun will set up the dawn of our lady. The passage says, you shall not go ahead. Really, you shall not go ahead. You shall not go ahead. What you set up the star, gold and silver which is upon them. Still here, there is only that which is God. That's sufficient time. And now, for the Lord, that's the mountain itself, which is compromised. Come about this way. Dios es Dios, Elohim had alcohol. Was a beautiful because it says a baby had been from the of the Alabama to admit itself as Elohim alcohol. Go ahead and destroy the gods on the mountain. So remember, and you should read that Elohim Elohim Elohim. That means the God on the mountain. But the mountains themselves cannot become the gods. Elohim Allah goes. You're not allowed to worship the God who come on the hills. Elohim goes Elohim. But the hills themselves cannot become the gods. It was a super. First glance, as the parasite, as the difference between the mountains, the hills cannot become that which is on the mountain, that which is on the hills, the mountains and hills themselves cannot. You just see that in some different places. Kind of comment says, well, Sakmo Kesa Zahab Allah. Ultimately, kind of comment says, do not cover the over somewhere that is on them. This indicates to us that it's not the mountain or the hills from us, but rather only that which is upon them. And if Yosef really says, Elohim, Elohim, and again, that is Elohim, Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is the same, because only that which is on the mountain becomes Hasanah with Torah, not the mountain itself. As which poses an existential difficulty for us. Right? What about the Asherah? The Asherah, let's remember again, this is something that by definition of the landscape, by definition is part of the earth. We see it so what's it using when you just learned before, or Elohim, why would I say that? It's where you go, it means by the East Yad. Because the most that you really translated it has East Yad on the military say, that's man's fingerprint. The idea is that this hasn't had man involved, that's the word between man involved. Now, I don't know how a person can there was an important person in the answer to something by man, because it's something by man, and therefore by definition, it's such a
Oh, look who the fuck it is. This motherfucker's like, hey, I'll hang out with you. And then he ghosts me. Then he says to me, hey, I'll hang out with you again. I just have one question about some project I'm never going to go anywhere with. And then he's like, oh, and then I'm going to ghost you. And finally, this motherfucker comes in here and is like, hey, everybody, watch me masturbate openly on the internet for the world to watch. Welcome. How are you, Riser? It's not harsh, it's the truth. I know, baby. Because if I recall, I said on Tuesday, the last we spoke, that you should be here at 8. Maybe both, maybe. Who knows? What's good, son? All right, that's tight. So, how far did you move on all the 50 projects you've got going? Dog, let's count them, folks. We've got yellow on red. We've got the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. We've got Upcake or whatever. Group Spark or whatever. Crowd Spark. We've got the University of Vancouver. We've got Salmon Cannon. We've got that one. There's already something called Salmon Cannon, dog. The funny part is that is the worst fucking idea of all the ideas that you've had. It's worse than every idea I've heard of Zeus. Mermaid Grenade is better. Baby, I've done everything. Fuck yeah, I started it. Riser said that he's going to be here last Friday. Then all of a sudden he didn't come, so I was like, "Fuck, man." Last Friday you said you're going to be here. And then you were like, "Oh, sorry, I'm such a bee." You're good, big dog. You don't have to apologize to me. Apologize to the people of Iran. Yeah, they got. They've got a lot on their hands. No, I didn't say Iran. I said Iran. I said Iran. Dog, I live with Iranians. I live with Zoroastrian Iranians. I should know how to fucking say it. Dog, it's actually should be pronounced Persia, but we won't get into that, baby. All right, yeah, so I know what's going on. Is it a surprise to me? No, I've been talking about war with Iran for 18 years. And I just think that it is something that when people have their minds to do something, it gets done. But as an advocate for world peace, I don't want anyone to get hurt. And I hate war. And I especially hate war when Israel's involved because the people there, the people deserve peace. I hate when war's involved with the United States because the people here also are sick of war. We just had 20 years of it in Afghanistan, and it wears on you. And I personally am someone who I can't, like when I was a little kid, I wanted more. I wanted, just because I wanted to be part of history. But my mentality has certainly changed, and I think, like, children, I don't know, war's cool. It's romanticized in film and television and such, and so I always thought it was interesting. But as I've gotten older and mature, I recognize that it is perhaps the worst invention of all time, and I've dedicated my life to peace. And I don't want anyone. I have a feeling this is going to be a very long war and a very bloody war, and I am of the mindset that World War III started September 11th, 2001, and the global war, whatever you want to consider this, is just a part of that, and I am just not a fan. To be quite honest with you, if I had it my way, we would have tried to address things diplomatically. If we really wanted something, or the United States or Israel or whatever, there are bribes that are available. There's blackmail that's available. Anything but killing children, and that is basically inescapable at this point. And I don't know what's going on in Canada, but at least in the United States, they went from, we bombed around in the summer, and then this war has been going on now for 7 days, and the news went from we will be there for 4 weeks to then 8 weeks to then boots on the ground. And when you start hearing that, you recognize that people are going to be called into service. There won't be a draft. That's the one thing there won't be. And I'm quite confident of that. The last time the United States had a draft was during the 1960s and 70s during Vietnam, and that really got people negative towards the war. It's one thing if you volunteer to go to war, people feel, but it's another thing if you're forcing people who don't want to go to war, and then you get their parents involved. And so that's, if I could say anything that I feel that is a potential something that will be avoided, because I think there won't be. I don't think there'll be a draft. Do you guys in Canada have a draft? Did you say knowledge? Oh, technology. It was declared September 12th, 2000, with the War Powers Act, basically ground free, and it basically gave the president carte blanche to invade anywhere that he wants, without having to go to Congress.
But then some people worship. So kind of a whole thing. Therefore, not to kill the time.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's been more than it's been more in Latin America. Latin America is the big one, where at least we have, even if we haven't invaded, we have promoted coups. I mean, like Latin America between in the 20th century was just like, especially after 1949, it's like the CIA's playground. They get somebody in there who was for the people, and the United Fruit Corporation or Dole or with United Fruit, which became Chiquita, would just come in and say, "We don't like this guy," and all of a sudden they opposed, and then there'd be somebody else. And because of something generally known as the Monroe Doctrine, the United States stated to Europe, hey, you have your own wars and stuff to fight. We won't get involved with those. But in turn, you don't get involved in our stuff. And for like 100 years, that was followed. Almost 200 years. But, war in the United States hasn't ever been extremely popular, except there were a lot of people after 9/11 who just wanted to fuck something up. I mean, that's how we like no one from Iraq was even known to be involved with 9/11. It was, depending on who you accuse, but it was definitely not Iraq. And publicly, it was stated that it was Saudi Arabia. Those guys are Saudi Arabians. Yet there was never ever once a discussion, let's invade Saudi Arabia. Even though at the time people would be like, Saudi Arabia is the greatest, like creates the most amount of terror cells in the world. At the time, nobody ever talked about invading Saudi Arabia. And I mean, there's a documentary, it's called Everything's a Rich Man's Trick. And generally the only people who benefit in war are bankers and the defense contractors. It's quite a sad situation that, I mean, they didn't even like try in the United States to be like, oh, there was like an imminent attack. They were just like, no, these guys had nuclear weapons. We're going to fuck them up. And they weren't even like, you know, they bombed a subway station or a bus stop. There was nothing like that. Absolutely nothing. And the Iranians that I know, that I lived with for many years, had as friends, they're very peaceful people. They've never wanted anything but peace. And it's a sad situation. Every single person who is like in line to become the supreme commander of gets killed. They've all been fucked up. And I mean, Iran has even come to tried to talk to the United States intelligence and say, hey, we want to at least have like a discussion here. And the United States is like, absolutely not. Full, complete surrender. And, you know, I hate to say it, but it makes you wonder what kind of dirt the intelligence community has on Donald Trump, and especially with the files that were released. It's very difficult for a reasonable person to say that someone doesn't have him implicated, be it Mossad, the CIA, the MI5, MI6, whoever. Somebody's got dirt on him, and when you have dirt on someone, especially if it is a heinous act, you can make them do anything that you want. I've heard that blackmail is more beneficial to the intelligence world than having that person live or die. Basically, because if they live or die, they can't do it. They can't do anything for you. But if you have them blackmailed, you basically have them by a leash to do whatever it is that you want. And if you've read the documents, it's quite obvious that there's at least a there, and in order to distract people, we're now in a major. Or when I say we, the United States is in a major. Now, then you're an ostrich with your head in the sand, and you just haven't seen what's in there. I mean, have you read the documents? Dude, absolutely. I have. In fact, there was a drop within the last 48 hours of Trump implicated in raping a 13-year-old girl. Like, these things drop every single day, and if you're not in the Epstein subreddit, you're not going to learn about this stuff. But if you are, you can literally sit in that fucking subreddit, and every 10 minutes, something new is dropped by someone who finds. I mean, there are 3 million pages that have been released. There are another 3 million pages that people want released, like Bernie Sanders are asking to be released, and Thomas Massie are being asked to be released, that have yet to be released and will never be released. But if you just sit in that fucking subreddit, you will read the most vile shit. It's a nightmare. People ask me what my opinion is on it, and the only word I can give, it's an absolute nightmare. It makes me embarrassed to have association with many people involved, and it is American. I'm Jewish. I don't want any negativity for any of which I belong. And things are like this. People read this, they think we're not. I'm somebody who just thinks that it's to be made like many of the people involved who people think are Jews are not. Ghislaine Maxwell. Perfect example. People think, oh, this is this Jewish bit. There's an argument to be made. She may have had a conversion in 2023 at a jail, but whether that was legitimate or not, nobody knows. But her mother's not Jewish. She's not Jewish, yet she's in the public spotlight as one of the conspirators of this, and people associate her with Judaism because her father was a Mossad intelligence agent, but she's not Jewish, or at least not halakhically. And it's not blurry. It's not blurry. It's absolutely not blurry. It's absolutely clear as fucking day. If you haven't seen the well, let me just ask you this. When's the last time you were on the Epstein subreddit? No. That is not it. The shit that you see in the Epstein subreddit is not available on YouTube or on social media. That shit gets taken down. I'm talking to people who are like taking exactly from the Department of Justice documents and I'm just saying, like, I just asked a question. When's the last time you were in the Epstein subreddit? Okay, well, you should recognize that for the last like 44 Okay, that just makes me think that you're not a very critical thinker, and that's okay. You can live in a fairy tale world. No, it's not. I've known about this since 2008. I've known about this far longer than you've even known the man, Jeffrey Epstein's name. I've known about this entire ring. I've emailed on it. I've talked to people in my community about it. I've known about it at least in 2008. I've known about that island since at least 2008. I was emailing people about, hey, did you know that there's this island where all these people go, and people would that doesn't have any credibility. He was convicted, and then it was like, well, but it wasn't convicted on anything on the island. People just stick their head in the sand. For someone to not, if you haven't read these fucking files and read, like, dude, I mean, even in 2016, Katie Johnson, have you watched the Katie Johnson testimony? Okay, perfect. So we were talking about this long before the files came out. And that woman's story, wherever the fuck she is, has been corroborated. Not only her story, quite a few other women as well. I mean, look, if it walks like a duck, it talks like it. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it might be a duck. And I hate to say it, but this one, for as much as anybody wants to protect the president, does not look very good for him. Look, I'll tell you this. You can go through my whole background. You won't find... What did you say? What are you talking about? There have been people who have made FBI there have been FBI whistleblowers. Remember half of the files. Remember, half of the files have not been put out. So this is just the shit that they feel comfortable with people seeing, and it's vile. In the United States, none. Really, the only person who was arrested but not detained was Prince Andrew, and that's just going to happen. Look, I'm not saying that arrests will happen. When you have the scum in charge of investigating themselves, nothing's going to happen. But for you or anyone out there to say that there can't be the most significant intelligence drop in the history of the Department of Justice, if not the history of the United States, if not the history of the world, and then within a month, we are in World War III, full blown, and you don't see a connection there, that's cool. I don't think you're a critical thinker. A critical thinker looks at this and says that Iran says that they have, Israel says that they have intelligence, the United States says that they have intelligence, all corroborating that Donald Trump raped people, and that there is perhaps video of him raping children on camera, and wait, it's not about getting him out of jail. It's about getting that story out of the press. And so whenever anybody pushes him on it now, he just gets able to say, we don't talk about that anymore. That's done. I've been. Right, sir? You don't understand how the American system works. He's in charge of the Department of Justice. Those are the people who would who would be able to perhaps bring charges against him. He's in charge of them. His right hand woman, Pam Bondi, is the same person who exonerated him in the state of Florida. Is the same person who helped broker a sweetheart deal with Jeffrey Epstein in 2008. This is a deep swamp, and he's put these people in power purposefully. And the reason he has is because he has dirt. And absolutely. And so basically he put them in prominent positions knowing that they would protect him. They have no other way to be able to provide for themselves. And they get huge contracts from the government when they do this, which is a big thing. It's basically, if you protect me, you can start a company, and then it will get millions of dollars in consulting fees. Pam Bondi got $3 million from Trump media just for consulting. I mean, that makes you a millionaire overnight. So, of course, you're going to help these people. And if you don't, only a few things will happen. One, they'll come after you. Or two, you'll be found in some hotel room dead, and they'll just say that you offed yourself, basically, and that's the end of the story. Nobody's going to investigate you. I mean, look at this situation with, I'm sure you've probably heard of it, but with Savannah Guthrie. She's the Today Show host. She's one of the most prominent news anchors in the United States. She's one of the very few people who had any courage to investigate the Epstein victims in 2019, and then all of a sudden her mom's gone, and they can't find her. Now, do you know how easy it is to find someone if you want to find them in 2026? You know how much shit that they have on you? They have satellites that they can find you. They have Ring cameras they can find you with. They have cellular data that they can triangulate. Yet this bitch is gone, and all of a sudden nobody can find out anything about her. It's basically to hush up the media that says, look, if you help to investigate this, the same shit's going to happen to your family. And so her mom's gone. Her mom's been gone for a month. Do you know how hard it is to be gone for a month without anybody finding you? And not that, but your body not being found, even if you were killed. It's absolutely ridiculous. And the intelligence world is obviously in control of this administration and in control of the Israeli administration. Benjamin Netanyahu's son said in, I believe, 2019 that, specifically Les Wexner, but that he was hoping to run a blackmail operation, not just on the United States politicians, but on Israeli politicians. And it's obvious that's what's happened. Ehud Barak's been in this, former prime minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu's son, tried to speak out about this. He was sued over this. I mean, it all comes down to the powers that be. And for anyone out there who does not think that this war has any motivation regarding the silencing of the biggest story, perhaps, in the history of the intelligence world, okay, that's cool. I got a bridge to sell you. I've got oceanfront property in Arizona to sell you. I mean, basically, like, if people are going to be that naive, that's fine. It's not that, at least in the United States, people are not that naive. They know what's going on. They just that they're powerless in it. And that their sons and daughters are going to be sent tens of thousands of miles away to go fight the war that perhaps does not have excellent grounding. And much of it has to do with the fact that the current president is implicated in some of the most heinous shit in the history of the Department of Justice. I mean, you could not write a nightmarish novel this bad that you have a pedophile ring that basically has complete and utter exactly autonomy. And with that being said, you can tell I'm passionate about this, but for anyone who doesn't see the writing on the wall, that's fine. Get it? I think there's perhaps an naivete in that. To anyone who has been in the Epstein subreddit and reads the documents, and I read them, it's the most heinous shit you've ever read. You're like, man, this guy sucks. And it's another interesting thing. On top of that, you have compilations of Donald Trump saying Barack Obama's going to invade Iran. I'm the peace president. I got us out of all of these different foreign altercations. And then all of a sudden to do a 180 like that. What else would cause you to do that if somebody didn't say to you behind closed doors, hey, here is a video of you with this 13-year-old girl, and we're going to put it out, and it's going to bring down your entire administration. And the American people are going to want your head on a fucking platter. So you either do what we say, and we'll make you look good, we'll make you look like an excellent wartime president, or you don't, and you're going to jail. Not only that, we're going to take down your family, we're going to take down your sons, your daughter, we're going to take down your grandchildren. We're going to make sure that you lose it. Absolutely, 100%. All right, with that being said, it's about control. Money doesn't mean anything anymore. It's about control. Yeah, it's terrible. I can tell you it's been 25 years or so, 23 years or so, since the invasion of Iran. And prior to that, we had Operation Desert Storm, which was the first invasion of Iran, like the liberation of Kuwait or whatever. And to this day, I can't tell you one person who was an Iraqi person, whoever killed an American, like on American soil. It's not like there was ever an Iraq terrorist attack. And I can really say the same about, I can't name it killed an American. I know maybe overseas that's happened, but never here. And that's a sad situation. Anyway, it's a very sad. Oh, you can definitely call it that. And that's a world war. That's a world war. The definition of a world war is really. That's what World War I was. That's what World War II was. This is World War III. No, World War IV, to quote Albert Einstein, I don't know when World War III, how World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. That's exactly right. And look, I'm not, this isn't just like my theory. This isn't my theory. Just read Albert Pike's book that there would be three, this is before World War I, there would be three major world wars before the ushering in of the New World Order and whatever you want to consider that to be. And he's named where they would be. He said the first one would take place in Europe, the second one would take place in both Europe and Asia, and the third one would take place in the Middle East. And that's the same thing that Werner von Braun said, the head of the Nazi rocket program. I mean, a lot of people have said this. I mean, to have a unified globe under the same set of jurisdiction, you basically need to destroy all nations that don't follow your way. And Iran wasn't. There are talks about, well, Venezuela wasn't. That was another war, or whatever you want to consider a coup. We got rid of their leadership. And the only two countries that really exist that don't play ball anymore are Cuba and North Korea. And this is something that has, I mean, George W. Bush in 2002 in the Axis of Evil speech stated that the Axis of Evil consists of Iraq, Iran, and North Korea. I mean, Wesley Clark was told that there would be 7 nations invaded within 7 years, and it happened. It was Somalia, it was Libya, it was Syria, it was Afghanistan, Iraq, and what did you say? Both Muammar Gaddafi, who was the head of Libya, who was shit on in the American press for many years, was actually trying to set up an African Union, basically a way for Africa to no longer have colonialist powers take the resources, and to have, it was going to be called the Africoin, basically a currency that was one of the names for it, but basically a currency that was no longer going to be controlled by fiat currency. And Hillary Clinton, under the Obama administration, literally her quote was, "We came, we saw, he died." That was her fucking quote, and then she capped us after. Basically, they took his ass, they dragged him through the streets, they put it on video, and it was a message to anybody else in Africa: if you don't fucking play ball with us, we will destroy your country. And that's what happened. All right, with that being said, are you ready to lose? I'm going to beat you in everything. Still need to watch $1 Billion Bowling, but I'm going to beat the shit out of you. I mean, it's not even going to be fun, but I'm going to dominate you in literati, and let's be honest, you don't stand a chance.
I'm going to let you go first. I'm going to give you every advantage that you'd ever want. You have an invitation. Do you see it? Okay, baby. So I'm going to pass. I'm going to give you a head start, and now we're ready for you to play. So how is Upcake doing?
Simple. Then what? Copy line. What's happening back here? Just as we could have just said, describe what these are. Why do you have to get into on the mountains, on the hills, and the trees? Why do you need that? And we even said the first actually giving us geographic markers. So he's giving us like all these other GPS. You get fiber, you get into it, and you have to read up the Avodah. I'm going to tell you where to find the Avodah. The Avodah is on top of the mountains. The Avodah is on top of the trees. Excuse me, on top of the hills. The Avodah is off of the big green trees. So therefore, again, that the Kiva understands the Torah, that the Kiva is not that disagree with that tree that you want. And you could very well agree. Because then this tree is kind of camera that you see. And really are not disagreeing. Everybody actually seems to be on the same page. Also, so beautiful gave this Mishnah. That's one of the things they have to say. A Mishnah without machlokes. A Mishnah without machlokes. Doesn't get it's not like spiritual jackpot. Doesn't get better. Mishnah without machlokes and a good actors. All that the keeper saying is in addition to the halakhic ramifications that the Tanakh listen we brought out of Pasuk. There's another teaching the Torah applications identifying for us where to find that result, where to find it out, where to find it in order to read. So listen, so
dude, I was reading on the Kill Tony subreddit that William Montgomery. Did you watch the most recent podcast? Okay, then what did he say? Dude, I mean, if you're such a fan, be able to tell me word for word everything he said in that fucking podcast. What did he say about Casey Rocket? But he didn't say where Casey was, right? Exactly. And then the next question, the same fan or a fan asked him, or in the same discussion, about him opening. And please brief me on that. Yeah, dog, everybody would know this if you're a real fan. I'm the one mentioning it to you. That was a good one. Fave is a good word, man. What happens is the mountain is covered in gold. Seek where your heart can hide. So the mountain itself is covered in gold. The Shaila is, let's say that one worships the mountain. So what's the Shaila? What's the Shaila? What's the status of the mountain? Like it looks like this covered mountain or not. Remember again, why? Because I'm covering this different the rest of the stuff. So I'm separate from this. However, again, on the mountain, the Shaila is and therefore can't be Do you think he's done with closing? I for him to close. He's been doing it for so long, and he's got this thing that to which I look forward at the end. Because I'm a real fan, and I also think that he is someone who um, I was reading, and I tend to agree that, well, like if he's on, his interview could go for like 20 minutes. Like if he's really got good shit, mood, and he's like, Tony, I ain't never gonna stop closing for Killing or whatever. Like, you know, when he's in that mood and they can play it up, that's good. That's in my opinion, good. Um, exactly. Yes. Thank you. Excellent. I was going to say, well, yeah, energy is a great word for it. But if he starts, they can't have him go 10 or 20 minutes. And then I've already known that, like, the best is, I don't know if he's the best, but, like, the most consistently funny person on that show is already done. It's kind of like eating the dessert as an appetizer. And but I get it from his standpoint where he's like, it's got to be nerve-wracking where you're like, all these people are going and they're bombing and people are shitting on them and you don't know if your jokes are funny because no one's heard them yet. And then you've got to be on, so why not get that all over with at the beginning, and then you can chill and, I don't know, do DMT or whatever the fuck he's doing in there. So I get that.
It could be
and that's an excellent. I just did Nas, which I think was a really creative idea, by the way. There's that element of it too. That if you, and I know you don't watch him, I get that on Kill Tony, but he has not had. Okay, but you got to know, like, you know, I watch it, I eat it, I breathe it. I'm birthed in Kill Tony. I've seen them all. I've seen his first, I've seen his last, most recent, and he's just not the same. And I hate to say, he's way funnier when he's an alcoholic on cocaine. And I don't want him to be like that, but it's just, he's funnier than that. He's funnier that way. I think that he is. You know, he's got to say to himself, am I going to do Kill Tony forever? He's been doing it now for like 10 years or something. And I think it would be a major mistake on his part to leave the show. Because frankly, he isn't. I know people say he goes out and he kills, but when he's not able to fill shows, it's not like he's becoming like a major time comic like Dave Chappelle or Bill Burr or Shane Gillis. Like, he's not at that level. I don't think he's. I know, like, I may be a bigger fan of his than you are, but I don't think he's not that creative. But people love his shtick, and so he could perhaps make people laugh harder than some of those people. but he's just his
like what? It's like a melting orange. What about
his
and therefore your boss like is motor. On the other hand, it's just dash and it gives us all worse, or just read those even more. Once you listen to me, and you say really comes along to say, even should not carry after the shows in a sugar, will myself of you, also to know dummy the heart, suppose I open your listening says no, even if you can't initially for just time reasons, and then
his apologies, I was taking something to put that down. Dude, you're playing really well. His his comedy to me is not like that creative. It's like one line punchy, and it can be really funny. And I know people say he does really well when he does an hour long show. And you nor I have seen a full hour of his, so let's be honest, you nor I are like the best judges of his long form comedy. Though you watch his podcast a lot, and I've seen it. It's kind of boring without Casey Walker. He is a he's someone who I think just does really well on Kill Team. And if he leaves that stage, I mean, Tony needs, or Tony says, there are only so many there are only so many positions that they have, and he's gotten more people who are funny. Well, here's the thing, fuck all that. William is very inconsistent. Wait. Oh, that's beautiful, baby. It should be worth more. Here's a big thing about it. He's very inconsistent. If you give William Montgomery, if you say he has to perform over the course of the next month, he'll be sick 2 times.
What does that come to? My love, does that not come to include this particular case of a tree that initially was planted to just stand tree purposes, and later on, ultimately was worshipped to tell you that such a tree does have the ability to in fact become a tree. But after that, you'll see that in the summer, pretty much nothing of myself of the awesome, and ultimately again, begin that you'll see that in the holds, that if a tree was planted initially, again, it wasn't for stand purposes, and only worshipped so it's very again, this is just a point to keep in mind. The pasuk itself only is the first phrase. The second phrase is Russia. The first phrase is God coming from himself, wipe out all of the other like what? Like Russia is below a hundred Elohim. The mountains cannot become their God. Transform
Smashing Pumpkins.
Similarly, Torah says, Elohim Halak.
Yeah, fucker. What album specific? Melancholy, bitch. Yeah, were you surprised that I knew that? He said it on Kill Tony. That was actually a question that I was going to ask you.
So that's pretty hilarious that we both had it as things we were going to ask each other.
Then why do I need that place? Half an hour wasn't. Please itself is I understand SLR.
Dude, you were playing like a G. I don't know how I'm down so many points. Well, that's a big thing. I don't have the ability to see how many tiles are left because this game fucks me.
The tree itself can actually come up with each other, but the items underneath the trees can. But what second the Torah itself says, that's right.
Don't call it a comeback.
That the Asheris can't become Avodizars. What's going on? So if that's the case, we're getting the Asheris can become Avodizars. So then why use Lashon of Kas of Yitzhak Anad? Havu, so that's how the teachers can Rabbi. They say, listen, Havu, when you were Kiva, and you put on your fire,
What did you say, Pimp? Where did you go? Oh, zoo? That's pretty good, dog. How the fuck did you play it? Oh, there you go.
With the phrase that I showed this phrase, violate, you do not should not be together. Also, they understand this to be a reference to actually initially planned for about the startup for about the startup purposes. So it was when you'll see that you can have to be violate on. And this one you also need that possibly teaching on both sides. That should be support that Asian teaching. But if the tree was initially planted for about the startup purposes, in what? When the mice again it's awesome. So where is where that from? So the mice says, Rabbi Yosef, we did not mean violate on. How can I? Where can I well, we call it shrub, or trees, okay? And that is subsequently grows is going to be us working at a trees like that. And the owner, Elon should not do with the vessel of what's that the first word is a tree that was initially planted. And then what? And then ultimately again,
Nay, no,
let's just take the discussion one more time.
I'm busy. I'm got shit to do.
By Ashiris. One tells me Ashiris is simply by burning the Ashiris. The other person says Ashiris to Gadayim. Cut down the Ashiris. Now, why do I need to cut down the burn? Because the burn is pretty good. I burn that multiple ways, right? You destroy it. So I don't cut it down.
Programming the robot.
Which doesn't need to be burnt down. Which is that case? That's a case of an Asherah tree which is planted for stamp purposes, subsequently worshipped. So there's another case
You know I could.
But what happens when you have a case like that is it appears that only that which grows after the Avodah designation, that becomes usher as Avodah. So if I go, so if a person worships an Asherah tree was planted for stamp purposes, a person worships it, only that which grows after the point of Avodah designation ultimately becomes Avodah. So that's why once it says Asherah to Gadayim, and in that time it's just you have to destroy the tree. No, what do you have to do? You have to cut off whatever grew after the Avodah designation. I'll assume that it was measured in some way. So also, therefore, it's referring to two different things. That even a tree initially planted for mundane purposes and subsequently worshipped as Avodah will in fact Muslim. So the Gemara says, "Na'ashet Yisukon Reish Kanasuma." So Ezer Ichi Yiku also the Karabot. Now the Omer Ilot Shnatim Basov Of. Also, what is the case ultimately again of the tree? With the primary part is moving. That which is cut off or that which grows afterwards is going to be bigger. So the Gemara says, "The Omer Ilot Shnatim Basov Of." I am the Aisha to the Reish Kanasuma. Tzatzavida. Which we want to go 1 second. But we're talking about the Gemara reading the Muslim. Reading the Muslim. Ashrik is something by Ashrik. Lashes from the Haitians, but the also the good have to do so. Or the base of village that was off of you. But if the Russian people know that was listen to this, but yet reading the person of Ashrik is from the Haitian, not the person of Ashrik to the Haitian, which was still on the Emma. What's the reason for that? Even on the Emma is from the Haitian, and the person not said, you have to burn the Ashira. I see Omer Ashrik to the Haitian. I would have said that to cut down the Ashira. What is that talking about? I would have assumed that would see how the Torah not said Hashem Tisukon Ba'ish, and all it would have said is Hashem Tigadeon. I would assume that is referring to a tree which is initially counted for Abu Israel. The Kach, Hashem Tisukon Ba'ish was another way to assume Hashem Tisukon Ba'ish, Hashem Tigadeon. Therefore, I will say Hashem Tisukon Ba'ish. So that's the simple case, which therefore again has to be destroyed. So now what do I do with the extra concept of Hashem Tigadeon? I can tell you, Hashem Tigadeon, Mikilan Shanato Olabasov, a person that comes to the that tree, which was initially planted for regular purposes and subsequently worshipped. So the Gemara says, I have to say, I'm sorry. Rabbanah, I have Hashem Tigadeon Hashem. Listen, this is nice. Now, according to Yosef and Yehuda, who opened the sheep of the resources, and then subsequently worship, that the tree becomes asur as Avodah. So the learning it out is Hashem Tigadeon. Fantastic. What about according to Rabbanah, who holds that also if you plant the tree of the sheep for regular purposes and then what? And then worship it. That the tree remains smoker, and the tree does not stand on the top of the Torah. So we one of these three different things Hashem Tigadeon. This is amazing. I'm actually to my activate. You think that the show is what's the installation? They use it for the judge of the show. We're going to show you doing all those no problem. Ultimately, Bush Eretz Yisrael. Keep Bush Eretz Yisrael. Hold them in the pure Avodas Kodesh. This is amazing. So the Shimon holds that in the conquest of Eretz Yisrael site, there are 2 steps destruction of Avodah. The first step was cutting down the Avodah. Like literally, we used to choose cutting it down and these idols not to be over. But then the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Eretz Yisrael. After Eretz Yisrael was conquered and captured, then what? Then went back and destroyed the Avodah. So that's an amazing story. So what happens again? Putting all people up, you call them in bush, so they're knocking down and cutting down of Avodah. That preceded the conquering of the land. So as they're rolling through the land, so they're going to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying them.
I mean, everybody knows everything.
So however, Kibush Eretz Yisrael called in the beer.
Distracted.
Country of the land has to be ultimately the destruction of our Israel coming. That's this moment. You know what this moment for the Kibush Eretz Yisrael says? If the sunset is not with God of God, when you actually to land, you're obligated to go ahead to us. You're obligated to go ahead and cut down the Avodah. What a great
play this ran for him. I mean, he did go first, and I was distracted. Are we gonna watch $1 billion? All right, are you gonna stream it? If I find the link for you, will you stream it? Absolutely.
Right or wrong, destroying that one is actually as you remember, again, people should feel it takes 14 years. So first going under the line, that television as you go through it, conquer, then go back to the normal.
Yeah, you're Chris. That's true. We're done. Doug, I know everything about everything. Okay, first and foremost, you should know that Billion Dollar Bowling is available on YouTube. But it says preview only. Okay, but let me. Okay. Yeah. So the way that Google makes money, its number one revenue stream is AdSense and or AdWords, I should say. Have I used it? Yeah, as in both a consumer and an. So basically, you create an account. You have to get your business verified to be able to advertise on there. And then there are certain words that you basically will pay for people. Okay, so there are words that you can choose, so that when someone searches those at Google and they click them, you will bid for those words. And if you bid higher than your competition, then the person will come to your website, basically. So the number one, at least this was how it was 5 years ago. I think it's still true. The number one Google, the most expensive word on Google to promote is the word insurance. Insurance, it was $5 per click. Companies were willing to pay $5, which is a lot of money in AdSense. You got to think that's a lot of people clicking that word to show up number one. And the way this works is basically if there are ads shown before the results, and you can get your brand there. And then if enough people click that, it will show up higher in the results. And that's basically how that works. A word like insurance is very powerful because it's not like even something like, I don't know, ball or dog or whatever. It's something that you're going to need and you may have for the rest of your life. So there's a lot of competition for it. And so basically you have an account, and I can tell you the words that we would at our organization bid on were things like car wash, mobile car wash, and there are phrases that you can do. Car wash app, those kinds of things. And those weren't expensive as insurance, but car wash is pretty expensive. And then people compete, and then you have your ads that are shown before the results in Google or on the sides. Okay. With that being said, if you use an ad blocker, that removes all of that. So you'll never see that stuff. But for those people who aren't smart enough to figure that out or don't have the ability, you will be shown these ads, and then sometimes it has the word promoted next to it. And you basically have a budget as an advertiser. And if you get in realistic terms, let's say you're bidding on the word insurance and it's $5 per click. if you get 20 people, so 5 times 20, if your budget's $100 and you get 20 people to click that, then your budget will be exhausted after 20 people click it. And that doesn't matter if they click it and buy insurance from you or they just accidentally click it. It doesn't matter. It's just the fact that somebody clicked that, you're going to get charged for it. So you can imagine you need really big budgets to be able to do this, and they just get depleted. And you do get a little bit. You can focus where you want to advertise. So it can get really specific. Though Facebook gets even more specific. I won't get into that. But you can do like, I only want to target people in, like, we didn't want to target people in Southern California. We wanted to target people in Los Angeles County, Ventura County, Orange County, San Diego County, San Bernardino County, Riverside County. But before we expanded to San Diego, we did not want to promote in San Diego County. So basically, we would turn off anybody who was in San Diego County because we didn't want to promote there yet. We hadn't expanded there, but later on in the history of the business, we will. And you can focus it down to the zip code. And so you can choose the different zip codes. They have like a map, and you can click it, and then okay, so there's that. We've talked about this before, but basically the European Union has told Google that you have a monopoly on AdWords, on online advertising, and you have a monopoly on the browser that people use. You can't have both. You have to give up one of these. And this is when I've said to you that the ChatGPT or the OpenAI browser, it's known as Atlas, is going to be the biggest browser in the future someday, because their browser is going to just it's going to take up Google's market share. Basically, Google's going to give up the European browser market. Eventually, an Atlas browser will take over there, and it will spread. And that is a prediction, certainly, but I think it's a good prediction. I was predicting this before OpenAI even talked about having a browser. I just had this idea that an AI company would be doing this, and that's going to be ChatGPT. And they have a browser that's available, the Atlas browser. It's only available on Apple desktop right now, but eventually it will be the best browser out there. All right. As for Facebook, Facebook allows for really targeted advertising, even more targeted, I would say, than Google. Google, you can get like general approximations of people, like, okay, I want to target women or men. Facebook will let you target women who are interested in Prada bags or Louis Vuitton bags or Gucci bags, like if they've clicked on this kind of stuff. And I've known people who, I have a friend who basically ran a purse of the month company. Basically, this was a company that would send you a new purse every month. And the way that they had very slim margins, but the way that they would target their customers is just through Facebook. And they would just say, we want to target women between the ages of 18 and 30 who are interested in fashion bags in these certain high net worth areas. And because they targeted stuff so specifically, they didn't drain their whole advertising budget, and they got a lot of people who were interested in what they were. And Facebook will also let you target people interested in certain movements, or like based on like whether they're married or single. Facebook has a lot more data on people from an individual perspective than Google does. Facebook will not tell you exactly who clicked on your ad, but they will tell you in general, like of 100 between the ages of 18 and 5, say you had a 5% click-through rate or something like that. And there are different metrics that are used. There's just the click metrics, and then there's the click-through rate, which basically, and then there's like click-through all the way to purchase. And Like that's the key one. You could care less if people are just. I mean, it depends. If you've got like an ideology, you want people to click on it. But if you want people to purchase something, that's a lot different. And they've got to keep going and keep going through the click through. All right. The ads on Facebook generally run on the side, and are not as widespread as Google. Meaning, the ads on Facebook are just when you're on Facebook, and then Instagram's different. Instagram's its own. It still uses Facebook advertising, but if you're advertising on Facebook, that doesn't mean that your stuff's going to be shown on Instagram. Instagram's different, and their advertising is much the same way. It's the same kind of system, or at least was the last time I used it. And again, you could focus on people who had a certain number of followers or were in a certain region, etc. All right. Google allows you to have a much wider net. Not only will your Google AdWords be shown perhaps in like banner ads at the top of the page, but also on like you can have it so that depending how you want, you can focus your ads on people are using mobile devices versus desktop devices, or Android devices versus iOS devices. Those are some pretty interesting. You get interesting results on that. And you can say, I don't want to target people who are using certain devices. So I only want people who are on the old-fashioned Google page. I don't care about people who are using. It's expensive. So I think you can start at. They have a limit. They have a minimum. But I think you have to put in like either $100 or $1,000. You have to connect your bank account or a valid debit or credit card, and you buy like basically credits, and then it can get your account can get automatically replenished once your credits are below a certain number. And I can tell you as well. One of the things with Google, you can target like Google Play if you have an app that you want to promote on there. And I know a lot about the App Store as well. But we don't have to go into there because you just have to put Google and Google and Facebook. How much does it cost? However big your budget is. They do have a minimum. I'm not exactly. It might only be $25 or something like that. And you get a really nice dashboard to tell you how many people clicked through, how long they were on your landing page, whether they purchased your product or whatever. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've ran them. Absolutely, 100%. I've ran campaigns on both Facebook, Instagram, and then on Google. I've ran Google Ads, Google AdWords, and Android, Google Play Store ads. I'm trying to think of anything else. I've designed the ads. I've designed the copy. I have written App Store and Google Play app descriptions. I've done both.
simple. Forget the collateral, just come to the March, then what? Then what? What do you like? What's happening back there? It's like, justice, which other could have just said, just try and make this up. Why do you have to give this one out? Why not? And if you the same person keeping us, she can be the one then you either you get into command and you have to reach out the other Zara and they tell you where the point they have all these others on top of the mountains.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get the reason why they are interacting with you.
So therefore, you understand.
Actually, a lot of it is. The really big thing that I found that Facebook and Google, or at least Apple, but Facebook and Google would be included, they would not tell you what apps a person had downloaded who also downloaded your app or clicked on your ad. And I always felt like that would be very valuable to a company, but they would not do that. But they would tell you, Facebook especially, down to the street. You could be like, how many people clicked on my ad within this city? They would tell you their demographics. They had something like, it had to be at least 1,000 people. But basically, if it were a population of 1,000 people, it would tell you everything about those people: their average age, their gender, whether they were single or had children, what kind of interests that they had. It was very specific. The Shiver is what's the status of the or not. Why? Because I'm covering the You're saying that that's what your marketplace would do?
However, again, the corner on the itself, the Shiver is part of the mountain. And then or is it separate?
Yeah, I agree with you. You're going to have the comment section, which will be extremely powerful. And you'll be able to parse that with AI and be able to get summaries for different organizations. And so instead of someone saying, you get data that 1,000 women between the ages of 18 and 35 click this in this area of, I don't know, of Brooklyn or whatever, instead of doing that, but not knowing clicked it, you're gonna, because there's no comment section for that, you're gonna get instead people who can comment on it and say, I love the purse that this woman has in this ad, or I love the way that she smiles at the end, or this model is so pretty. You're going to have specific information about what attracted someone to a given ad. And if I may interject, your or whatever uptake or whatever crowd sport or whatever is not a competition is not in competition with Facebook and Google. It is an enhancement of Facebook and Google. Basically, like Facebook owns Instagram, Meta owns Instagram. Okay. Currently, people, if you ever want to run one of these campaigns, you upload graphics or a video. What you're doing is you're making sure those graphics or that video is better, and that it will be better for the people who are advertising on Instagram using the Meta platform or on Google. Does that make sense? They'll love it. It's positive. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. It will allow their platforms to continue to replace your standard over-the-air television and radio and billboard or vertical ads and digital spaces. It will these ads will become the top producing ads of anybody in the marketing industry.
Somebody else, like within planting myself, I don't think like currently the way you do it, trial and error with different
That's correct. That's correct. And the thing that advertisers do nowadays, it's called A/B testing, and these platforms allow for it. You upload ad A, you upload ad B, and you see which one performs better. And then let's say A performs better than B. Then you change something slight in A, so you have A1 and A2, and then you compare those against each other. A1 does better than A2, and then you've got A1 and you change something slight on that. So you've got A11 and A12, and let's say A12 performs better. Then you take A12, you take something slightly, and you got A121 versus A122, and let's say A121 is better. And then you fine tune this until you have a right ad that has very high click-through rate. At the beginning, you wouldn't necessarily invest as much because you don't know what ads are best. And so you basically do digital focus grouping this way, just using click-through rates. But again, that's cool, but it doesn't tell you directly why people like it. So let's say you've got A112 or A1121 or whatever I said. And that's really good. But you'll never hear anybody say, I like this of why. You won't tell you. And your platform does. You've got a comment section. I agree with you, but I do not. Yes, absolutely. Oh well, yeah. I mean, you can integrate it with their systems, but as an advertiser, you get an average watch time of whatever your video is. No, it's not public. So they would. That's within their own dashboard. No, it's just proprietary. Unless they decided to share it with you, or you had some kind of integration. Basically, you could go to Instagram and say, look, we're giving you a lot of really good ads. Is there any way we could integrate with a user so that they could see their metrics on our platform? Anything's possible if you're able to sweetheart the people at Meta, then yeah. And if you're really performing well, they'll say, yeah, you can. But generally, they want to keep that information on their own platform, so they may not be. That's true. But what I think the most powerful part of this strategy is not any of the stuff that you have mentioned. I mean, it's all good, and the click rate and all that stuff is good. But to me, what is key is that you're going to have some amateur person who creates something and puts it on their social media timeline, and it stays there. And it might stay there for 10 years. And that's an advertisement that will affect every person who looks at their page for the next 10 years. And you don't have to pay anything for it. Like, there's this. I don't follow many Instagram people. I really, even though I'm on Instagram right now on 5 different devices, and I'm on TikTok on 4 different devices. And I'm not talking about just my phone is on. No, I'm live streaming on mine. I don't look at that many creators, but I have been recently. But sometimes I do. But I find it sucks me in, and I'll be like, wow, 2 hours just went by, and it was mind blowing. But I can tell you, like, there are people who have, like, there's this, I'll just give you an example. A creator in Pasadena, so like just a suburb. She did all. She's like she's an actor, but she also does like music. And during the pandemic, she moved to like being an influencer. And she went to the salon. I don't know, 3 years ago, and I was going through her shit because I think she's really funny. She's in a Super Bowl commercial. Like I've seen, she's really funny. And basically, this salon, because they let this influencer did her hair or whatever. 3 years ago, I know exactly where that fucking salon is. I know they have a location past it. I know they have a location in Burbank. Like, that sticks out in my head. And that salon isn't still paying ads. It's just they made an impression on me because I know that this woman made a reel about it or whatever, an Instagram post about it. And so long as this woman is alive, and she continues to get bigger, basically her audience is going to be affected by that. So I don't know. It costs. It's evergreen. Exactly. And this happens all the time. Now, one of the reasons why, as I recall, Instagram had your posts, but then they had stories, and stories were only supposed to go for like 60, for like 24 hours or something like that. And the reason why is because they did not want influencers to have these evergreen posts or to manually have to delete something, because that is kind of insulting to the place. So they would do a story where they would promote your business for 24 hours, and then it automatically goes away. And as I understand, that's why stories became big.
So that's the why use
Exactly, and that's all. That's right, and that's all. That's all to be determined with the discussion that you have with the creator and what you want to um, what you want to determine to be your comfort in as an influencer promoting a business, and as a business how much you want to pay that influencer. um, I think I might have told you this, but when we so basically, in the app that we created, you can have an avatar. And very few people, I mean, some people would like upload a picture to the avatar, but this one girl uploaded a really cool picture to our avatar. And we had a member of our organization who was like, "Oh, I know that person. She's pretty famous." We're like, "What do you mean?" And she's like we would get big time celebrities, like Kardashians, Quentin Tarantino, those kinds of people using our service, which was cool. But they're a different level. Even though we did have an agreement with the Kardashians to wash your car every Friday, which was a different deal. So we would, if we wanted to, get really big people. But we wanted to start to get to like mid-level influencers who weren't as expensive. And one of the things that we would do is get like the way we got in with the Kardashians is through Scott Disick, who was Kardashian's husband and like the father of Mason Kardashian. I hate that I know all this about these people. But basically, we knew we had a connection to him, and basically, they would do posts for us occasionally if we would wash their cars every Friday and whatever it would be. And that's expensive, but it works out. Now there was this muralist who this girl told us about. She was an influencer. She basically, if you know what Bratz dolls are, they're like, I don't know, kind of like not Barbie, but they're like, you know what a Bratz doll is? Yeah, so that's like its own art form. And so this woman would do murals around LA that were very Bratz dolls esque, and the reason why she caught the attention of the owner of the business was because not just because she had a really Instagram following, but she had a nice Bentley. And anybody who had like a really nice car like that would get his attention, and it looks really good on social media and stuff. And so we reached out to her, and we're like, hey, we would like to offer you like premium services for like 3 times a month or something like that, for in exchange for you doing one post a month. And this girl was really expensive. I remember she was like, I'll do it, but plus you have to pay me $3,000 a month. And that wasn't all that expensive. We could afford that, but it was like, you've got like 50,000 followers, or I don't know, maybe she had 200,000 followers or whatever. It just wasn't the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, basically, with her. And the reason why I mentioned, no, I don't. I didn't know who she was then, but we had someone who worked at the business who was like, "Oh, I follow this person on Instagram. They're really big. They're a really big person." And I was like, and that was another interesting thing. Like everybody knows who the Kardashians are, but like I'd be like to somebody, we'd be washing a car like somewhere in Beverly Hills, and look at the address and then be, oh, that's Quentin Tarantino. A lot of times these people would not do it under their own card. They would have their assistant do it because they don't want a whole bunch of like paparazzi and stuff like that there. They just and I said to one of the people, and I'm like, "Oh, Quentin Tarantino, that's Quentin Tarantino's house," and she's like, "Who's that?" You know, this girl didn't know who Quentin Tarantino was, but she knew who this fucking muralist was. It really just kind of depended on whatever your interest was, and you know, with something like getting back to that evergreen content, we would find influencers, not that necessarily that muralists, but other people who would be like, "Thank you so much, Mold Wash, for cleaning my car. It's been so nice. It's so nice having the car wash come to you. It's like Uber or Lyft for car washing. It's amazing. I got to go have my nails done while my car was being washed, and I'm just pampering myself. Treat yourself. Go get yourself. Go use the service." They would say those kinds of things. But guess what? That content stays on there for years. So that's why, like, if they wanted to, and so that would be an agreement that we would work out with someone. Hey, if you leave this up and don't delete it, we'll continue to provide you this service indefinitely. And even though the state of California shut down that app, many of them still have their testimonials that are way down on their timeline. But if somebody's interested, they'll go down there. And, with our organization, that was a little different. But if you're like if you're like a clothing brand or something like that, that is more visual, not that ours isn't visual, but that's the kind of way that you want to promote your content. The fact is, if somebody's wearing your shirt on their social media, they're not, if they like whatever they did and they like their look, they'll keep that on there 20 years from now. You know what I mean? And so, from your perspective, if you have somebody who works really hard to create an ad for whatever it is, we talk about like a mom and pop coffee shop in San Francisco, and they're proud of it. They put work into it. They'll leave it up just because it's art that they created, and they want their friends to see how creative they are. 5 years will go by, and that'll still be an advertisement, and that advertisement is not being tracked. It's not, just seeing how many views a post, but yet that content, like using your phrase, is evergreen.
But they can't spend the time. Maybe you don't know when. So however, people start to start putting this here. Listen,
That's correct. And you will have, I see it all the time on social media. People put up a post, and then in the comments, someone says, "Hey, I really love this. Please DM me. Let's collaborate." You see that all the time. And so people will just say, "I'm going to keep up this advertisement that I made for this company because I might get somebody who comes out and wants me to do something for them." Not even related to CrowdSpark or whatever. Just exactly. It's like it's a way for people to showcase their skill.
So first go ahead and conquer the land, not kind of over there as you go through it, conquer it, then go back and that's what you want to do.
You did it.
Still see topic. As the Yosef says, you shall go at a little bit square in his people. But so actually, it's cuts the also actually the cuts the construct.
That's correct. Like in Enemy of the State, like in Minority Report, like in The Born Identity. Oh yeah, no, totally. And I've discussed this, like the Super Bowl. Some of the most powerful advertisements I've ever experienced were because I was around people when I saw the advertisement, and it had a connection with me. We discussed it immediately, whether it was funny or whether it was moving, whatever it was. It was a piece of art that we digested together, and that is an incredibly powerful marketing tool. Yeah. Very soon thereafter, you'll just get brain-computer interface advertisements that you might not even be able to escape. Um, all right, so we've got. Right. Okay. Yeah. So I've seen this before. And they were doing this in malls. Malls were an interesting place to advertise, and we did a little mall advertising in the. There was a new mall that opened up in Glendale, which is known as the Glendale Galleria, which is like a famous mall. It's one of the nicest malls in the LA area, and they had some kind of like you know when you go in the mall and there's like the directory and you can like on the sides of the directory they'll just put like advertising there. we did that. One of the things, though, that they were proposing, and they didn't have it rolled out yet, and it still hasn't been rolled out, but that there would be a camera on the other side of the, let's say, the information booth or whatever, and it would recognize your age and your gender, and then automatically show you ads that it perceived as something in which you would be interested. And I think in the future, that's kind of what you will find. So you may have multiple people looking at the same screen, but seeing different advertisements simultaneously. And you could do that. Like, imagine, I actually saw this on social media yesterday. Um, when you have like 3D glasses and like one side is red and the other side is blue, and if you look at them simultaneously, it looks 3D. But if you only look with one of the sides, you're only going to see one of the pictures, like with the red. And if you look at the blue, you only see the other picture. Does that make sense? Okay, excellent. So the same idea, we could both be, or let's just say a man and a woman could both be looking at the same screen, but the man would see something that was targeted at men, and the woman would see something that's targeted at women, and they'd be looking at the exact same screen, but the screen would be displaying different uh, different images to them. And this is becoming, I think, probably, well, and so the idea is in the future, if you've ever seen, I think it's Minority Report, they also, I think, do it in The Bourne Identity, but also Enemy of the State. I think it's Minority Report where Tom Cruise is walking through a mall, and um, the advertisements in the mall are saying his name and like trying to target him, and he's like trying to escape them, something like that. Um, that would be a reality. So instead of it saying an advertisement saying, you know, are you sick of cleaning your toilet? Well, use XYZ toilet cleaner. It's the best toilet cleaner around. It will say, Riser, hey, come here. Riser, yeah, come here. Are you sick of cleaning your toilet? We know that you own a Kohler toilet. Use this certain kind of toilet cleaner for the best results for your home in Minneapolis, Minnesota, or whatever it is, like wherever they want to target you. It'll be very specific, and it will. It's just a matter of legislation that they allow advertisers to be able to target you for such information. And I've heard it said before, the way that the New World Order or Skynet or Big Brother or whatever you want to consider it will be ushered in is through your advertising ID. If you're not familiar with your advertising ID, you should be. If you look in the settings of your phone, you will see that you have an advertising ID. And you can reset that ID. But that just tells the server that you reset it on March 6th, 2026. And instead of before, when it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever. But that you changed it. So basically, everyone is connected to an advertising ID. And then in the future, legislation will be passed, and there will be all kinds of loopholes for you to be tracked based on advertising. And when you say that you're going to be tracked, that sounds really scary to people. But if you say to someone, we're going to be able to enhance your experience and give you a more personalized environment that will make things more efficient for you, that sounds positive. When in reality, we're tracking your every movement, and we are going to target you specifically for certain political beliefs or certain products or certain behaviors. What I'm saying is that under the guise of advertising, we will be able to. I mean, even you said to me, I almost bought a Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 number shirt because I just see you wearing it. Now, I don't promote it. I mean, I'm not saying, hey, when did you buy this? You know, I'm just naturally doing this. So even like, I think you do, and you just don't recognize it. If you're ever on Amazon and they feature a product, it's like, oh, that's a cool product. I'm going to buy that product. And it would not have been featured if somebody wasn't buying Amazon ads to be able to promote their product. I know that's a big one for me on Amazon. I'm like an Amazon junkie, and I would see cool stuff on Amazon, like a digital mall, and I'd be like, "Oh, that's cool. Oh, but even cooler," and they would promote it post. I have one for you. I'm right now streaming on 5 different tablets, not just phones, tablets. And when I bought these tablets, they're Amazon Fire tablets. I remember them. And say to buy each one, I'd say it was like $150 to buy one. I bought them refurbished too. But I was buying so many different devices a few years ago that I was like, I was buying them in bulk. And so I'm like, okay, if I buy 5 of these, I could buy 5 of these for at $150 each. But I could buy 6 of them, which is, one more or whatever, if I buy a different model of them. And the model, the only thing that is different in the model is that it shows advertisements on the home screen, and you can't get rid of those advertisements. So, like, literally, I have 5 different tablets that if I shut them off, they just show Amazon advertisements on the away screen or whatever. Now, there is a way you can call Amazon or contact Amazon, and they can shut that off for you. But basically, Amazon, what I'm saying is Amazon sold a tablet that was less expensive if you allowed it to advertise to you. And I think in the future, that will become the norm, that you will just buy an iPhone. There'll be 2 kinds of iPhones. There'll be one that shows you advertisements on the homepage or whatever, and then one that doesn't. But the one that doesn't is much more expensive than the one that does. Oh, look who the fuck it is! Okay, well, we're asking you a question since you can't ask the question. Are you ready to lose? Because both of you have invitations to do so.
It's just the biggest. You're not. And you find out she's on the sex call. What would you do in that situation?
How hot is she? That's the most important question out of all of this. 0 to 10. Give it to me.
Well, it's Rihanna. You Chris Brown in the situation you do.
But Rihanna, I mean, she's okay looking, but like, if you're Chris Brown, you could get some bitch in you. Look, all I want to know is, Riser, why haven't you accepted my invitation? Are you talking about? Are you talking about when he punched? Are you talking about? How about I just ask you the question? Are you talking about when he punched her before the Grammys or whatever?
Yeah, she was
I like justice, so I would think that you should be prosecuted and whatever.
Fair enough. But this does prosecute you and it's not so to that.
Okay, well, I don't think anybody has the permission to put their hand on somebody else without consent. So if she didn't consent to it,
With children, sex on
all right. I mean, then he could go to the authorities with his money and perhaps have some kind of prosecution. Okay. Then, yeah, I had heard that it wasn't because of that. I had heard it was because she said that she gave him herpes and didn't tell him about it, and he got pissed off about it. Yeah, Zoot, the king of STDs over here. Zoot, did you ever get tested for chlamydia or gonorrhea? No, you didn't. You're lying. Riser, Zoot came in here the other day. He was trying to win the lottery, and he felt that if he was like absolutely honest with everything that he said, that he could win the lottery. And I just he just basically straight up said like I just randomly come in here and lie sometimes. And
if he is good, a decade ago, I'm testing recently.
Okay, that's fine. Why wouldn't you get tested after the people who emailed you to get tested asked you to get tested? Okay, if I ever had an email that suggested I get tested for an STD, I would get tested. I wouldn't like go around being like, oh, trying to hook up with people that glory holes or whatever. I mean, you're just putting people in danger. Riser might have one of the best shots ever.
What do you mean? That's what it
No, I did not. There's no hit his ball. Yes, hit his ball. Badly, Zoo. Yeah, we have. Yeah. All right. Well, the fact that you don't recall it doesn't necessarily mean it's untrue. All I know is I'm sucking major league dick. Cool. Was he good looking? Maybe the greatest looking motherfucker ever. Dude, what are you doing? Collusion.
you'll see someone seeking her class, and you'll say, what smells like a cover, what will do now? So, the favorite, I don't know about this called cover. Covering also does not
Oh, thankfully he went in. If he hadn't have gone in, there was a really good chance that I would put his ball in. That's a terrible shot. Dude, you know what to do, big dog. Hit the cow, and then I'll hit the barn. Or the windmill. No, it's not that difficult. He might fuck me though if he does the angle and hits my ball. There's a big chance he could fuck me. That's a great idea. Razor's got a great idea for you.
Somebody else, right? You wouldn't plant a tree, not for the sake of a Bodhisattva, not for the sake of a myself of you. I don't think you're going to only to worship it.
Oh, what a great shot. Hit my ball.
And then subsequently worship. So kind of have a whole tree, and then when you do the on worship, you treat it like you melt. Therefore, again, there is no high school so when you kind of what is the Ashura which is not
Yeah, baby. No.
About not to value Ashura introduces in the other, although that you shake like that level is recovered. In the mad way, Katas for Israel, so also time comes up. I think the message is just for study purposes, and later on is worship as a Bodhisattva.
Dude, what is this bullshit?
Why? Because he was at that point in time, that tree is like what? Is like
Did I say soup? What is this bullshit? No, I didn't. Yeah, he can. He could fucking resign.
So then the Mesa, that's not what Jesus you can Adam call. And then the other is motor. On the other hand, you see that
So what the fuck is this talking?
İlan şınatıkları yapmışın aşırı. Burası abdu. Asır kılantani da har. Suppose that ultimate the risk is no. Even if you plant it in the street for just standing and then you do you worship it. That is not.
Oh, I didn't even see the whole video.
Why not? So you use what he says in the other community. Because also listening, he says that you have to be a person. Because a person ultimately is going to have to go to once worship. is that Sheshes. So Sheshes says, this is second line of the Kama Saga, Kilo Shmetal myself up to water, Tanakama holds, the issue is planted to stand tensions, not about each other, just plant and stand. And then any worship.
Riser has one of the most difficult shots I've ever seen. That was great.
Did you hear the
The who? Is that some Australian bullshit? Dude, why did they end it?
Just stop. Without any specific intention. And only worship afterwards. Nevertheless,
What did he say? That Zoot's funny? Oh, Zoot just helped me. Maybe more than anybody.
If he wins that, I know he's supposed to be. I don't know how I can't count. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
The biggest sports in Australia right now.
Okay. Well, that sucks. That radio show's done. Did you like it? Did you like the Jackie O show? Yeah.
I mean, it's one of the most controversial radio figures in Australia.
Is it like Howard Stern or something? It's who? Oh, is Howard Stern hated? Oh, by some people.
Imagine this
Oh, wow, that's a lot. Yeah, Don. Do you think Riser's going to make this shot? Because I think they have a very good shot at making it.
Wipe out all of the apples, like what? Like your dad's
Riser, why didn't you make your shot?
Similarly, Victoria says, hello, Leon Halak, your cards on the hills. What did you like? Hello, Hakimo, hello, Kapos, hello, baby. And ultimately, again, the hills cannot become your gods. I would have said, Shomea Hani, Kakas, Kopis,
What website got banned in Australia today, Z? Was it Reddit? Okay, what was it, dog? Is it Pornhub? Oh, no shit. Man, Zoot's going to be VPN his way into the netherworld. What did you say, Zoot?
I understand
How to make those decisions. I think people should be able to do what they're going to do.
Yet when it comes to our shade of underneath it's okay, I would talk about the tree itself can actually come out with other, but
that's what he just asked, son.
But what's happening, the Torah itself says,
So what did Bonnie Blue retire at? She's still top 10? Dude, you've already been there 50 times. Zoot's going to be protesting the government interaction. People will be like, what are you doing? He's going to be like, you didn't know? We're like, what? They shut down Pornhub in Australia. People will be like, there's like 1,000 other porn sites to go to. It's like, I know. But that's my favorite one. Zoot, when did she give? Zoot, when did she birth? When does this bitch give birth? I know. Remember, you were gonna have stand-up bit on it. Probably in the fall. Yeah, okay, fine. But I mean that's technically the fall still. Okay, well nobody gives a shit what you call it on the other side of the world. I'm talking about real people, baby. No, that would be spring for you, right? Yeah, it would be spring for you. Yeah, generally. Wait, well, no one. Do you call it shrimp on the Barbie? Yeah, you do. I was gonna ask that. I was talking to somebody from the UK the other day, and they were like saying prawns. That's hilarious. Shrimp. Okay, do you call it prawns on the Barbie? What do you call it when people eat prawns on barbecue? What do you call a barbecue? Call it a Barbie? You don't call it a Barbie at all? Okay. And do people drink Fosters? I know everything about Australia. I know all of the stereotypes, and I know that people don't drink Fosters there. It's just something that's marketed in the United States to get Americans to think that you drink Fosters. And I know that you call them prawns, and I think shrimp on the Barbie comes from like 1970s Australian stereotypes. Like all knowledge that Americans have of Australia is Paul Hogan. That's right, baby.
all it would have said is Hashem Tikazim.
Hey, Riser. Riser, what is it like to allow me to have a perfect game?
Therefore, again, it has to be destroyed. So now, what do I do with the extra concept? Ashrei Tikadim. I can tell you, Ashrei Tikadim, Ilan Shinato, Ulu Basov. Which was initially planned before regular purpose.
I think I'm the best person ever at this hole. Zoo, what's the name of this hole?
I'm sorry. Brabana.
It's not. It's the pee hole.
And then subsequently that the tree will become hustle as a reason. So they're learning it after.
All right, so
you both have to say keep that the tree initially for regular purposes in the crops. And then worship it. That the tree never and the tree does not transform into a Sarah. So what do they do with the phrase Hashem Tikadim? What's the amazing?
So what did you think of my shot? Did you just sneeze? What did you think of my shot, big dog? Yes, it was. Collusion. Collusion, folks. Collusion, folks. Oh, fuck.
Then they went back and destroyed. So what happens again? These three old people come so they're knocking down and cutting down about the Zara.
No way this works. What a beautiful shot. Making it very difficult for him to water bubble now. How are you able to do it? You douche.
When you exit the land, you're obligated to go ahead and what? You're obligated to go ahead and cut down the
I know, but I almost did a better shot.
After you conquered, then you go back and you upgrade. So what's that? You're incredibly so light.
This is a tough water ball. What a water ball.
It's not a right or a wrong.
This is a difficult water ball. So.
As I said, remember again, people should feel it takes 14 minutes. So first go ahead and conquer the land, not down about those other
Fuck you, dog.
then go back and destroy.
It's gonna send me back really far.
So actually,
Hey, collusion, baby. Collusion. What are the odds that Dude never returns? Riser, you're so interested in marketing. You should really watch $1 Billion Bully. It's like it baby. Baby. Big dog. I'm ready, baby. Wait, hold on. Hold on, I have to position. I didn't mean to dodge the question. So, what was your question? You just said I dodged the question, and I'm saying I didn't mean to, if that's what your interpretation was. No. I'm saying that I didn't. I'm saying that's your interpretation.
So this is an incredible result. Somebody check it out.
That's true.
It's not just like to start worshiping it or to destroy or to go and destroy
Excellent question. The ad that a woman would see would be crowdsourced to be really impactful for her, and the man would see would be crowdsourced to be very impactful to him. So you would just use crowd spark or whatever to get ads that are really specific to women who are shopping or whatever, and then ones for men that are really into shopping or whatever, and they could be staring at the same medium and be given two different ads. Okay, so at that, it'll just have a camera that knows who you are and then shows you advertisements that are geared towards you at that time. Okay, that doesn't answer your question at all. So you're asking, so how does crowd spark, how is it still relevant in that world, right? Well, nothing's forever. And so at that point, once AI that's like generating perfectly curated videos for people, you're out of business. Yeah, but I mean, that's like not happening yet. And, I know. Remember we said that advertisements that are linked to humans will have more of an impact on them emotionally than AI ones. So you still have that advantage. So at the very bottom, it would say like at Zoot, who created this ad for you. You'd be like, oh, that was created by a real person. Zoot, I'm gonna look them up. I'm gonna see what their shit's about. As opposed to just, something that you would get from Sora or something. I'm cutting you off right now because I want you to know that AI is getting so good with these Instagram models that I don't know if they're real or not. I know you may be like, well, I can tell, but like followed by. I agree. They have to start making them worse, meaning like The way that I can tell is just everything is too perfect. When everything's too perfect, it's like it makes me suspicious, especially in the background and stuff. Like, but if it's if these people like the people so that the background doesn't look perfect or whatever, isn't perfect or whatever, I can't tell the difference. It's very close to the point where I'm in the uncanny valley. Well, that's the thing is you don't always people don't always use it, and especially if a woman uses a filter that makes her look a little artificial, I can't tell. Like there are some of these that I look at that I'm like they are AI, and then there are others that I'm like I think that's a real person. They've got like 500,000 followers or whatever, but all their content looks exactly the same, and I don't know. And who's to say that like if you create a Facebook or an Instagram account, I've been creating a bunch of those recently. You create the Instagram account, and you don't have to like upload your ID at the very beginning or anything to prove that you're a real person. And if you have really good AI models and you never tag it as AI, there's a good chance nobody will ever think that that's AI, or at least for over the course of a few years. I'm sure that you've been fooled by at least one of them, and you don't know. I'm sure I have too, and I'm sure Zoot has by thousands of them. Zoot, we're about. Yes, sir. Zoot, are you ready to watch a movie? $1 billion bully. Zoot, do they have Yelp in Australia? Thank you. You took the words right out of my mouth. I would bet money Zoot does not have the attention span to watch an entire movie. Yeah, it's beautiful. Thank you so much for showing me. Yes, sir.
Estimation Bamtasha, when the thing that Shada, Asira, so I was that Shada, what about Shada? This poses existential difficulty for us. Right? What about the Ashera? So the Ashera, remember again, is something that by definition is underneath struggle landscape. By definition is of the again. This is Avodah. So we'll say using what we learned before, we'll start using Aleha or Elohim, Elohim. Why would I show you the answer? Well, so here we go.
That's exactly right. If you caught what the guy said at the beginning, it's beautifully put. Did you catch what he said? What, just start it over. Listen to what this guy says. It's the perfect summary. Just watch it again. Just watch again. I'll watch it. All the way to the beginning. All the way to the beginning. Come on, start it over.
Therefore, this identity transforms into the aspect of our body. The first is that the other person, that was the other ultimately has Jesus, whatever was created in this part by man, obviously, the human's health is not created by man, it is practically grows on own. And the nicest of that is something that is learned by man, therefore by that, I'm going to give you and you open the other Yufana. So you keep it says, and go to Dash Nash says that you open the other Yufana and follow the other Yufana. So the animate unto Dash must be covered. And you cover the Sha'at and Mosi and Gamoa to give us saw the it's God should sham for us. So I say that you
I really think it is.
So I can be sure. Hello, Ian, I'll probably I like what was on the list. It's probably to that was it to that every so that you feel like comes along. It comes along. And you feel say, you understand. So it's not just coming to the opportunity. It's like a drug. How do you know that? It's simple. There's a drug that goes just coming from the woods. The Lord. Then what? What do you like? What's happening back there? Versus Twitter could have just said, it's not about the door. Why do you have to get into an announcement on your own? Why do you need that? But even says the first actually giving us the exactly market. So he's giving us like a whole design telling you that I will change can and you have to root out the Avodah Zarah. I'm going to tell you where to find the Avodah Zarah. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the mountain. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the trees. This is on top of the hill. The Avodah Zarah is off of the trees. For a thing that we keep on this thing. So you could have like that, but this is really that you can before. You could be very well again. Because then it's just kind of camera that you don't see. I really are not. Everybody actually sees you in the city. Spiritual jackpot. Let's get better than this. Should have not only said all of the facilities in addition to the halakhic ramifications, that's kind of camera that you say really brought out of us. There's another piece you can identify for us where to find that where to find it out, where to find it.
Which is it?
I was going to say it's the bottom line. That's what the strange is about.
That actually isn't a bad idea.
But I love the next stuff. Even if one worships in now to for a real, so all the times that's one that happened. It is only one worships that is not a pirate, so it's only one worships that is on it out there. That is on it out. No time for some time on each other. Shiva is different. Shiva is the exception. Why? Remember this phrase that is each must be something other. Because it's a person that has been lost involved in the family of the tree. Therefore, by definition, the person has the ability to transform the identity of the tree into the essence of all the people. So just to say, the Bible but it's true that the height that usually the height of all says since the height is historically they want to be not happy because it's like going around to that. And again, what it is that show is always supposed to be placed on the highest point of the existence. That's the follow the council of the good stuff that you also need to try to have all so you can ask our castle. And you'll say, you can have a hard thing. And you also both are saying you worship without not of what. You can go ahead and take that which is on the mountain and travel with Sarah. The Lord said, look, you do the random country rock a couple of times. So you know already the definition that was. That was. There is some, there is people that they argue about something. But the people who kind of come and ideas that concern is so clear. You say we behind Kalakama, our Almakama, our reflective, seek for your heart to hide because of that. What's in this that what happens if the mountain is covered in gold? Seek where your heart to hide. So the mountain itself is covered in gold. The Shiloh is, let's say, one worships the mountain. So what's the Shiloh? What's the Shiloh? Good. And so I think the Shiloh is what's the status of the cover? As it was that he's considered to be covered now or not. Remember again, why it's covered? Because of the covering is different than what you're separate from this entity. However, when it's on the mountain itself, the Shiloh is on the mountain, and therefore can't be transformed into level of Zara. There's a second entity, this entity can't be transformed to level of Zara. Tanakama summer, Tanakama holds, seek for your heart, April Kihai. Tanakama holds that is not like the mountain, and therefore will miss and therefore to worship it, and Spanish becomes level of Zara. That you'll say, you summer, seek for your heart, hurry, you'll say, hold the note, covering of the mountain, Spanish what? Spanish like the mountain itself, and therefore to worship it, the covering is not to be like part of the mountain, and therefore again, I'm sorry, that doesn't be part of the mountain, separate than the mountain, and therefore becomes us. And you'll see that, and you'll see some of people have that, and you'll see people hold that coming of the mountain that can have themselves. But will have got it out. Still that can cover it, but will to the mountain itself. The favorite, the high level is still covered the mountain. Can't carry something like that. For the mountain is going to be covering also does not become us. There was a lot that they had is that for covering that what? I believe it's mountain is covered in gold, plus the saddest of gold, kind of have a hole. It's not like the mountain, therefore it's also the real story is it's like the mountain, and therefore Switch summer, she says, وكل الأعمال والهذه الامتحان تشمل training reality every piece, but the covering of the language is not the way and also ultimately remember, Darshana like this camel, that Abraham, Kessa, the son of Abraham, comes to include not just the separate and distinct either situated on top of the mountain, but rather what? But even a covering, a covering on top of the mountain as well. So what's the matter with this? The Alpha, what's the other days? The Alpha, that's very interesting. The Iman should not do with myself of the coming. What's that about this? Worthy of the left again. The Alpha, the Iman should not do with myself of the coming. What's that? The issue is as follows. If you planted a tree, and you only began to worship it some of the later time. You guys can just point. You run it up. Shalom Hashem Hashem. Since I planted a tree, Abraham. Somebody else, like you then planted a tree, not to sake of Avodah Zarah, not to sake of Avodah Zarah. With myself up you, and only again, only this worship it you are. So remember, every question of tree is this planted for Avodah Zarah, which you have some in this case, I'm going ahead and I'm going to choose that come up. And ultimately, only begins to worship it through the art. So the Gemara says, kind of comes sovereign, so the kind of comes he wants to actually play this kind of national. He wants to know, he South actually, like, on the page 45 to the first line. He wants to know, she wants to know, so on. The family kind of come with them, a horrible bow shot. So it's kind of come up with them. The mountains and those of them who had been fulfilled by us. So the foreign, although I see us alive on the scope of the 87 says, therefore, again, kind of come will say, kind of come will say, that the tree is planted not to the level of the solar mission. Common trees, and the love becomes a whole other. The tree is the most important mountain. Right? So that is the mountain. The mountain is there. That level reserve is just there, and then subsequently worship. So kind of come a whole for a tree, planted initially for regular purposes, three purposes, and then when you give an arm worship, he would like to be counted. Therefore, again, the easy well, I think that's not what's called. The easy actually lost. This is actually. So, when you kind of come, what is the actually which is actually? So, should not do the two on the cat. The Sasyan, other thing of blood, and the thinking to the Shema is go up. About not to carry Shema Shema, that thinking to the other, although that you shake the love that level is go up. I have to make mad to let cat as for Israel, not for Israel. So, say, kind of comes up here. The fish commenced to choose planted initially and later on his worship as Avodah Zarah, so that tree cannot be transformed into a culture of Avodah Zarah. Why? Because he knows that at that point in time, that tree is like what? Is like a mountain origin. And what about Jesus Yad Adam? I'm not going to put this in Jesus Yad Adam, only to the role of the trees which is planted in Avodah Zarah. But if it was planted correctly, you don't need to establish it. Other of oil and juice. Right? So then again, the Maisa, that because that's not what Jesus you do Adam bow. And therefore, your both side is important. On the other hand, if you that can increase us from words, so this is what's in the world. Once you listen to the right, and you're reading from the Lord to say, you have to carry that to the solution to that. So with ourselves, also, to the Dalila so what's the whole thing the issue is no. Even if you plan to issue for just stamp reasons, and then you go on to go ahead and watch, you worship it, that is not like the mountain or the no, why not? So you use what Jesus says. Because also when he says that the end of the person, because the person who ultimately is going to have the ability to transform his level of God, wants worship. So we'll say, turns out that according to this approach, actually that's really myself, but this is the Shesha. So Shesha says, one of the arguments, probably mentioned that for myself, this is second line of damages, kind of a summer, you know, she mentioned myself, winter, kind of holds, the shoe is planted, it's just stabbing tensions, right? Not about each other, it's just trying to stamp, and then only worship afterwards is winter. Why? Because again, it kind of treats that type of tree like what? Like the mountain or like the hill. What about Jesus? You says he did undergo kind of conversations only with principle of why when he initial planting was done by Mozilla purposes. And Yosef really says, he says, no, we should not hold ourselves up to ourselves. And Yosef really says, no, the tree, even if the tree was initially planted, just stand without any specific intention and only worship afterwards. Nevertheless, the tree will still be awesome. Like I said, again, that Yosef really planted because he owes two Saturday on the law person planted this. So you know, initially, there was no intention to travel to Zara, since the intention now to travel to Zara comes later on. Therefore, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala from the identity of the tree, and it is not like the mountain or the night. You guys are doing right. It will be 26 months. It may not Ashira Asira. What's another again? What do we say for some? Why is it Ashira? Why is the Ashira Asira? If there's huge bunch of these Asira, the other. And also, Ashira was planted by a person. Because huge bunch of these Asira, the other Asira. And anything that involves us, that anything I see involves has the ability to evolve into a conscious evolution. This is the transform ultimately into evolution. Usual Isas Adam, the Asir, that's what the Mishnah says, anything that has Isas to the Adam, what does that come from? My love, the Asir, Shinatu, Ulvasova. What's it, does that not come from you? In the case of a tree that is planted, it just stands for purposes, and later on, also is worship to tell you that such a tree does have the ability to that manifest. The act that you'll see that the summer, he learns nothing of herself of the awesome, and ultimately again, even that you'll see that Buddha holds, that the tree was planted initially again also to stand purposes, and only worship later on, and then as we go, come also to Samuel, and you'll see that Buddha hold that. Coach, so let's see what he said as follows. The Torah Shemaiah, Elohim al-Bahari, Elohim Elohim. What's the only thing that just tries to keep in mind? The blessing itself only poses the first phrase. The second phrase is Russia. The first phrase is God coming down himself, wipe out all of the others, like what? Like Elohim al-Bahari, like the gods on the mountains. Russia, minus is although Elohim, the darkness cannot become their God. So that's and transform the mountain into a cancer of Abolishon. Similarly, the Torah says, Elohim alakos, your gods on the hills. What is that? Elohim propose Elohim. And ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their gods. I would have said, Shomea Halim. Takas kopi laanan Elohim, kalau laanan Elohim is everything. Process takas kopi laanan everything. I would just like to look at it so that is defined that is a Mokara, so laanan Elohim itself. And that is from however, the person says that they have to discuss with the flesh. The process does destroy the fire. What's it? Correct version says that he's arguing. Ever not is the other block. That's the case. Then why do I need that phrase after? What's it? Until happy with you. The phrase itself is easy. I understand as Elohim, our origin. But I like both. For using it says, you shall destroy your gods, you shall unannounced with it on the list. That gives me a clear indication that what? That the obligation to defend with his other that is on the hill for not in itself, accepting in itself is worship, even if not in itself is worship. Yet when it comes to our shade, what does the Torah say? Achas called Yitzra'ana. Why is that actually like Achas? Achas means what? Underneath is okay, I would have thought, what is the Torah telling you? The tree itself cannot become a his other, but the items underneath the trees can. For 1 second, the Torah itself says, not very for the Torah itself says that what? That the Asheris tells me what? Tells me what? That the Asheris can become. The Asheris can become Avodah. What's going on? So that's the reason why the Asheris can become Avodah. So then why use what the Achas called La'anan? Avu Ibn so that's completely different than the saying, listen, Avu Ibn anyway, keep up, and it told me about other products. Vediamo se sono Allora, prima si chiamava Outlash del Master Combat Attack was at the Royal Brigade Sound.
Suits, yes, watch it.
So now, what do I do with the extra person of Hashem Tika Devon? I can tell you, Hashem Tika Devon, Mikilan Shirato, over myself. Also, when it comes to the Shira tree, which was initially planted for regular purposes and subsequently worshipped. So the Gemara says, my Abdullah is the Yeshua. I'm sorry. Rabbanan, Hi Hashem Tika Devon, my Abdullah. Also, this is much. Now, according to Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Yehuda, we hold initially for mundane purposes, and then subsequently worship, but the tree becomes usher as a Avodah. So the learning out from the thing is actually fantastic. Everybody comes to that level, he holds the also two plants the tree initially for regular purposes and then once. And then you worship it, but the tree remains maker, and the tree does not transform into Avodah. So what do they do with the phrase Hashem to God, the most amazing? I've actually taken my Abdullah, the kid that you're showing me, also this is the reason for the Josh I'm showing you, you do it of all the scope of them, holds me in the Bush Eretz Yisrael. The Bush Eretz Yisrael, hold them in the Peter Avodah scope. This is amazing. So, what you're going to behold the conquest of Eretz Yisrael looks like. There are two steps in the Avodah Yisrael. The first step was cutting down the Avodah. Like literally, when these trees cutting it down, these idols not to be over. And then, the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Eretz Yisrael. After Eretz Yisrael was conquered and captured, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the Avodah. So that's amazingly so. So what happens again? The three old people come in order to the bush, so they're knocking down and cutting down of Avodah Zarah. That is as they're rolling through the land, so they're going to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying it. Right now, again, it has to be kibush. So, however, kibush are so called in the Bible. Also, the country of land has to receive only the this moment. We do over this called in the kibush are actually says if the sunset is starting
Not necessarily, but like if people have self-pleasure, they don't think they just remove there's some sort of local business, and one thing that I feel like business was to locations that were close to us. So then somebody did car wash, even though we didn't have a brick and mortar car wash anymore, our name came up. It was like free. And so what we would do is we would register a bunch of businesses throughout Orange County and LA County. And so wherever we were, we type in car wash, and all of a sudden it says car wash, and it was free everything. And then we could add reviews to it. So we would sometimes I would just create 100 Google accounts in a day, and then just say great service, 5 stars, and that would work for some of the locations, but other locations it just depended how much I pushed them. But some of those reviews are still up. You know how I am. It was easier about the name I would just do it because I'm getting paid, and this is like, and really good employees. That's well. So something to do, we're just bring I gotta say that one of the reasons why I know so much about all these social media accounts, I have tens of thousands of them, is because I used to get paid to manipulate the system. Where's the list where you can burn? You have to go ahead and uproot the afterwards.
ultimately we learn from the place that you shall destroy the enemy from this place. Like giving us
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, was this a rabbi idea?
all of the apples that
So, well, it was a combination. It was a combination. So, the owner of the business owned the property throughout Southern California, and wherever he ran like a warehouse or something, he would put a Google My Business page. What I did, we would use something called Phantom addresses. So basically, some places would allow you to have a mailbox without a brick and mortar location, and we would register throughout cities where we wanted to gain foothold, register an electronic mailbox, and then we could get a Google My Business. The way you get a Google My Business account is you have to receive a piece of mail in that location physically, it gives you an email, and then you have to put a number in, basically to confirm that you received a piece of mail. Especially in places where property values are extremely high, Malibu, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, we would register a Google My Business location in that area using a Phantom email address, and then basically I have a list of one time I bought 1,000 Google accounts. That was about time. I bought like a ton of them. The thing is, they didn't last that long. They eventually got but I didn't pay. But I would take those accounts and say, great car wash, easy service, super easy, great customer service, 5 stars. And then all of a sudden, when somebody on Rodeo Drive, where the price of real estate was extremely high, they would look on their map, and all of a sudden, that's this car wash. That's advertising. So I started doing it in places that were really high profile, and when you would type car wash anywhere in Southern California, we were going to pop up. And brick and mortar car washes hated it because basically we were looking like there was a physical location there and there was not. It's an excellent question. Eventually Google got hit with this and they would not let you use mailboxes, and they would also do research on Google Restream, but it worked. Like here's the thing, we might have tried it in 30 different cities, and 18 of them sucked. That's great, maybe not all of them sucked, but I did. And that allows us to have a huge footprint so that anywhere from the Mexican border in San Diego to Santa Barbara, far north of Los Angeles, when you type in car wash, we are going to advertise it for free ads. And you can click on it, and especially in places where you not get a car wash. I mean, nobody gets a car wash in Malibu. The price of real estate was too expensive, but we wanted people to know that we get our service, and so we really hard to do that, and it worked very well. I mean, I think I could still do it. I could make it, but I just had car wash. I mean, I can remember one in Irvine. I put a bunch of Irvine, and it worked for years. Right down the street. Irvine. That looked like a car wash this year. And Well, so here's what the issue is. You had to get a postcard at that address. If you could get a postcard at that address, you could do it. And so we used to send postcards to like people associated with the business. Hey, can we get this number set for you to read us this number over the phone? And then all of a sudden, I mean, I have it. And all these places along the coast where there's a lot of money, but nobody has the price of real estate is far too expensive for a brick and mortar car wash. We're dominating those areas because somebody would type in car wash in Newport Beach. There aren't any car washes, or like maybe they're in like a gas station or something. All of a sudden, you can get car detailing coming to you, and they advertise. Worked really well, and it worked really well for SEO, search engine optimization. When somebody would type in the Google car wash, boom, we're going to show up on the map. We're going to show up in the results. We dominated. Our SEO strategy, we show up. In fact, we were doing it sometimes multiple in the city, so that if anybody wanted the car wash, we were multiple ads for us. We were sending postcards all over Southern California just to get somebody to read us the 6-digit code, and then all of a sudden, once that happened, we got a pin on the map so that over the course of a year, we kind of had 50 feeds for us in Southern California. You type mobile launch you'll see it close, but you'll see it show up. The thing that with Yelp, and I thought this was an excellent argument that we made, we weren't a physical car wash, so we're a technology company. So why are you able to Yelp us? You couldn't Yelp on Uber, you couldn't Yelp on Lyft, you couldn't Yelp on DoorDash. Those weren't brick and mortar places. So why are you able to Yelp us? We're not a brick and mortar place either. And I think that's a legitimate argument that basically could have potentially won, but we never pushed it further. Eventually, we did what all these people did. We just started paying, I think, $5,000 a month, which is a lot of money. And we just embraced it. And we just were like, okay, we'll get business from this. Yeah, we did. When this I used to go to every business all the time. Whenever we got a 1-star review, I would get a call immediately. It was like the bad call. And he'd be like, do everything you can to try to get them to reverse their feelings. And when I first started the business, I did this. And I could work magic. I really could. I could convince people to change it to me whatever I wanted. Because I was good on my phone. But eventually I said, I don't do that. I'm not a customer service manager. I'm a managing director. And if I got somebody to do that, it was very stressful and I didn't like doing it. And the reason why was because I could not, like, basically, when I have somebody on the phone, they could say that so-and-so told me that I would get a free car wash. And I didn't like that. And I also didn't like my name potentially being used in a review. I didn't want somebody to say my name in a review because then it's stuck there. And I don't want that. I can't give out that whole argument. So when people used to ask who's the manager, I used to say, just call me Jake. And people would say, why Jake? And that's the name of our Yelp. That was the name of our Yelp representative. So I just said, my name is Jake. Just call me Jake. And then when people would be like, oh, I had a bad experience, but then I spoke to the manager there. FYI, her name is Jake. And they made everything better and gave me a free wax or whatever. And they'll give us free stuff. Well, I never went about in a negative way, where I never went off on anybody and realized, I didn't want my money. So eventually, I told the owner of the business I'm not doing this anymore. And so we had somebody else do it. And I had a very good argument. I speak English, my Spanish is very weak. And many times the person is trying to figure out what happened to customer service agent needs to be bilingual. They need to be able to speak to the person who did the washing and to the customer. And I would say that you're basically forcing me to get someone who speaks Spanish to speak to the washer. And then that person has to communicate that information to me. And then I have to communicate that to the customer. That's 4 people involved. Why don't you just have a person who can speak to the customer, speak to the washer, have more efficient, and there's not the lack of communication that can occur. And eventually I was able to make that argument. It worked out that one of the guys there who had been working longer than I had, he was like one of the first ones to raise, but then he had to try any customer experience. And he did a really good job. Sometimes he would need to be coached or whatever, but he was able to deal with those people. Yeah, it's a really interesting. I mean, she had a nice, you would get by that time. And I can still remember she had an excellent and you would learn all this information about these people because you would like look through their Yelp profiles and see what they did. Her dad had an insurance business in like Marina Del Rey or something, like a nice area. And this one. And this shouldn't have anything to do with the customer experience, but I have to say it because it's a really interesting thing that happened. She would call every single time she went to her car wash, and she would say, do you have any promo codes? Because you could get like $5 off, and we would give people promo codes. So every single time she would call for a promo code, and she would say, yeah, is so-and-so working, or can so-and-so wash my car? And that's the thing, we wouldn't, like that person might not be working that day, they might be in a totally different part of the city. We couldn't guarantee that you get the same person every single day. And this woman happened to be African American and said, and don't send any brothers to where I am. I want somebody named Jose or Julio or something like that. Don't send any. Like basically, she's African American saying, don't send other African Americans to the Now, I understand that she wanted to make this request, but that is discrimination. Now, I understand why she was saying she is very attractive, and I think a lot of guys might try to get a picture with her or something like that. And but that's not something that we could do. We could not just by saying, well, we send somebody to you based on color or whatever. But it was a very interesting situation. And this one had 50 good watches. And this one time she did not have a good watch. And she said, I told them I wanted to come to my car wash or something like that. Do my car wash. And they weren't able to send this person. And I thought that was a really bad situation where we had someone who was discriminated against her own race, basically, and wanted someone of another race for whatever reason. Yeah. I just wasn't sure with those kinds of situations. Anyway, she ended up. I think the legendary hold on, I have to change my
Originally, she had written like a 5-star review, and then she came back and she said, like, I've used these guys all the time, but like basically, I asked them to send out someone named Jose. They weren't able to bring out Jose or whatever, and they sent somebody else, and that person didn't do my tires the way that I wanted or whatever. And I remember we really went back and forth on how to respond to this, because that was the thing. We would respond to every single review and say what we tried to do as a business to give our side. And this one woman in particular, I said, let's just say what happened. Let's say exactly what she said. She said, don't send any African American people to my, she said, I think if we put in quote brothers, don't send any brothers to my location. Send me a quote Jose or someone like that to wash my car. And she went and denied it later on. She's like, I would not do that to my own blood, etc., etc. But boy, did she. And that was one that always stuck out in my mind, that this was someone who was discriminating against her own race, and for whatever reason, and now it had to be like a public ordeal. I did not like doing that, so I basically just said, I'm not doing it, and held firm on that. And I did it one more time. What the fuck did you end for? All right, will you do that? We had one person. I only did it one more time. We had this guy from South Africa or Australia or something, and he was really upset about something with his race. And I didn't really care about that, but I did care that we had an employee who was upset because this guy was being abusive on the phone. And she just gave me the phone one day, and she's like, I can't do this anymore. Like, she was gonna quit. And so I took the phone and I went outside and I gave him the West, I remember, and he was happy with that, and then that made everything okay. I remember saying to the owner of the business, you can't expect me to do this job, be able to give things to people at some point. So I want to be able to give one free car wash away every day. You should allow me to be able to do that. We should be able to eat that. We have a big advertising budget that it's a $30 should be able to allow me to do that. And so he did. Exactly. And I never had to give a car wash away except one woman. And she was like living out of her car, and she wanted like a deep clean of her car. We'll do like deep clean living in your car, like that's like a service that we'll give you an hour of our time. We're not going to give you 8 hours of our time. And she didn't even order a premium. She ordered a deluxe, which was like just like a basic package. And I remember I gave one car wash away on that one, and but it was, as you can see what these people are doing in this documentary, there's no accountability for this business. They're like the mafia. All right, well, you go take your dog out. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll come back and we'll finish it, okay? Listen, this motherfucker doesn't even respond to me. This is garbage. Don't ask me the question if you're not going to listen.
sitting on top of the mountain as well. So what's the halacha? We'll say emigrates. The halacha is actually very interesting. The iman shenat to do myself of the coming. Let's say watch this. Watch this. What is the argument back here? Halacha b'yurim shenat to do also, the issue is as follows. If you planted a tree, and you only began to worship it some later time. Look at that just a moment. You learn to enough. Shalom Hashem Asherah. I planted a tree. Somebody else, right? You wouldn't planted a tree, not to the sake of a Sarah, not to establish it. With myself up to, and ultimately again, it only begins to worship it later on. So what's the next part of the tree is a tree planted by a Sarah, in this case, I'm going ahead and I think the tree that Jesus is going to come up. And ultimately, only begin to worship it later on. So the Gemara says, kind of come discover, so the kind of come holds either. So let's actually before we get you mentioned Tabrashi, let A and the base 45B first line. You mentioned that too. So, Shaman is kind of come with a horrible devotion. The kind of come up, he says, mountains and those on the third. Who I told you, see my head. Should it? Although I said to us, it's still coming. The 8 someone says, therefore again, the Tanakama will say, the tree that is planted in the sacred of Avodah Zarah, and the Islamic tree, and the Ram becomes Avodah Zarah, the tree is not just like a mountain. That's the case of the mountain is the Avodah Zarah was just there. And then subsequently worshipped. So Tanakama holds that a tree planted initially for regular purposes, tree purposes, and then only later on worship is treated like a mountain. Therefore, again, there is easy actually this is actually. So according to Tanakama, what is the Ashira which is answered? So Shenatu Matula Lakach, the Tvisas Yad Adam Enotwo, and the Inkin in the Shinabolis Boham. About not to Garish or the Shemashira into Tvisas of the Adam, or that you shake and love that level of the Adam. Haya, in the man, letting Kakas called Israel, or his answer. So Tanakama is up here. Essentially, the likes of the trees planted initially just for standard purposes, and later on is worshipped as Avodah Zarah, so that tree cannot be transformed into a festival of Avodah Zarah. Why? Because at that point in time, that tree is like what? Is a mountain or what about Tvisas Yad Adam? What about the fact that Tvisas Yad Adam plays a role when the trees in the planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah. But if it's planted correctly, those are just standard tree purposes, other arboreal intentions. Right? So then again, the Maisa, that's not called Tvisas, you get Adam Lord. And therefore, you're both saying this mutter. On the other hand, it's just Rashi, that Rashi kind of gives us the whole verse, so just read, don't see the Torah. Plus, for this, you may right? And you say, really comes along to say, Ilan Shemot is Gary, Akidu Shoshin Ashura, will have myself of you, Usher, do not dummy the heart. So they'll say, ultimately, this case is no. Even if you planted initially for just some reasons, and then only later on, you go ahead and what? Do you worship it? That is not like the mountain or the no, why not? So you but Jesus also listen when he says that
Yo, dog. Yeah, what's up with you?
That according to this approach, actually that's what we need to start. No, this is what Shakespeare. So Shakespeare says,
can you hear me? Yo. Dog.
Just planted stamp. Then only worship afterwards, it is more.
Big dog.
Why? Because again, the kind of comic trees, that type of tree.
Big dog, can you hear me?
What about
Big, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. That lady. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
That lady. I was thinking about it. She did not have an Alpha Romeo. She had an Aston Martin Ghibli. I like. That's how fucking well you would learn these customers. Yeah.
Maserati? Is it Ghibli? Is it Maserati?
Oh yeah. That's right. Was it a Maserati? Yeah, it was a Maserati
It's like
Ghibli.
TV.
Wait. Hold on. Yeah, that's right. Was it a Maserati Ghibli?
Is it the James Bond one?
No, fascinating. Maybe it sounded like it. I don't know.
Aston Martins are have really garbage build quality.
Well, I wasn't selling a car. I'm telling you what this lady had. Types of cars. Maybe she did have a mouse. But I thought it was. Yes, I think she had a mouse.
Garbage build quality.
Yeah.
Probably tied with our bus. It's funny how these luxury
Well, the idea is that if you have that kind of money, you don't need reliable space. Man, I'm gonna say she either had a Ghibli, a Maserati Ghibli, and I want to say she had like some kind of car that not a lot of people have. Let me look at it now for a minute. No, I think it was an Aston. Anyway, they do. But I just thought this was really bad that this lady was discriminated.
I think she initiated the bad review.
Well, originally, no. Originally, she had like 50 watch attempts. During her third watch or whatever, she gave us 5 stars. During her 49, she updated it and gave us another 5 stars. During her 51st one, that one didn't go as well as she wanted, and she changed it to 1 star, like that, saying that we accommodate what she wanted. And then we just got and said exactly what she said on the phone, which is, don't send any, send me a Jose.
I guess at that point, you're kind of back into a corner. You might as well tell the truth instead of just making it seem like a difference.
I agree. I mean,
But then did she really her review after she saw that?
I understand
Where are you guys paying? Like, you're paying
no, it doesn't work that way. They had a system of like 180 data points that they would use, and you could not choose what was going to be on the map. They wouldn't do it exactly. Okay, so you remember you were like, hey, like I can see a lot of the, yeah, wow. Remember I said like if you type in mobile watch instead of California, a bunch of
can't do it. There was a decent chunk of
well, keep in mind, it was 5 years ago, and the business was closed.
Yeah, no, they're still talking closed.
Yeah.
Which I guess you have to maintain the ghost mailbox or whatever.
Yeah, you do. You had to pay like something like. It depended on the area. So higher value areas were more expensive. Yes, sir. I know you're not fucking enthused because somebody's not swinging down to Amazon, but you're someone who wants to fucking be an advertising mogul. You got to pay attention to this shit. It's not just interesting, baby. This shit is fascinating as fuck. This is the modern day mafia, son.
I mean, yeah, we still watch the other documentary.
Baby, we're watching Bear Man. Baby, we're watching Bear Man after this. Dog, that's what we're looking after this bad boy. Just waiting on you to start. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, my computers.
I won't make fun of that because it's better than I can do right now. I could show it, but I could not stream it. It would be one camera looking at another stream. Probably not.
Yeah, my computer just crashed. The MacBook Pro laptop you must play
Did you see the what is it, the MacBook Neo or Neo MacBook that they're launching for $500 or $400 if you get an education discount? It uses an iPhone hardware, an iPhone processor, which I guess could work for like if you're a young person, but if you need anything strong, you need more than that. I think it's in this documentary that Italian guy who's at the beginning who's like, in Italy we call this the mafia. In the United States it's called Yelp. You know that guy? I think his business after he made this became very popular, but everyone would just give him 1 star. And like that was his thing. Like, give 1 star. I don't care anymore. Like, give me whatever you want. And then it became popular to go. And you know what? It's really sad. It's like most every single person we're seeing, all of their businesses have closed by. Now it's already tough. 1 in 10 restaurants make it past their first year. Like, you know, like you hear that lady from Australia, she was like, I worked hard to come to the United States. I was the first and youngest, or the youngest only woman, like, with a restaurant in San Diego. And then she's just looking at like a boarded up place. Like it's a digital mafia. Yeah, and now she's got to go back to a Pornhub-less country. Yeah. Like, yeah. And, if you ever watch Kill Tony, and anybody ever has a business on there, they're always like, oh, let's look up the Yelp reviews. And literally, these Yelp reviews they only read the 1 stars, and then they had this one guy on. He had a like a kebab place, like a Russian kebab place in San Diego, and his business blew up because of it, to the point where Yelp locked the page and wouldn't let anybody do new reviews, and so did Google, because he got 3,000 reviews over the course of a week or something. Everybody just wrote how much they seemed to have never been there. Yeah, I love this story. Yeah, so what Yelp would do when any business gets like a huge amount of attention is they lock the page and they won't allow new reviews for like 90 days. Good.
everybody points to that one and kind of cover. The whole thing say he planted the tree initially for maybe like a precision and once. And then he worshipped it. But the tree like a smoker, like the tree does not transform itself with Sarah. So what did he do with the face after what's this is amazing. I'm actually to that my activate. If you can determine that what's this is amazing. The reason for the Russian children, Russian children, the children, doing all bonus for public, ultimately push Eretz Yisrael. He push Eretz Yisrael for them to be pure apple of smoke. But it is the reason. So the children holds that in the conquest of Eretz Yisrael was like, there are two steps in the destruction of Abu Yisrael. The first step was cutting down the Abu Yisrael. Like literally, in this case, cutting down the piece of iron not to it over. And then, but then the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Eretz Yisrael. After Eretz Yisrael was captured, then what? Then they went back and
Just pause for a second.
So what happens again?
I love this guy, and I love what he says. He's like, I'm in the restaurant business. I don't think I'm getting 500 fucking restaurants in my life. How are you 21 years old with 5,000 reviews? I just think it's kind of love.
So however, the charity saw Kogan the beer.
That's
ultimately and then that's this moment. You come Kogan the charity saw if you suss and stab you with that done that. When you enter into land, you are obligated to go ahead and watch. You're obligated to go ahead and cut down the Abu the after he was stretched after it. And after you conquer it, then you go back and you upgrade. So it's like you're incredibly so right. Sometimes you can't really sometimes the person has to focus on finishing like one goal at a time. And sometimes the person has to go ahead and pursue wrestling with a number of different life issues, recognizing that right now they're all about 70%. I know that about 70%, but I need distraction going forward, and I'll find the time ultimately to get to the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong about how it's behaved, not just depends on what's happening. So again, the goal was I'm going to charge you knock that information. So come in, cut it down, knock it down, but the goal over here is keep. The goal over here is to conquer the land. Destroying that one is actually this bottom level, it's taking a lot of time. So as I said, remember again, people should do it takes 14 years. So first go ahead and conquer the land, that kind of Arizona as you go through it, conquer it, then go back and so some whatever that is. That goes back. So you should say one of the others. Tell me about it. You pass that to Hosam, so what's the answer? Now again, still in conquer. As the Yosef says, you shall go ahead and destroy those peoples. But so actually, the pastor was actually the pastor needs to deconstruct. You deconstruct. The pastor needs to deconstruct the mistakes. Bahana, and leave it. You should back in this matzevos break their matzevos. Bahana, and leave it. Bahana, stop right there. So you know what, so the burn is rather against such. You are a hamrakuna, you don't the achakah sirot. Right? Let's say so. Don't pursue and then burn. The idea being a message was demanding here to conquer the land. Because of the mandate to conquer the land, because the application was not the Avodazara out of position. Destroy the stones, deconstruct the staples, and then be told, don't be the kind of ultimately to burn it to the hand. after Rabbanon, Haifa, they were okay and go okay, well, this Muhammad should have the Sharish Achareha. Let's say Rabbanon ultimately uses that when you talk to that Muhammad, it's not just left to explain the market. The Sharish Achareha, which is Sharish Achareha, you have to take the root and vestige of idolatry. Sharish Achareha, Yosef, even the Sharish Achareha, where the Yosef is being burned, but you have to go ahead and uproot the Avodazara afterwards. Ultimately, you have the face that you shall destroy the name from this place. Like giving us not to say destroy the name, not just to destroy the death, not giving us the anger of all of the apples of our son. This is incredibly so well. Because it teaches you, in general, how to feel those also. Mazel tov. So this is an incredible result. Somebody got this contact. So I sort of like that. So in this episode, incredible emotional Ashkafa, which is also the same thing I hope you sort of that it's not just enough to stop worshiping it or to destroy the Mizbeach, or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, Shari Shakara, also the world is negative people have negative leaders, it's not just not stop the negative character, it's not the Shari Shakara. But everything negative is rooted in something. Everything negative is rooted in something. It's not just enough to stop the negative, but a person is starting to Shari Shakara. That person has to go ahead and ultimately you can find the church by that courage. So what's that? Is Fuck, fuck, fuck, fuck. Very those good piece of journal when it comes ultimately again to the depth of the heart. It's a student able to finish that. If you feel that sense that fully responsibility, it's the power of truth to it. It's the power ultimately again of the ability to change, it's the power of the ability to go ahead and transform ourselves into something dramatic, something amazing, something something like it up, something dramatically amazing. You said okay, that is it. It's pretty useful like this. So what it offers us is incredible and dramatic for starting comprehensive change. So it's like Shelley's right. What is question gonna punish the other says something absolutely how much you think that's up to your discretion. But of course you have to do that's not how much also so these are also nice that seem to be observed a lot of years. So the culture of just a lot of life. Someone explains that so shaman is unfortunately that whoever extends the hand of Russia in Russia whoever extends their hand to the knows. Today, everybody here, everybody here, besides the man that is part of the that extension says, and I have to come about with some greatness of course is similar to the number two passes is that no customers pass. So today, after my customer that had variety, so my concept of design I've ordered some mushrooms with the storage of product. Even if someone is good, even if someone is even if someone is good, you have to have all those to do a color which is yes. There's so much kind of itself, a little bit like a little homeless, sometimes it's a little bit singleness, but the part of nature is very amplified, it's actually from everywhere, and go down, and it's not fun, it's amazing, because this is very, very concentration. This is the needs, the needs. So you have to escape about the type of just be that person, just I know I'm not always good. I know I'm not always connected. I know I'm not always doing the right thing. I'm not always doing what I have to do inside my body because I'm not inside my body. It's better. It's better to feel like I'm good at this. It's better to look at the bad stuff. It's better to look at the bad myself. It's better to look at the inside of the house. It's better to apologize. How do you connect with that inside? It's not to see that. It's called worship that. It's all you need is like that. But it's called so you'll see. So although we're not going to be like Cordillera, but we're just going to be like Cordillera. So let's begin. So another thing about opening that's the heart. So it says, remember again, let's begin. So we speak still in the topic of Abu Zara. Specifically again, as what to prevent this Abu Zara. So enough about opening that's the heart. So if you have nothing to check out to worship the mountain, that's how close, or the nose. In Torah, the Masha Abu Nasi. It was important to learn. So inanimate objects that well actually define the statement. But our purpose is like that open out, those brushes and these mountains goes the nose. Can't be made trouble to that. So that means on the mountain or that means on the hill. Can't be made trouble to Zara, but the mountain or the hill itself cannot be shaken at night. And the Pasuk says, وَسَقَنْ كَسَتْ بِالزَّهَرْ عَلَيْهِ. The Pasuk says, you shall not go ahead. Literally, you shall not go ahead and touch. Because you shall not go ahead and touch the Kesef and Zahar, the gold and the silver which is upon them. So we see over here that it's only that which is upon, that which is behind the mountain or the hill, not the mountain or the hill itself, which is comprehended. Some of those songs. Listen, these are listen to these words. Elohim al-Harim. So what's a Yosef was the Pasuk says, David have good as strong as possible. Also, shall Allah and Sha'at and Yosef himself. As Elohim al-Harim. Go ahead and destroy the gods on the mountains. So remember, Yosef, you began Elohim al-Harim. Elohim. Your gods on the mountain. But the mountains themselves cannot become a God. Elohim al-Dibos. You're not allowed to worship the gods which are on those. Adibos Elohim. But the those themselves cannot become gods. So listen to first glance. The Greeks are really saying as the Palestine. There is no difference between the rest of the ocean which is. But the mountains themselves cannot become a God. That which is on the mountains, that which is on the hills, and the mountains themselves cannot. You just see the dashing. Kind of camera says, ultimately, the kind of camera says, do not cover the open someone that is on the stretch. Which indicates to us that it's not the mountain or the village, but also the brother. And if you say Elohim al-Harim, and again, that's what al-Harim Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is saying that it's only that which is on the mountain becomes Hashadam al-Zara, not the mountain itself. I asked the Mishkan Kasha, and you think about Ashera, Asura, which was this, I don't know Ashera. What about Ashera? Which poses an existential difficulty for us. Right? What about the Ashera? So the Ashera was remember again, is something that by definition is part of the struggle landscape. By definition is part of the earth. Yet again, we see it is Avodah Zarah. So what's like using what we just learned before about Saki bin Aleha or Elohim al-Harim al-Harim. Why would I share the message? Well, so there you go. It is but Isas Yad Hakan. Because the what's like literally translated, it has the Isas Yad Hakan literally that is literally saying that nouns fingerprint. The idea is that this item has nouns involved, Rashi's emergency nouns involvement. Sha'adam not all. A person tragic. So what's like because a person tragic is something by that, because it's something by that, therefore by definition, it is subject ultimately to just want to travel without. So it's like, anyway, this is anything that is naturally formed in this world, by definition, cannot be transformed into a practice of enhancing the Baba Zara, even if it is worship. So therefore, even if I worship this mountain, like the Baba Zara, I using that Shada, I was introduced people worship, shooting Baba Zara to this, and my choosing Baba Zara, and the true having my love. So it's that, true finding my love, therefore, this identity transforms into an action about Islam. The host is what Isa today has, but also what ultimately has Isas today, and whatever is created and used by man and its mortality is not created by man, it grows on its own. But my sister, the only thing that is something made by man, therefore by definition can be transformed into our Islam. I'm gonna be a keep this as honest. I need over the other products that is even slice and goes to dash and actually say that we are going to that over the other and follow the other so that we keep it. I'm going to teach you how to dash it into hospitality. How do you dash it into hospitality? فقط این ساعت موتی هر جواب دیوار ساعت به ایست هنگام دا شبیش شب همانش بود. Those that you people understand that as follows. And in fact, seeking that you mentioned before, are in fact going to have giving us the markers as to where to find Abu Desire. Also, what is that? The passage is Abu Happiness Code and Promotion of the destroy all the businesses, the Gentiles going to have and worship idolatry. So I can worship also, this is the language wrong kind of thing. As Elohim al Kafir Agad. The gods on the throne now, the Allah Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. The Kachas called Israel. And you read every, was it Israel every so that you come to Lord, and you feel the same, you understand. So it's not just coming to the obligation. Sorry, I don't know that. It's simple. In the Torah, Joshua just comes to work with Israel. On Jordan Mark, then what? Then what? Copyright, it's actually that good. So the Torah could have just said, describe what is up. Why do you have to get into an outfit on the nose of the why do you need that? But even says the first act to be giving us geographically markers that is giving us like a whole desire to be us. Telling you that by which you can, and you have to root out the whole desire. I mean, it's telling you where the fuck the whole desire is on top of the mountains, the whole desire is on top of the trees, on top of the hills. The whole desire is often in the trees. So therefore, it's going to be people on the stairs, so that people knock down this is really that which you mentioned before. I mean, you could be very well again. Because then it's true, it's not a camera that you see. We are not to see. Everybody actually sees the other city. It's a beautiful thing for this mission. It's important to be an activist for a show. Manage a Mishnah out of Machotis. A Mishnah without focus. It doesn't get very good. It's managed like spiritual giant actors. Already a teacher is being issue to get ramifications that they are using what out of it. There's another piece which is the correct cases identifies where to find that one, where to find it out, where to so it's a bottom line, what comes back from the stairs as follows. What comes back from the stairs as follows. There are a lot of nice stuff, even if one worships a mountain or a hill. So one does not transform that object into an entity of a desire. It is only if one worships that which is on that other entity, so it's only if one worships that which is on the mountain, that which is on the hill, those objects are of desire. A Shiva is different, a Shiva is conceptual. Remember this phrase which we use, but we have to be ugly. Because it's the first the object was about the planting of the tree. Therefore, by definition, the person has been looking from the entity of the tree into the texture of the desire. What's the question of scientific to the object? I would put it out with the level without giving sure, but it's sure like the fight the future but as a lot says to see the highest place in the city. Historically that often do not happen because of anti-Semitic persecution. Is why it's not to do that. But in adapting the what it means the base Hashem is always supposed to be placed on the highest point of the particular city. Exactly. We don't follow the concept from us as well. For example, now you'll say you have kind of camel, oh, so you might ask our question. And you'll say you kind of camel are saying the same thing. And you'll say both are saying you worship the mountain, you can't have the camel, you got about what? You can go ahead and take that which is on the mountain in trouble with other. They both say, no, see, you believe in another country, rock the up there. So we know already that what? There is some big thing about we're arguing about something. Because it is very not necessarily the same thing. You're saying we don't have a about I was like to see for your heart can happen in that. But this is you're not hearing the book is between you. The mountain is covered. See for your heart can hide. Itself is covered. The Shiloh is, let's say then what's mountain. So what's the Shiloh? What's the Shiloh? That's good. And so I think the Shiloh is what's the status of the cover? Or it was like is the cover considered to be part of the mountain or not? Remember again, why? Because I mean, cover is different from the rest of the statue sitting on top of it. The statue sitting on top of that is separate and distinct. However, again, the clothing on the mountain itself, the Shiloh isn't on the mountain, and therefore can't be transformed into a Zara, or is a separate and distinct entity which can be transformed into a Zara. Tanakama Saba, Tanakama holds, see for your heart, Eno Kihab. Tanakama holds that the covering of the mountain is not like the mountain, and therefore, and therefore, if you worship it, the planet becomes Abod Zara. That Yosef really suffered, the sequel of Parapolling, Yosef really holds the no coupling of the mountain is managed what? Managed by the mountain itself, and therefore even if you worship it, the covering does not become us. What's the secret of that? And a conversation sequel of Har, Shin of Har, the side of Sid, was Sachmot Pesach Amen. Kosher, so also the Tanakama stories. Plus it says, was Sachmot Pesach, the son of Amen. Considered to be like part of mountain, and therefore again, I'm sorry, not considered to be part of mountain, separate from the mountain, and therefore becomes us. And you'll see that you'll see summer super hashtag, and you'll see really holds that the covering of the mountain like the mountain itself. But what God they have, still that the covering is bottled to the mountain itself. The favor, the high level is called up to the mountain, can't be turned into something like that. See point damage from yourself. Therefore, the cover is also does not become us. A may and a considered by the institution. That was a lucky Yahweh. Yahweh is not referring to covering, but Yahweh is referring to what? He's referring to idols situated out of them. Although the cover is really the same thing, the fact that the part of the Lakotius is secretly high. Mountain is covered in gold, plus the status of gold. Kind of come home, so it's not like the mountain, therefore it's lesser. And you'll see it says it's bumping to the mountain, like the mountain, and therefore it's Shushi Summer, Shushi Summer. The Kuli Hamad, Sequoia, so Jesus' whole in reality, everyone agrees the covering of the mountain is not like the mountain. That was not to remember. That's like the Takama, that Alehan, that's that the Zahab Alehan comes to include not just the separate and distinct other situated on top of the mountain, but rather what? But even there's even a covering, the whole covering on top of the mountain as well. So what's the matter? Yes, the Halfa was the other day. The Halfa is actually very interesting. We even should not be rid of ourselves of these coming. It's a lot. The issue is as follows. If you planted a tree, and you only began to worship it at some later time. This is actually just a moment. You learn to Shalom Hashem Hashem. Just like planting a tree, somebody else, right? You would plant a tree, not to the sake of Avodah Zarah, not to the sake of Avodah Zarah. You would myself up to, and ultimately you're going to only begin to worship it later on. So let's say that the inherent entities of a tree is a tree planted for Avodah Zarah, but the tree has some coming to do it. In this case over here, I'm going ahead and I'm planting a tree that is in Kabbalah, and ultimately only begin to worship it later on. Was a kind of summer, so the kind of holds Eva. So let's actually before we get to the Eva should be Tabashi, then on the days 45 to the first line. Eva should have to show myself up. Some kind of come up Hollywood folks, and second time of the says, the mountains of those on the third, who are doing for the Yotzi Bahan, should have foreign, although Haisa, the rest of our bonus go. The 87 says, therefore, kind of camel will say, it's planted not for the sake of Avodah Zarah initially. It's stamina, and the love becomes Avodah Zarah. You choose the most, and that's just a mountain. Right? That's what's piece of the mountain. The mountain is there. Not for Avodah Zarah, it's just there. And then subsequently worship. So time that a tree planted initially for regular purposes, and then when you gave up on worship, it's treated like you did not. Therefore, again, Hello, hi, Slavos, easy actually, it's really actually. So, the kind of time, what is the actually, which is actually? So, not to the field of the car, it's Isas Yad, Odom, and the entry in Shrevel is for public. And I'm not saying that you should actually that you just Isas in Odom, although that you shite and not that level is for public. I have been mad to let you have public shine out for Isas. So, also, kind of, how is that the opinion? I think that's a bit serious kind of industry, especially purposes, and we don't worship as a Avodah Zarah, so that tree cannot be shown to a temple of Avodah Zarah. Why? Because he knows that point in time, that tree is like what? Is like a mountain forest. What about Isas Yad Adam? I'm not the fact that that's also important. Isas Yad Adam, anything is wrong, but the tree is planted in the Avodah Zarah. But if it was planted rather than those who just stamp tree purposes, other arboreal trees. Right? So then again, the Mesa, that because that's not called Isas, the Adam bow. And therefore, the Bosa is mutter. On the other hand, you see that kind of gives us no words, or just really no simple. But we listen really later, and we listen really comes along to say, Elon should not be very happy with Ocean Ashura, to the self of you. Also, to the Gamila, so also, the risk no, even if you try to understand reasons and then only do the odds, you go ahead and watch, you worship it. That is not like the mountain or the God. So you body says the argument. There's also listening to says that because the person who is everything has ability to transform his level once worship. So we'll say turns out that when things approach, actually let's definitely decide. No, this is what Shesha says. So Shesha says, what are you arguing about? Welcome to the Russian after myself up to both of you. This is second line of the Hammerdays. Tanakama Saba, even Shemata myself up to Mutter, Tanakama holds, the tree was planted for just stamp intentions. Right? Not about the Zara. Just planted stamp. And then only worship afterwards, it is Mutter. Why? Because again, Tanakama treats that type of tree like what? Like the mountain or like the hill? What about the Isas in the Agam bow? Isas in the Agam bow kind of comments says this only a principle applied when the initial planting was done for Avodah Zarah purposes. And you'll say that he says, no, Elon should not talk about self Abdu Asa. And you'll say, he says, no, the tree planted just stand without any specific intention and only words afterwards. Nevertheless, the tree will still be us. And what's again, but you'll say, really planted because the old tree says he got the bar person planted this. So you know, I'm saying, there was no intention for Avodah Zarah, since the intentionality for Avodah Zarah comes later on. Therefore, Allah reminds you that you can transform your identity, and it is not like the mountain or the hill. The last year night, it claims itself, it may not Ashira Asura. Remember again, what should we say this one? Why even Ashira? Why is Ashira Shiasa? Because she used what he says to the other. Because also the Ashira was planted by a person. Because she used both Isas to the other and anything that is ultimately has human involvement in its creation, also which means that anything that has human involvement has the ability to evolve into a practice of Avodah, as the ability to transform ultimately into an application of Avodah. Because usually Isas are La'asiyan, as much as when the Mishnah says anything that has kisas to do others, what is that function? My love, la'asiyan kila shenatu ulvasova. What's it does that not come to do this particular case, a tree that initially was planted, which was stamp tree purposes, and later on, ultimately was worshipped, tell you that such a tree does have the ability to in fact become blessed. The after Yossi that we do this summer, Kila Shratul ourselves out to us, and ultimately again, even that Yossi that we do the holds, that the tree was planted initially, again, was in stamp purposes, and only worshipped later on, and that has the ability to become us, like the sign of Yossi that we do the whole night, we told you, so we're listening to these several topics. We told Shema'ana, Elohim al-Ahari, Elohim. So it's an early again, that is just a point to keep in mind. The pasuk itself only quotes the first two things. The second phrase is Russia. The first phrase is God telling God Israel, wipe out all of the Abimelech, like what? Like Elohim al-Ahari, like their gods on the mountains. Russia, the Gemara is Elohim Elohim. The mountains cannot become their gods. Because the can't be transformed in the mountain into a Herzah of Abimelech. Similarly, the Torah says, Elohim al-Akros, their gods on the earth. What did he mention? Elohim. And ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their gods. I would have said, Shomea Hani, Tachas Kovis, Ra'anan Elohim, below Ra'anan Elohim. Because I would have done it. Plus it says, Tachas Kovis, Ra'anan, underneath every tree. I would have put the in the other side. But that which you find underneath the green trees, because I would say, that is Avodizara, below Ra'anan Elohim. Tree itself cannot become Avodizara. I'm going to go by the pasuk says, Dashrei Tisrefun Baish. The pasuk says, and your shoulders you shall destroy your fires. It wasn't sealed in the blood. Torah Dosh explicitly says that the trees are to be destroyed. Ella Kafas Koritz Ra'adan Rama. That's the case. Then why do I need that case after I was like, until it's happening with you? The case itself is confusing. I understand Elohim Alahori. But I like both. So physically says, you shall destroy their gods, which are on the mountains and on the hills. That gives me a clear indication that what? That the obligation to destroy what we call is that which is on the hill, the mountain in itself, the mountain in itself is worship, even if the mountain itself is worship. Yet when it comes to our Shema, what does the Torah say? Achas called Israel. Why do you mention Achas? Achas means what? Underneath the tree. So okay, I would have thought the way to start something. The tree itself cannot become a Bodhisattva, but the idols underneath the trees can. But one second, the Torah itself says, Dashrei Tisrefun Baish. The Torah itself says that what? You have to destroy the Asheras, which tells me what? That the Asheras can become. Avodizara. So what's going on? So if that's the case, the Asheras can become Avodizara. So then why use Russian of Achas or Itzla'anan? Ahu, different. So that's constitution to the people. That's a little bit of a let me keep up. I mean, talking about other than that, then there was a similar. And you keep it among yourself. I'm actually a must come back to the track of us down the road. We give them a song. We give it very first, but Russia is telling us sometimes, and in case we find the high mountain or a high hill, the Israel or a green tree, that's the Shabbat is no public. No, we'll say that. What? No, there's that whole Israel. This is so fascinating. That was the record. Israel was man. Such Bible says, see a mountain, see a hill, see but I actually what is my absolute. So what did I bottom with the phrase that I showed you? That's what you need to do with this phrase. So you must violate it, you should nothing see on the top. Also, they understand this to me, and you do reference to a tree initially planted for Avodizara, for Avodizara purposes. So it was that no seed that you did not need by the law. And this one we also need. That concept of teaching on both sides. That shared is the thing that he should teach me. That if a tree was initially planted for Avodizara purposes, then what? Then the mice again is Asa. So where is the name of that? The mice says, Rabbi Yosef, we did not need by the law. Hachanan, looking at the situation where we'll call it struck, or the initial tree, grows is going to be us working at a case like that. ואומר, אילון שנטו ולבסוף עוד. Listen, that refers to the case of the tree that was initially planted. And then what? And then ultimately again, let's move on to the travel design. So let's just look at this question one more time. If you're saying we understand your season, so you would understand the phrase Ashray to that they win. So listen, you're speaking by Ashray. One tells me Ashray to speaking by running Ashray. Then the part says Ashray to the they cut down the Ashray. Now, why do I need to cut down the Ashray? I say, burn is pretty good. I burn it, you can't really cut that whole forward, right? You destroy it. Some of you can cut it down. You'll see a really just fascinating. This is because it's a piece of an Ashray tree, which doesn't need to be burnt down. Which is that case? That's a case of an Ashray tree which is planted for stamp purposes, subsequently worshipped. So what's the what becomes also that again, this is the topic of tomorrow's after going to see more. But what happens when you have a case like that is it appears that only that which grows after the Avodah designation, in fact, becomes usher as Avodah. So if I go, so if a person worships an Ashray, despite the stamp purposes, a person worships it, only that which grows after the point of Avodah designation ultimately becomes Avodah. That's why the person says Ashray to that woman. And in that kind of case, we have to destroy the tree? No. What do you have to do? You have to cut off whatever grew after the Avodah designation. I'll assume you're able to measure that in some way. So also, therefore, it's two different pieces, referring to two different pieces. And then there's a new section here is a Kulaya that even if she initially planted for mundane purposes and subsequently worshipped as Avodah will in fact be possible. The mother says, so, Azu H should do also the color. Probably only even Shmetu Basov. So, what is the case ultimately again of the tree? Where the primary part is moving. So, only that which is cut off or that which grows afterwards is going to be moved. So, the mother says, the only even Shmetu Basov. I, the Harsha, is the Kurdish and Basov. Tell me that. Which we want to go. One second, but we're talking about the Mars leading the Basov. Mas leading the Basov, I should be saying, should be actually right. Fashion is on the H. But you also have to come to the say, or the base of the Shmetu Basov of it. So, the Russian people know that. So, listen to this. But yet, you must leading the Basov of Hashem from the H. Not the Basov of Hashem to the Lord, which was people learn that. What's the reason? I would have said that he cut down the tree. What is that talking about? One should not be the tree. Listen, I would have assumed that would see had the Torah not said that Hashem is and all it would have said is Hashem Tidadim. I would assume that is referring to a tree which is initially planted for Avodah. Mekach, Hashem Tidadim was another Tidadim. Hashem Tidadim. Therefore, both sides actually must Hashem that's the secret. Therefore, it has to be destroyed. So now, what do I do with the extra person of Hashem Tidadim? I can tell you, Hashem Tidadim, the Elon Shelato, over myself. Also, a complication that tree, which was initially planted for regular purposes and subsequently worshipped. So the Gemara says, I have the I'm sorry. Hold on. Hi, Hashem Tidadim, listen, this is much. Now, according to Yosef Yehuda, we come to the tree for mundane purposes. And then subsequently worship it. That the tree becomes us as a Avodah. So the learning that is that what about according to that one? Let me tell you something. So we'll say you plant the tree for regular purposes and then what? And then you worship it. The tree remains smoker. Then the tree does not transform into Avodah. So then what do they do with the place? I said to God, what's the issue? How does it do by activate? If you have a what's the discrimination? We use it for the judge of the show. We do it all those folks. Ultimately, Kibush Eretz Yisrael. Kibush Eretz Yisrael, Kodam and the Shira Avodas Kodam. This is amazing. So, the Shibboleth holds that in the conquest of Eretz Yisrael, there are two steps in the destruction of Avodah. The first step was cutting down the Avodah. Like literally, you basically cutting it down to the IQ's idols knocking you over. And then, but then the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Eretz Yisrael. After Eretz Yisrael was conquered and captured, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the Avodah Zarah. So it was an amazing story. So what happens again? The three people come quoting the kibush, so the knocking down of the cutting down of Avodah Zarah, that preceded the conquering of the land. As they're rolling through the land, so ultimately again they have to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying it. Because right now again it has to be kibush. So however kibush actually starts called in the beer. And also the conquering of the land has to precede ultimately and then the destruction of Avodah Zarah. This is what the back at this moment. The beer of Avodah Zarah called in the kibush Israel actually says, if you sasa establish the Gadol Yam, to land you are obligated to go ahead you're obligated to go ahead and cut down the Avodah Zarah immediately. You will after kibush and after you conquer it, then you go back and you uproot. So it looks like there is incredibly solid life. Sometimes again in the world of accomplishment, there are different ways that a person has to pursue goals. Sometimes a person has to finish one goal at a time, and sometimes the person has to go ahead and pursue lessons with a number of different life industries, recognizing that right now they're all about 70%. Right about 70%, but I need strategy to keep going forward, and I'll find the time to the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong, but how I feel like it depends on what's happening. So you see, come slow again. The goal was Avodah to be knocked out of commission. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal over here is keep. The goal over here is to conquer the land. Destroying Avodah Zarah, you get this volume of Avodah Zarah time. So as it says, remember again, people should go ahead and conquer the land, not as you go through it, conquer it, then go back and destroy. Listen, love is like this. Love goes like this. You should say this. Tell you this. That's the Mishmachosam. So what's now again, still seeing conquer. As the Yosef says, shall go out of the movement and destroy the vehicles. So actually, the pastor was that because the pastor needs to deconstruct. You deconstruct. The pastor, you will deconstruct those things. Bahana. And leave it. Yeshiva was massive, break them out so also. Bahana. And leave it. But I'm sad that I said, so anyways, what's the burn? Rather again says, you want to, you go. The Akatach, right? Those things that we go to pursue and then burn. The kidney of us is the mandate here to conquer the land. So because of the mandate ultimately to conquer the land, therefore the obligation was not the Avodah Zarah out of commission. Destroy the stones, reconstruct these vehicles, and then move forward. Don't take the time ultimately to burn it now. So after Rabbanan, אני בעיני לא אבל יש לך שצריך לשריש אחריו. Also, Rabbanan ultimately uses this possible teaching that when you upgrade Avodah Zarah, it's not just enough to display the aspect, but tzarich l'sharish acharav. Also, tzarich acharav means you have to make sure to remove any vestige of the idolatry. So it's nice. Tzarich acharav. Rabbi Yosef, you can l'sharish acharav of it. Whereas the rest of you can burn, but you have to go ahead and uproot the Avodah Zarah afterwards. Not to burn. Ultimately, you have the face that you shall destroy the name from this place. That you can not destroy not just destroy this breath, not looking at us, and actually uproot all the Avodah Zarah that I was saying again is an incredibly sorry well. Because the issue was that in general, you have to use those also. The negative so this is an incredible yesod. Somebody check this contact. So I just want to point out. So from this yesod, incredible Moshe Hashkafa, which is also the same way that Avodah Zarah, that it's not just enough to stop worshiping it or to destroy the Mizbeach or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again one of the Shari Shakara. What's in the world of negative people also? You don't have negative leaders. You don't have leaders. It's not just enough to stop it and carry it. It's like the Shari Shakara. Listen, everything negative is rooted in something. Everything negative is rooted in something. It's not just enough to stop the leader, but a person is sorry for the Shari Shakara. A person has to go ahead and ultimately again find the church right on Torah. So Então era aquele que vai correr, esse povo que vai correr, essa maravilha. Another one open as a heart. So I said, remember again, it's still in the pattern of Apple Desire. Specifically again, at what could be better than Apple Desire? I know from the whole as a heart. So if we had, check out to worship the that's how close. Or the hills. So inanimate objects that well actually define things. Define purpose like example, the mountains, wood branches, and the mountains or the hills can be made in travel design. So which is on the mountain or that can be made in travel around, but the mountain or itself cannot as the process. The Southwest Crest is Zohar al-Lake. The process says, not go ahead. Literally, you shall not go ahead. You shall not go ahead and worship the Kesef and Zohar, the gold and the silver which you on. So you seal only that which is behind, and not more than it, not more than but itself which is behind, which can come about the soul. So you imagine, listen, he says, Elohim al-Kahari. So let's say, Yosef is the same process in different ways. The process says,
Isn't that fascinating? What'd you say? No, no one can hear. You're getting silence? Sirens? What did you think? What did you think? I didn't say it was the best documentary you've ever seen. I said it had to do with advertising, online advertising, online advertising industry, and you came to. Dude, when I was in college, I was really fortunate. I was a senior when this came out. I had a lot of friends who were prominent individuals, not just this, but globally, nationally. They were like now figures. I don't want to name them, but basically, like they're a lot of athletes and stuff. And I remember my friends talking about a website had been founded called Juicy Campus. I was like, what's it? And they're like, dude, nobody can write anything about body on it. I miss it. So like I had a lot of friends who were like hooking up with chicks or whatever, and they let's say some guy hooked up with some chick, but hooked up with her friend. And could write basically an anonymous statement about the person saying, hey, running back of the team has herpes. Way to validate this, you could just write literally any lie. And I remember being like, man, I'm glad this came out like exactly. My name is Jake, 100%. And this website was taken down, but it was. So I'm like a free speech advocate, but when you are that, then you have to be okay with Juicy Campus. And Juicy Campus, it was it shut down. It shut down less than 2 years after operation. The anonymous college gossip website, founded by Duke University alumnus Matt Ivester in August 2007, ceased operations due to financial insolvency, despite having over 500 campuses and more than 1 million monthly unique visitors. The company cited a collapse in online advertising revenue and the lack of venture capital funding during the 2008-2009 economic downturn as the primary reason for closure. In a farewell message, iVestor acknowledged the site's popularity and admitted that growth outpaced its ability to secure sustainable funding. While the official reason was financial, the shutdown also followed significant controversy. Attorney General investigations in Connecticut and New Jersey were launched over allegations of consumer fraud, privacy violations, and the site's failure to enforce its own policies against abusive, racist, and sexually explicit content. The New Jersey Attorney General, Richard Blumenthal, praised the closure, stating Juicy Campus had enabled irreparably damaging anonymous posts without a reporting mechanism. After its shutdown, Juicy Campus redirected users to College ACB, Anonymous Confession Board, a similar platform that continued the model of anonymous campus gossip. The site's legacy lives on as a cautionary tale about the risks of anonymous online speech, cyberbullying, and challenges of monetizing controversial digital communities. But I remember I used to read the most heinous shit on this fucking website, and it was about my friends, and I was always really worried. I mean, I didn't do anything wrong, but just anybody could write something about me. Or like I had friends who were like in Sports Illustrated, and somebody would say that so and so wouldn't sign my my copy of Sports Illustrated, even though I asked them. And then you ask your friend, they go, "I don't even know who this person is. I cite everything for everybody. I don't know what they're talking about." It was basically, I had two friends of mine. One was the captain of the soccer team. The other was the head cheerleader. And there were rumors that they were cheating on each other when they weren't. They were around all the time, and they literally like we would spend our time like playing Halo, like when this stuff is being written, but somebody would just have it out for something. Like, for instance, somebody would like the head cheerleader, who was our friend, and want her to break up with her boyfriend, who she'd been with for 3 years or so, 4 years, and so they'd write the family thing about her. People would write. I mean, I remember the big one was just like I had a lot of friends who like would hook up with a lot of girls, and if that happened, they'd be somebody would spread a rumor that so and so like had a STD or something like that, like, and that wasn't true. Just that, like. It's a big one too. Yeah, people would say anybody can hook up with a chick. She's a whore. She hooked up at such and such or whatever, and there was no way to take it down. No way to argue. So the question arises. So I'm a free speech advocate. No, it was just text-based, at least what I remember. But no, there was no photo. But you would go there, and it was a forum, just like the newest news was over the weekend. Oh yeah, you could write anything. So like, you hooked up with a girl, and somebody knew about it. You anonymously, like, you know, Rabbi Rothschild hooked up with the hottest chick of all time. Of course, but you know that might not be something that you want out in public, or just. I mean, what if you have a situation where a guy would have a girlfriend, maybe across the country, and he wouldn't hook up with chicks. Like I knew some guys like this. Yeah, they would say, "Oh, so and so's a football player. He's always around chicks. They're always all around him." Well, if that girl from across the country reads that, that's going to sound like he's cheating on her, but he's not. And so, what do I feel is the correct answer? There's like basically one of two ways: censorship or free speech absolutism. And am someone who would rather have free speech absolutism. You can say whatever you want, but there should be. I don't know if like you may have to like upload your profile or whatever. Like you have to dox yourself so that you're out there and people will know who is making this accusation. Or you should just be able to say whatever you want, and people can just be the judge of whether they want to believe it or not. It was going to be the attorney of New Jersey was trying to take it down, and, but it was you would read on there just like so and so's a horse. Fuck the dude at party and suck another guy's dick in the car outside the bar. Like whether it was true or not, that's not all information that people necessarily want out from the open. So how would I? I think that you should be able to say whatever you want, but then somebody else should be able to respond in any way they want, and you can. I mean, then you can just basically. I think the best way to handle that is just to say that's like your opinion, man. They're like, there were some cyberbullying, and that wasn't even a thing back then, but it has since become a thing. But it was like there was some sexually explicit content, racist, abusive policies, like just abuse, and just abusive, just like I mean, you can say abusive things on the internet, but it was just, I think cyberbullying would probably take it down now. But if you think it's bad what you write on social media today, nobody knows about Juicy Campus. It was ridiculous. You just straight up lies about people. Like, don't trust so and so because they're an asshole. I mean, just everything. Yeah, I know it's not true. I'm just gonna just fuck with this person because I don't like them. So, do I think that should be allowed? I do. I'm a free speech absolutist. I think you should be able to say anything that you want and write you want.
Somebody else, like, you can find the tree, not for the sake of a motion, not for the sake of a motion. You can myself want to get worship it, leader off. In this case, I'm going to have a bad tree that and ultimately only begins to worship it leader off. So the mind says, kind of comes summer, so you kind of come.
Everyone just assumed me. There's this girl in the United Kingdom who I'm in this Jewish server, and she didn't know if I was a real person because I'm live streaming there, and I'm like, yeah, I'm a real person. And she asked me like last week, can she interview me? And I said, yeah. and I invited her to the server. She actually boosted it. The reason why it's boosted right now is because, and I didn't really know anything about it. But we spoke like last Sunday or something. She wanted to become more orthodox, and so that's a protocol to Shuva. And like basically, I could just give her the basics of what an Orthodox person does, and that she doesn't have to take on everything at once. But she really wanted dating advice, and there are ways to date from a Jewish perspective. They're like matchmakers. Basically, Shadchan, what's known as a matchmaker in Yiddish, and Shidduch is your match. You could do this other ways as well. Long story short, though, I didn't know how old she was. So I asked her last Sunday, are you listen, I said to her, are you at least 18 years old? And she said no. When she wanted the dating advice, and I said, well, I can give you like religious path advice, which I basically said go to her local Orthodox rabbi in the United Kingdom. I gave her that information where she could find that. But I said, wait till you're 18 years old until if you want dating advice. And so it just so happened she turned 18 yesterday. It was her 18th birthday. She was just almost 18. And I wrote her some just basic advice, and she wrote me just now some really nice stuff. And I was just happy to get that information because, when you're 18, you don't know that much about dating and stuff. It's a confusing world. Now, if I wanted to find what you were talking about, it's called, is it still up? Or is it, I'm still up? What was it called? Is anyone up? And I just go to the Wikipedia? Oh wow, this is a bad website.
Without any specific intentions and only worship activities, nevertheless, we will still be us. And we'll say again, that you'll say because you'll
It looks like he got his. He had to go to jail. Yeah, it looked like 2.5 year sentence and $2,000 fine or something.
that just a part to keep in mind.
The
Plus,
fact that
itself
we're on jail,
is the first phase.
I don't
The
think
second phase is
more
Russia. The first phase is not coming from itself, wipe out all of the other like what? Like Elohim al-Mahar, like your gods on the mountains. Russia, the mountain is below 100 Elohim. The mountains cannot be
documentary series on it called Dating Man on
Exactly. I was going to ask you, have you seen that?
Similarly, terrorists.
That's how I want
And ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their gods. I would have said, Shomea Hanan, Kachas Kovis, La'anan Elohim, below La'anan Elohim. I would have said, Kachas Kovis, La'anan, remove every tree. I would have taken it and said, that which you find in the movie, that is a below La'anan Elohim. Itself.
Excellent. Come back soon, my man. Thank you for hearing everything, and excellent job in literati, man. You're getting good. I might not have to give you the first go. First start, yeah, exactly. The first, what do you call that? First turn. But you did really well.
I understand but I like both. When she's in you shall destroy your gods, you shall on the mountains and on the hills. That gives me a clear indication of what? That the obligation to destroy what is on is that which is on the hill, but not to herself, because herself is worship. Not herself is worship. Yet when it comes to our shade reference to the
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, you know I love that one.
I would have thought it was the tree itself cannot become a other, but the idea
Yes, sir.
of the trees can. But what something the Torah itself says, that Torah itself says that what? You have to destroy the Yeshivas, which tells me what? The Yeshivas can become. What's going on? So if that's the only way the Yeshivas can become a so then why use what's going on? So that's
So basically, there are sites that are being done to be able to get these reviews. Is that what you're saying? Say it again. Yes.
That's the case of an Ashura tree which is planted for stamp purposes. Subsequently, so what's a lot of things are certain that but what happens in the end is that then years only that which grows after the
I think so. People like the creativity of it. I mean, people. That's like saying on Instagram, would people want to see somebody with 50 different pairs of pants on? Yeah, they do. Especially if they're engaging.
You have to cut off whatever grew after the Avodah designation. Assuming you're able to measure that in some way. So also, therefore, it's two different referring to two different pieces. And then we says from here, that even a tree initially planted forth on the purposes, subsequently worshipped as Avodah Zarah, but in fact, just cut off and that's what was actually says
you could provide a way to reward people to interact on the website. I don't know. You could give them just like Reddit does, like little rewards for in every single day, or things regularly, or give them like little trophies for having spent 1 year there, or 5 years there, or 10 years there, whatever.
That's the simple case. Therefore, again, it has to be destroyed. So now, what do I do with
Take care, big dog. Excellent. I'll give you a juicy campus response based on your review. Peace, baby.
Sorry. Now, according to Yossi Rabbi Yehuda, we take initially from London purposes. And then subsequently worship it, that the tree becomes usher as Avodah Zarah. So they're learning it out from the phrase Hashem to God. You're learning fantastic. What about according to the Rabbanan and Tanakama, who holds that also if you plant the tree initially for regular purposes and then what? And then worship it, that the tree remains mutter, that the tree does not transfer to Avodah Zarah. So what do they do with the phrase Hashem to God? This is amazing. Hashem to God, my argument. If you go to Shomrei, this is amazing. They use it for the Josh and Shomrei. You do it of almost no problem. Ultimately, Kibush Eretz Yisrael. Kibush Eretz Yisrael, Kodem in the Peter Avodah Zarah. This is amazing. So the Shomrei holds that in the conquest of Eretz Yisrael, there are two steps in the destruction of Avodah Zarah. The first step was cutting down Avodah Zarah. Like literally, this is cutting it down and this violence not over. And then the conflict was the conquering and capturing of Eretz Yisrael. After Eretz Yisrael was conquered and captured, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the Avodah Zarah. It was amazingly so. So what happens again? So they're knocking down and cutting down Avodah Zarah. Seeding and conquering of the land through the land, so they have to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. And you can't spend the time destroying it. Because right now, again, it has this kibush. So however, kibush Eretz Yisrael called in the deal. But the land has to proceed ultimately and the destruction of Avodah Zarah. You do over this coming in kibush Eretz Yisrael actually says, that you sasa and establish the God on the land. When you enter into land, you are obligated to go ahead and what? after you conquer it, then you go back and you upgrade. So what's that? There's incredible soul life. Sometimes again, when you hold accomplishment, there are different ways that a person has to pursue goals. Sometimes what's that? A person has to focus on finishing one goal at a time, and sometimes a person has to go out and pursue Bessie with a number of different life initiatives, recognizing that right now they're all about 70%. Right now they're about 70%, but I need traction keep going forward, and I'll find the time ultimately again to fill in the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong mentality. Right? Manage to manage like what's happening. See, so again, the goal was I was to be knocked out of commission. So come in, cut it down, keep down. But the goal over here is keep. The goal over here is to conquer the land. Destroying level results, actually, this bottom level, it's taking a lot of time. Go, as I said, remember again, people should do it takes 14 years. So first go ahead and conquer the land, knock down level result as we go through it, conquer it, then go back and destroy it. That's what the Lord goes like this. The Lord goes like this. You try to say what we're doing. Turn your wheel, see? You pass them this before some. So what's the as now again, still same topic. As the Yosef says, you shall go out of the room and destroy them as goes. But so actually, when you cast them, what's actually that's really means. You cast them to deconstruct. You deconstruct. When you cast them, you will deconstruct them as vehicles. Bahana, and leave it. You should buy them as matzevos some, break their matzevos. Bahana, and leave it. But I'm stopping out for it. So you know what he's supposed to burn it. Rather again says, if you want to, I'm like, you go the akakat silos. Right? I was saying, so the dope soon, and then the idea being also that it was a mandate here to conquer the land. So because of the mandate ultimately to conquer the land, therefore the application was not the Abu Bizarre out of commission. Destroy the stones, deconstructing his faith, always standing forward. Don't take the time ultimately to burn it now. So after that, אני בעלילה אופן באופן אבל לסוחר שצריך לשריש אחריה. לא עושה את רבנו ultimately uses possible that when you up level Bizarre, it's not just enough to destroy the hijack. It's a sharish achara. Also, it's a achara means you have to make sure to leave any vestige of the idolatry. So it says, sharish achara. You know the sharish achara level. Where's the rest of the burn? But you have to go ahead and uproot the Abu Bizarre afterwards. Not correct. Ultimately, you hear from the phrase that you shall destroy the name from this place. You are giving them practice to destroy the animal. It's not to destroy this death. God wants to uproot the Abu Bizarre son. Listen, it's an incredible use of the well because it teaches you this happens to bring those also. The negative. So this is an incredible use of incredible use of somebody check this card by the way. So from this incredible Muslim Ashkafa, which is a Muslim is not to destroy the path or to go and destroy the evil, but rather again one of the Shari Shakara, also the world of negative leaders also. You don't have negative leaders, you don't have leaders, it's not just enough to stop the negative character, the negative behavior, it's not the Shari Shakara. Listen, everything negative is rooted in something. Everything negative is rooted in something. It's not just enough to stop the behavior, but a person is starting to cherish after that person has to go ahead and ultimately you can find each other's part on Purim. So what's that? Is that Purim. It's very perhaps again the most 40 piece of Torah when it comes ultimately again to the Yom of Purim. There's a statement given to Purim Zah. The Purim Zah says that Purim is Yom Purim. It was a power of tribute to them. It was a power ultimately again of the ability to change, the power of the ability to transform ourselves into some matter, something amazing, something dramatically amazing. So let me use stuff like this. So Purim offers us this incredible and dramatically for the artist comprehensive change. So listen, the Shailis was what circumstances, somebody comes back I'm putting down off of this part, pushing that goes to me. And she asks, and I need to give them, how much you give them, that's up to your discretion. But I'm putting you have to give. That's not how much. Pushing that goes to me. Mashiach Rakam Shbeitz also after the same so these are also rights that the same way that we observe Halacha here, so we're not going to observe Halacha tonight. And you know, someone is standing there and so Shaman is the same thing. How a coach of Yaz, whoever extends the hand of Lesser about something, whoever extends their hand to the today, everybody is Now, more that's as Elohim Alpha. Go ahead and write your God's on the mountain. Subscribe and listen to Elohim Alpha. Your God on the mountain. But the mountain is so still. Elohim Allah devotes, worship your God on those who are opposed as the God. First glance, to the truth that you said you will say as the character. As you become different between the best version of the the mountain is the lowest that is the mountain, that is the on the lowest the mountain is the lowest themselves. Kalakama says, Osako Sesa Zaha Alreita. Ultimately, Kalakama says, do not covet the gold and silver that is hard and fed. It's easy to us that it's not enough for the gold to become us, but rather only that which is hard fed. And if Yosef, he says, Elohim, Elohim, and again, that's from Elohim, Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is that it's only that which is on the mountain that becomes us and down, not the mountain itself. What about the Akira? The Akira was remember that this is something that by definition is part of the structural landscape. By definition is part of the earth. Yet again, we see the tools in the Torah. So what's like using what we just learned before of Rosaki the Aleha or Elohim Alahar Elohim. Why would I say that? So here we go. It makes you use but three sides. Because it was Yad on the so we say that man's the ideas. But this other person has that's the way to manage the problem. So I don't know. So listen, because of that, this is something that you by man, because it's something by man, therefore by definition, it is something that is a matter of anything that is not informed in this world, by definition cannot be transformed into a lecture from Hashem of Allah Ta'ala, even if it is worship. So therefore, even if I worship Melfi, Melfi doesn't count about the Zara. It doesn't count about the Zara. I use that logic, and I say that. I say, what's the reason? People worship. Shouldn't count about the Zara either. Elamai is using this by the Zara. But the true is planted by man. True is planted by man. True is planted by man. This definition of cause. True is used by the Sas to be put in a picture. This is foul. Therefore, this identity transforms into an action about all the Zara. The most used for these are the other muscle. That will say whatever ultimately has success, whatever is part, finance, I'm going to be I mean, open the other Nirvana. So if you says, I'm going to dance that, so we are going to that open the other Nirvana, and follow the other Nirvana, so the change is I'm going to help the dancing is possible. I mean, dancing is possible. The mother is the answer mostly has the law of the human saw, the Israel, the Shadis, Sham, and all those things. Those are the Yeshiva understand the English fathers. In fact, seeking that we mentioned before, are in fact going to have the Yeshiva. The Marxists find second of the state is 10% more food level growth. Tanakama summer, Tanakama home, sea bank, fatal jihad, Tanakama home, that the covering of the mountain is not like the mountain, and therefore weakness. Therefore, if you worship it, the promise becomes about the blood. That you're saying, you summer, see for the higher holiday, you're saying, oh, the no covering of the mountain becomes the blood. That is like the mountain itself, and therefore, even if you worship it, covering does not become Tanakama summer, see for the higher, who knows how to do that? It says, the sackful present holiday. Plus it says, the sackful present Sahab Alayhi. Even if the present of God is Alayhi, the present of God is mountain, still nevertheless it is not to be a part of the mountain. And therefore again, I'm sorry, not just to be part of the mountain, separate than the mountain, and therefore becomes humble. And you'll see that you'll see some are secret on God, and you'll see really holy that coming of the mountain like the mountain itself. Bottle of God, so that the mountain is bottle to the mountain itself, that even the high level is so humble. Mountain is called like mountain. Seek for the mountain covering also open that Alea Shiva there was a lot of Yahweh had that's for the covering that Yahweh is for what is referring to idols situated on top of it. So it refers to personal role and how it is in the fact that for the role now this covering role was the status of role kind of come home, but it's not like enough to get how about how if you follow the reality everyone the company of the mountain is not playing the mountain. And what's the remember that's the that our living that's that our living comes to include that is second but covering on top of the mountain as well. So that's not the Holocaust was everything. The Holocaust that's very it's like what? Somebody else like you that planted a tree, not to sit at a low together, not to sit down together. You will not solve up with and only because only because you worship it later on. Because remember, the time is that you can agree with you, which is you planted by one another, and this is for the tree and going ahead and I'm not even that and ultimately only because you worship it later on. So tomorrow says how to come to summer, so how to come to hold, and so it's actually focused on production. You must should have been some actually that made on the page 45 feet first one. You must should have been notice you must have been yourself up. Somebody can come from a Hollywood boat. Come on, the mountains and those on the road. You might be able to see by foreign or high sense to Russian and on the scope of it. The 87 says separate them, and a couple will say it. And a couple will say it. It's quite a natural state of about the story. This time it's not because of the story. It's over the next to something else. Right? That's the piece that I'm now is there. That level is always just there. And then subsequently worship. So kind of come over to the key, planting it, or maybe the purposes, and then you know, on worship, you like to do now. Therefore, again, the well, how do you best level of the reaction last year? Excuse me, last year. So, when you guys have a what is the actual reaction? So, not even kill the back. Which says, yeah, other people and the people level is more popular. About nothing, now you should be actually that people says the other, although they say a lot that level is more popular. I have to remind you that the campus of the China will be also kind of the And later on, as I was developed, so that tree cannot be transformed into a texture of Abosa. Why? Because it shows that at that point in time, that is like what? Like a orange. Now, what about three sassy that hot? What about the three sassy that hot is anything below other of oil. Right? So then the nice that because that's not what you sound using on the flow. And therefore it goes like this. On the other hand, that's kind of different from yours. So just you know, once you listen to me, and you'll say this comes along to say, you know, it's not to carry as we do, original as we do, so about self of you, also, you know, dummy the heart, so what's that something to listen to this show? Even if you can't hear the people, just family, and you know, go ahead and watch, you worship it. That is not like that is not like the mountain or the no why not? So you each much necessity underneath it. Because also listening to such a even if you have to because the person who is ultimately looking at you looking at the movie about yourself, once it turns out that according to this approach, actually that's the inside. So this is the case. The case says, one day I'll be about 12 of you mentioned that for myself of the currency. This is second line of ham and days. Kanakama summer, you are struggling with myself of the winter. Kanakama old, if you choose plans, just stop attention. Right? Not about each other. Just trying to stop. And then when you work with afterwards, please look at why. Because you're going to kind of tell it that type of like what? Like the mountain or like the hill. Hi, what about you shots on the boat? You shots you on the boat kind of conversations. Only the principle of why when the original content was not travel with other purposes. And you also you says no, we run should not do myself up to ourselves. And you say we say no, even if you just stop without any specific intent and only worship afterwards. Nevertheless, you will still be awesome. What's that? That you also do something, but you also something you have the purpose and purpose. You know, it was like travel Europe. Since the now travel Europe comes to your heart. Therefore, I love the life that you can not like for the life you may not why is that? Why is that? It says use much species or other. And also, a single was planted by a person. The first use both necessity and other. And anything that is intimately has to be involved with also means that anything that has to be involved with has to be involved with the concept of a as you go to the transform ultimately into everything of a because use those visas Adam, the Assyrian, as well as what is the says anything that has visas Adam. What is that coming from? My love, the Assyrian Israel to Zatu, Ulvasova. What's it? Does that not come from Jesus? It says, oh, and see that this is practice and established purposes, and later on, ultimately, his worship tell you that such a tree does have the ability to attract the half that you'll see that Jesus suffered. He learns nothing of himself of the usher, and ultimately again, even that you'll see that he the Holy Spirit. He was planted at the tree, and also established and only worship later on. That has people come out to beside them, and you'll see that he's the whole man. Folks, the way you'll see him say this. Ito, Shema Elohim al-Kahari. Pero Kahari Elohim. What's the word that this is hard to define. The question itself only quotes the first phrase. The second phrase, Russia. First phrase is God coming from himself, wipe out all of the other like what? Like Elohim al-Kahari. Like the God on the mountain. Russia is, although a hundred Elohim, the mountains cannot become their gods. It's just transform the mountain into a cancer of Amosa. Similarly, Torah says, Elohim al-Akros, your gods on the road. What is it like? The Lord has no below the bows, Elohim. The ultimate again the hills cannot become their gods. I would have said, Shomea Elohim, not Akros, Ra'anan Elohim. Below Ra'anan Elohim is everything. But not just for each Sinai, I would have taken it to the other side. But that which you find in the itself cannot become Hamod. Hamod Lomar, nevertheless, that Shirei have the Pasuk says, "She does shall destroy the fires." Was concealed in the book. Torah explicitly says that these are to be destroyed. Ela Nachas Kodesh then why do I need that phrase? Nachas wasn't. The answer is happy with you. So I understand as Elohim, as Elohim Elohim. Hanani, Bahamad Cross. For he says, he shall destroy the on the mountains and on the hills. That gives me a clear travel result is that which is held, but not in itself, even in itself, is one, even if not in itself, is one. Yes, when it comes to our state electric stories, right? Anafas spoke to the Aina. Why do you end up Anafas is what? Underneath yourself, then I would run away from it. You see yourself, you have to come up with your brother. But the idea is underneath. But one second, Torah itself says, that very simple thing. Torah itself says that right now, that the Assyrians tells you what? Tells you what? That the Assyrians can become. The Assyrians can become Avodah. What's going on? So that's the one that the Assyrians can become Avodah. So then why is what the Achas calls the Anai? Abu, so that's constitution to the Rabbi. That's like, Abu is the Rabbi. Anyway, Cuba, and he told me about other products. When the movie told me that we were keeping some along with him, I got to the house. Come back and start about that, the law, the song. He was very perfect, but the kind of sometimes that. And he just be trying to hide out or a high hill. What we tried on or actually found on the fucking no, let's see what no, we're doing that. time before. Being versus exception versus back. But it says God is the primary one. That cut off, and that's I the high temperature of the I would have said that to cut down the what is that? Right? I would have assumed that was you had the preparatory not said that's very right. And all they would have said is I feel too I would assume that is a brain which is an issue level design. The tax was actually see that it's was an now what do I do with the tell you, somebody conquered the land, that kind of was going to have to go through it, conquer it, then go back and shall go and give them the spread in his vocals. So actually, the pastor was actually reconstruct. The pastor reconstructed Bahana. And you back to the pastor was break them actually. Bahana. And we Single so the burn that again says you are a go the Akaka right? Essentially, so this is incredible yourself, incredible yourself. Somebody talking about that. So I kind of like that. So in this so incredible which is also the same way I hope that is not just to stop worshiping it or to destroy the chaos or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, once in the world of negative people, so you don't have negative people, you don't have negative character, something, everything negative is something, not just something. And a person starts to cherish after that person has to go ahead and ultimately can find that part that's sort of sort of offers us this incredible and humanity and work starting to have how much you do that was that's up to your discussion. But I'm putting that's how much that's myself for you so I send my hands up and just follow through. That's the thing that is so to speak. Right? I have to come across with something. Maybe it's important things similar to another location So no one actually did like what you read or is supposed to be like what you so another one open at the heart. So it's never the left to get it's super still when you have to call Abu Zara. Specifically again, what could be rendered Abu Zara? I'm not talking about open at the heart. So if you have nothing, that's how to worship a man. That's how it goes. Or the notes. Who tells the master Abu and I see? Was it the way to learn? So the inanimate object that will actually define the purpose is like that. Very much is doesn't work with and the age product. So that we can talk about on the road, and level of our and the build self and the consequence. The subwhole test us to sum up our life. The consequence says, you shall not go ahead. Literally, you shall not go ahead. You cannot go ahead. Sense of the song, gold and silver one. And the silver goes every value cost. But now, who or not the now because itself is not. But this is outside a big cartoon is called the most of the Salabaya as Elohim alcohol. And destroy the God's and now it's murder. Justice could have just said, it's like, oh, sorry, why do you have to do this one, nothing on it, always? Why do you need that? But even said the third actually giving us exactly what he's giving us like all these other GPS. Telling you that by the way you take nudge and you have to reach out to Avodah Zarah. I mean it's how you where to find the Avodah Zarah. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the mountain. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the trees. It's on top of the hills. The Avodah Zarah is off of the trees. So therefore, you know, we keep on understand it's not that that's one is very well against because when you see camera you see at least are not everybody actually sees the activity. So listen, it's a beautiful day for this mission. It's important to be active for it. So that is a Mishnah without leftovers. A Mishnah without leftovers. That's kind of like spiritual justice. That's the better thing. Mishnah has leftovers on a day and a half. All of your children is you have also done a treatment. That's the kind of tell that you're really brought out of the there's another identify for us where to find that where to find it out, where to find it in order to really so it's the bottom line of production is very much even if I got your food and treasure, but production is very much there are a lot of things like even if one wants to grab people and do it, so we have to have that story that has our position. It is only one word exactly another player. So it's only one word exactly on that. Those are the shows. Shoes are different. Remember this phrase that we use. know how to say, see, was Sachmo, Sesef, Hammer. Was Sachmo, Sesef, Sahab, Hammer. Even if Sesef is out, and therefore again, I'm sorry, that decision is part of now. Separate from announcement, and therefore becomes and you'll see that that you see some secret has that you'll see that couple of announcements. But all of that in mind, so that is what it is possible to announce himself, even the high level of the scope of this. Now this connection is going to cover it also not to be seen. Again, so I can see that there was a lot of yeah, later, it's not the point to cover it, not to rush. I somebody else, like, who didn't plan to not conceive of a baby, that's what they got. With myself, I don't think you're going to only be worship it later on. Just remember, That's the reason we say, right? And you say really comes along to say, even should not be done, also la self of you. Also, Jamila has also the restrictions as well. Even if you can, and then you go ahead and watch, you watch the thing. That is not right. That is not like the number of the that. So you use body session to argument. There's also literally you take any application you do this. Because the first thing you do is open your channel, you go to the once more. So once it turns out that is when it is closed, that's the side. So this is the Patricia. Patricia says, one of the argument I talk about that should not be of the this is second line of damages. Kind of cover, she went to herself on the winter, kind of cover home. She was playing, this is not about the dollar. Just playing to snap. And then only words afterwards, she was looking. Why? Because then it kind of comes to that type of speed, like what? Like the mountain or like the hill. What about the assassinate of the boat? Assassinate of the boat kind of comes as the only principle of law. And the initial planting was not travel with our purposes. But you said, you said this, you said, no, we run should not kill myself of the posture. And you said, you said, no, just stop. Without any consideration and any worship, nevertheless, we will still be like what's that again? Have you ever been planted? Because you know, these actually do have the law of you know, I'm going to say, you know, no, now, now, on. Therefore, Allah provides for them not like this for the midnight. It is not negate Shiva. So now you know what it is. Why is it Shiva? Why is it Shiva? It was used by Jesus to the other. In order to be considered was by a person. Because you spoke Jesus to the other person. And anything that is open to God, even involved in it, also was a sin that any life is involved in as you evolve into the essence of our religion. As you look to transform ultimately into practice of our religion. Because you should Jesus Adam, the Asiya, which the religion says anything that has Jesus to do. What is that come from? The Asiya, should not do with the rest of us. But they said that not come from because of schools that are usually planted with the staff purposes, and we are on the worship plays a second piece the app that knows that you need is someone. He learns nothing of herself of the author, and ultimately again, people that use that use a whole, and she was planted initially again a bunch of separate and only worship you are. And it has been known to come out with the sector, and you'll see that people in that coach, so when you see the Nicole Shabana, Elohim al-Bahari, Elohim Elohim, was an early one that is supposed to be mind. The person itself always in the first place. The second place is Russia. The first place is God coming from himself, wipe out all of the evidence, like what? Like Elohim al-Bahari, like your God on the mountain. Russia is Elohim Elohim. The mountains cannot become like that. The mountains transform the mountain into the depths of Abu Similarly, so it says, Elohim Allah Christ, that's on the coast. What is the action? Elohim coast, Elohim. Also, the hills cannot become your God. I would have said, Shomea not as coast. Elohim, below La'anan Elohim is every but it says, not as coast, La'anan. I would have taken anything of it. If that is defined, then we need to be that's the Gemara. The role that I'm not Elohim. And that comes from Pasuk says, Pasuk says, you shall destroy the fire. Listen, the Syria is what? Correct, was said, destroy. And I must call it the Adon. Then why do I need that big after I wasn't happy with you? So, the Alan is on the list. That's just me clearly what was. That the application to the trend is not exactly just on it, or not in itself. Itself is working. Even if not in itself is working. Yet when it comes to the electrical process, how fast close to the island? Why is the ocean has to be flat? Underneath yourself, I would have thought what is the first one? The tree itself cannot become up with each other, but the ice underneath it, or what sector the Torah itself says, that's very specific. The Torah itself says that so that's the way it just can become of each other. So then why you was the best of the mais da passa de mais fácil. Vai ter esse jogo aí, e eu sei que está muito bom, sei. Eu também sei que vai ter uma só mas eu acho que tudo não é mais, acho que ele é que vai ter uma fase de alta nada passa a alta which was still on the amount. Was in the still on the amount. I see all the accent to the veil, what is that about? Because the number is still over time. I would assume that would be having for that says, thank you so much. And then I think to the veil. I would assume that person which is usually trying to travel to God. The task must be done. Actually, this is like this is over age. Also, now that you're seeking, actually, this is over age. Person is the people. If I also I like to pass now what do I do with the extra functions of actually that they work I can tell you that they would be like to not go over myself. What's the company that because they usually try to or regular purposes and subsequently my have to get yeah, hold on. Hi, guys. Thanks for being there. Now, according to the Yossi of Yehuda, again, subsequently, that the student becomes Asir as a Robiza. The learning of that is that we got things that we learned fantastic. What about 20 to that one? Also, if you don't see it, or regular purposes, that's one. And then you work with it. Like the student that you see, like you see the non transfer that was there. So what do they do to face هذا كده my absence كده بيصير لي for discussion of all the stuff ultimately push as so hold them in the pure apple so it's really important that in the context of every service your two steps in the instruction of a step. The first step was cutting down the apple design. Because really we need to cutting down the apple over. And then the primary objective was countering and counting about display. After it was countered and counted, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the apple design. It was like laser destroyed. So what happens again? Doing all people fucking causing the people. So the knocking down of the cutting down of the that's the conquering of the land. As the rolling through the land, soldiers they get cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. They spend the time destroying it. Right now, then it has to push. So however, people are suffering the field. Also, countries of land has to perceive ultimately that the destruction of all this will come. Still over the storm coming to the guys well as it says, if we suffer with stabbing, that doesn't down. And we enter into land, we are obligated to go ahead and what? We are obligated to go ahead and cut down the obligated we were after we put the start to Asayo. And after we conquered, then we go back and we update. It looks like you're incredibly so right. Sometimes in the life I think I work this hard connection of one goal at a time so that the person has to go ahead and see lessons. The number of different life is recognizing that right now they're all about 70%. Right now they're about 70%, but I need to practice is going forward, and I'll find this time opening to put in the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right or wrong, but I would say 90% of what's happening. So again, the goal was I would start to knock out a few. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal will be to conquer the land. Destroy level to go, especially this bar level to go, it's taking a lot of time. So as you can remember, again, it takes 14 years. So first go ahead and conquer the land, knock down level to go as you go through it, conquer it, then go back. Yoshi says, you shall go and give him the spread in the circle. But so as you use, so it has to also because you construct. Intanken constructed Bahara, and belki de sen seviyorsan, break demem seviyorsan, Bahara, and leave it. Anahtar like Anyways, what's the verdict? Either again says, if you want to, I'm going to put on, you don't, the Akacha, right? Okay, so there's no two, and then verb. The idea being, unless it's a man, it's just counting the land. Because of the land, it's ultimately counting the land, therefore, it doesn't have to be, was, not the other, out of choice, stolen, just something to say. Einweise über Umkehrung des Studies Apparat. Und der Rolle ultimately uses responsibility that when you talk level sorry, it's not just left in training subject, it's not the studies Apparat, which is the studies Apparat, you have to reflect the lesson of the adult. You also use the studies Apparat level. With the rest of the two verbs, you have to go ahead and uproot the level that are afterwards. Not command, you do not put as a command in a local level. Ultimately, the basic of the square root from the space. Like giving the so this is incredible you sold, incredible you sold. Somebody check this out. So I sort of picked out so this so incredible what's a problem. Which is about the same way I was Zoro, that it's not just that to stop worshiping it or to destroy the chaos or to go and destroy the idols, but rather again, one of the terms is Sari Sakara, what's the word of negative people so you don't have negative people, don't not do it. Not just have to stop the rest of the character.
Doing just like 15 or 7 seconds right now.
and they had a family. And he was like, this is the rest of the Muslims but the mountain is the that is not the mountain, that is the mountain, the mountain that knows themselves in that. That's the kind of conversation. Well, Sacco, that's some of our rate. Hopefully, the kind of conversation. It's not probably over someone that is on them. It's easy to us, but it's not the mountain of the Lord. It's the level every doctor is on them. And if you listen to the sense, Elohim, Elohim, and it's a lesson for Elohim, Elohim. But hopefully, the bottom line is every doctor is on the mountain of the level, not the mountain itself. As the Brown Crash Run, and the Big Rock, the Yasuo, which is I was out of Australia. What about Australia? Expensive. What about the Australia? The Australia is something that I think is really part of the stuff around. And that is really part of the earth. Again, so we'll say this is what we just learned before. Exactly or Elohim, Elohim. Why would I say this? Go, is what he says God is. And the book says, he says God on the word of the say that God is king of the chance. That he is, and he's under the God is solved. That's the word of God is solved. Now, I'm talking about the book. So it's one of the person to have by God. Or it's something by God, or by God. It's something anything that is a natural form. Like the people that we can about each other. Even I worship now, that's not only God. I use that practice and I say that. So I can worship something so that's wrong. The God's on the throne now. Not like every what? telling you that finally you get to Japan and you have to root out the Abolizara, I mean, it's not even a find the Abolizara. The Abolizara is on top of the mountain. The Abolizara is on top of the trees. It's on top of the hills. The Abolizara is super communities. So therefore, it's going to be fun. It's going to be locked down from this community. That is one, it could be very well a case. Because then it's kind of camera that you see. And these are not everybody has this also secret to think this is current. They have to show manage a Mishnah without methods. A Mishnah without methods. Doesn't just spiritual just to very active. So that methods is going to do it. All that you're saying is you have active damage. That camera uses one out of the process. There's another correct can simplify for us where to find that where to find it out, where to find it in order to put what is the bottom line of the definition of this and I love things like this stuff. What works now is real. So one thing that's one that happens are people stuff. So it's one that on it after this on it those what happens is the mountain is covered in dirt. Simply hard to hide. So the mountain itself is covered in dirt. Now it is better than one work with mountain. So what's the Shaila? What's the Shaila? Good. So I did the Shaila is what's the size of the cover? It was like if the cover is on the mountain or not. Remember again, why because I'm completely different however, it is fully on the mountain itself, trying to do on the mountain, however, can't be transformed as level each other, or is the second of the stage is the can't be transformed each level each other. Kanakama fully high. Kanakama covering of the mountain is not like the mountain, and therefore, in this be able to worship it, the planet becomes a very right. That you also really suffer, simply higher hurry, also no covering of the mountain, manage the one, manage cleansing the mountain itself, and everything that you worship it, covering does not become was a true adjustment to the same. And it comes out super high, really high, like you see, with Sacro, Kessel, Hamlet, contrary, also the with Sacro, Kessel, and Sahab, and Lee. Therefore, Bottle is having high. Still got the cover. Bottle is down. So, even the high level is still covered. Simply not the with the covering also, but they're not the array and the club and the cities and the field of each there was a lot of the array is not the way the cover is not the array what is the word to I don't see this is summer. You see how much we have to look at. So this is always the reality everywhere. The coupling of the mountain is not the way to that's the like this kind of level. Layman, that's that the Zohar. Layman comes to the that says the second exactly what. But even a couple will probably not have a mountain at all. What's the matter? Okay, so the Halfa was everything. The Halfa, that's very interesting. We even say not to do with ourselves all people. This is what somebody else, right? You didn't plant the tree, not to see other voices, not to see that voice. You will myself up and ultimately again, worship it in legal art. So you have to have the best use of the which is three thousand level, in this case, I go ahead and apply it to and ultimately basically worship it in legal art. So you might as well kind of come discover, so you kind of come up with Jesus. So what's actually supposed to be done? You learn to enough, you tap out, let's pay on the day, 45 feet, first part. You learn to enough, you only see my shit, so we're so on. Somebody kind of come up Hollywood boat, the kind of come up with them, and now we can hold them with who has been called the Ochiba Hex. So the foreign, although I said to Russell, I've almost got on it. The 87 says different again, kind of come with them. It is quite a natural signal about the solar mission. Static and the love comes about the power. This is the way the rest of the mountain. Right? Much trees that are the mountain is there. Not level is only just there. And then subsequently work. It's kind of come over with a tree, planted in this tree for regular purposes, food purposes, and then when you go on worship, it's food like in the mountain. Therefore, again, the reason rural high school best level is up to the actual last year. So, when the time, what is the actual year? It's not really to the task. It's such guys, what does it look and the increase to the level is possible. About not the value of the semester, that increase to the other, although then you cite the last guys level is possible. I have been mad to many practice of this island of these. So, how is that? The life of this campaign is to and we don't want to have that as well. So that is cannot be that short of the effect of why? Because he was like that point in time, that is like what? Life and mountain or what about PSAS that PSAS that other also, had also even if it's for just families and then only later on you go and watch it, that is not right like for now to know why not. So you use what you said they are going to because what you say is every day after because it has the ability to transfer voice words. So we'll say that is when it is close. That's really inside. What are you not talking about? That's the second line of the image. Kind of feel like myself up. What's a kind of how old? Kind of right? Not about the dollar. Just find the sun. And then only words that afterwards it is looking. Why? Because you're going to kind of keep that type of feeling. Like what? Like the mountain or like the hill. Hi, what about the shots you put up on both? These are the other kind of comments that you only with the one. And you just have to remember what you and you'll say, these are the things that no, you should not talk about self help to answer. And you'll say, these are not the tree, even the tree is in the time, just stand without any specific intention and only worship afterwards. Nevertheless, the tree will still be awesome. And what's that again? And you'll say, you can't because you'll these are the other law person, you know, there is no attention level zero, since the attention level zero is coming to the on. Therefore, I don't like to see the attention level regularly, and it is not like the mountain or the one. You must be nice. You will be close to one, which may not actually not see. What's another thing what you say? Why you actually right? Why is that really because you what he says to the other. And also the action was planned by a person. Because you spoke he says to the other. And anything that is taken has involved in possible that anything has been involved has the ability to evolve into the about it. As you look to transform ultimately into a level. Because the able to says are like last year, so the Commission says anything that has two says to the other. What is that coming? My love, last year, like the level will rest over. Does that not come to this particular case of a tree that is planted? And later on, ultimately, the worship say that such a tree has been the after you see that we need to suffer, even regular assault of also, and ultimately again, even the use that we need of things, the fact that initially is going to suffer, and only worship later on, that has been plus inside of mercy that we can in there, we hope that we listen to each other's life. We hope that Elohim al-Ahad, or Ahad Elohim, was an early that is what you keep in mind. The first is itself only goes the first place. The second place is the Russia. The first place is God coming from himself, wipe out all of the others, like what? Like Elohim al-Ahad, like the gods on the mountains. Russia is the mountains, below Ahad Elohim. The mountains cannot become their God. Into the character of Abulazar. Similarly, Torah says, Elohim ala Kavos, your gods on the earth. What do you imagine? Elohim below Kavos, Elohim. Ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their gods. I would have said, Shomea Ani, Kasas Kovis, Ra'anam, Elohim, below Ra'anam, Elohim, is everybody. First it says, Kasas Kovis, Ra'anam, I would have taken it to the other side. But that is defined in the trees. That is Abulazara, the low Ra'anam, Elohim. He himself cannot become Abulazara. And the Lord says, that they have to say for the fire. The Pasuk says, Healers, you shall destroy the fire, for you seal them in blood. Torah Christians, you said, are to be destroyed. Ever Tafas for Israel, that's the case. And why did I need that case? After I was a video. So, I understand Thessalonians are a holy, but I like both. But this is you shall destroy the gods which are on the mountains and on the hills. That's the application that which is on the hill, not to himself, is worship. Even if the mountain itself is worship. Pentecost called Israel. I would like to tell you. The tree itself can have some of those but the idea of the or what actually the code itself says, that's the code itself says that what that tells me what that the actual is can become. Yeah, can become Abolizar, so right? So that's the source of the can become Abolizar. So why use what the Hafna Abu is the concept of flexibility, which was Hidolone Emat. Você já sabe o que é Hidolone Emat, but had the custody not said that the Ashura, as you see, Omer Hashem Filateo, I would have said that cut down the Ashura. What is that talking about? The Ilan Sonatu Mitzila Mata. I would have assumed that would, if you had the Torah not said, not saying and all it would have said is, I said to I would assume that that is referring to a tree which is initially planted for apple to start. The tax must be Ashton to that was another Ashton is looking to that reward. If I was saying, that's the simple key. Therefore, it then has to be destroyed. So now, what do I do with the extra concept of actually I can tell you, I can tell you when you feel like it's not so, all of us are happy. Also, when it comes to Christianity, which was initially planned for regular purposes and subsequently, my says, I have to go to the I'm sorry. Yeah, but I have actually to get in the house. Now, according to the Yossi of the Ego, we can issue for money purposes. And then, subsequently worship. And the tree becomes Esther as a holy God. So the learning that we're playing back into God, you know, fantastic. What about 20 time on the account of God? All the holy God is here, issue, or they can issue a month. And then worship is, but the tree that is like the tree would not try to come down with God. So we want to do because I'm going to God, one of us is I've actually people that are not my abbey, right? The people that they show me, they what's the they use it for the Dutch and show me, do it although there's no problem. Ultimately, Bush Eretz Yisrael. Bush Eretz Yisrael told them to be pure Abbas program. So, considering holes, but in the context of Eretz Yisrael, there are two steps in the destruction of Abbas Yisrael. First step was cutting down the Abbas. So literally the English piece cutting down the piece by over. And then, the primary objective was to conquer and capture the Israel. After Israel was conquered and captured, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the Abbas. So what happens is that truly only for public holding bush, so they're knocking down and cutting down the whole that's preceded the conquering of the land. As they roll through the land, so they're going to have to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying it. Right now, again, it has to be key bush. So however, key bush are actually start putting the beers. Also, the conquering of the land has to precede ultimately and the destruction of what is called public. That's the slogan. You over the stuff called the key bush are actually start after this. If you such an established God on the land, when you enter into the land, you have to go ahead and watch. العبد فتى يعبد والآخر يكون الشرع أخره and after the conquered they go back and the uproot. It looks like there's incredibly slow life. Sometimes you get a whole accomplishment. There's a version of this that sometimes the person has to focus on finishing one goal at a time. Sometimes the person has to go ahead and pursue less the number of different life experiences, recognizing that right now it's all about 70%. I know that I'm 70%, but I need to track keep going forward, and I'll find the time ultimately eventually put under the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right and a wrong about how it's right. It matters depends on what's happening. If you come slow again, the goal was I will trust you not that finish. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal will be here is to find the revenge. Destroying that one, especially this volume of us, it's taking a lot of time. Go as you said, people can do it for 3 days. So first go ahead and conquer the land, that's how we're going to actually go to do it, conquer it, then go back on this. This is where they like it. You have some is before them, so what you actually now again still say something. As the Yossi says, you shall go ahead and destroy them as peoples, but so actually, the touchdown was that because the touchdown is struck. The touchdown is instructed Bahana, and you should back in the spot save yourself, break them as tables, Bahana, and you but I'm not right now. So you know, what's the burning? That again says, you know, you don't, the Akaka, right? Also, so they go from assume and then birth. The idea being that also was demanded here to time of their life. Because of the mandate ultimately time of their life, therefore, I think that one, not the other is out of so equal something is very close. Again, equal. Don't think you can break it and burn it now. after Rabbanon, Hanifai, they were open to open our little mother, to tap the Shalish Akara. Also, the Rabbanon ultimately uses fast. That when you up to that one, it's not just enough to be ready. It's not the Shalish Akara, which is the Shalish Akara, you have to expect to be and best of the idolatry. Shalish Akara, most of the people in the Shalish Akara, where the rest of you can learn, you have to go ahead and uproot that one, not to learn, you got to extra that muffle up. Ultimately, we learn from the face that you shall destroy the meaning from this place. That giving of not just of yes, not giving one the active of the over the other desires that are within the place. So incredibly so well. Because it's tissue, in general, you have to use those negative solutions. That's what's up. So this credit what you sowed, I credit what you sowed, somebody can. So I forgot, so in this sowed, incredible this is the most of the same thing I hope is done, that is not just to stop worshiping it or to destroy the calf, or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, one of the church is trying to once in the world of negative people says, not just to do this, not just have to stop the negative character. Something. Everything negative is rooted in something. Not just enough to stop the believer, but a person start to shine after that. Let's go ahead and ultimately you can find the church part on courage. So what's that is out? So what I'm offering us is medical and humanity and or the start is comprehensive. So it's like Chinese was what is something actually that I heard is a little I love the that collaboration that idea that I love the reason why it's important that I love the collaboration how much you do that, that's up to your discussion. But I'm putting that that's what do you think about it? even if someone is good, even if someone is good, even if someone is good, not Taboma, doctors. Today is a very powerful together. ultimately, kind of Kanye says, do not come over someone that is on to us that is not enough to really of the brother only got these on and of your says Elohim Elohim, and again that's people are heard of Elohim. But ultimately the bottom line is saying that's only the fundamental of Allah, not the mountain section. As the essence of that Kasha, and the Isma Ashira, Asura, which is I was at Ashira, what is that Ashira of us? It's supposedly existential difficulty for us. Right? What about the Ashera? The Ashera was the number again something that by definition is part of the struggle landscape. It is part of the earth that you see it is so what's it? Just like before, it's not even the Amen or Elohim Allah. Why would I say this? There we go. The introduce but Jesus God himself. Because it looks like really it has Jesus God on the moon with that man super yeah, you this is under humanity called that's the word humanity called now what do I love? Oh, a person time. So there's a person that's by that. Or is it something by that? Or by that? It's subject only. So I said, I think you're sure something is like a strong as Elohim out of Allah. Your God's on the throne now. But Allah is also on the hills. The time that's called Israel. Every and you have to root out the Avodah Zarah. I'm going to show you where the farm is. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the mountain. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the trees. It's on top of the hills. The Zarah is off the trees. So therefore, it's going to be very well used. sensitive kind of camera that you will see, and usually are not seen. Everybody actually sees you on the city, and also see people doing this mission that's in front of you. The captain is being shown, that is Mishnah without a focus. A Mishnah without a focus. It doesn't feel tangible. It's not like spiritual background. Doesn't feel like anything. Just without that focus on doing all that you're saying is doing condition. You have active kind of peace. That kind of time that usually really run out of the pasuk. There's another piece. What I'm saying, I'm going to find for us where to find that where to find it out, where to find it in order to put. Listen, so bottom line, what's the definition of silence? We understand that we're leaving what the definition of silence. And I love the nice silence. These are one words as this word of zero. So one we have to from that aspect into the are these only one words that not that silent is silence. So it's only one voice that's the target after that. The target those guys will become a student is the that's why that we spend the each practice as a that's the first thing I think was that is something therefore like that the person has been goes into space and wants to get to the cancer of what's the system of science the what happens if the mountain is covered see where you have the house. The mountain itself is everybody is so that's one word. Mountain. So what good. And so I think the designer is what's the status of the company. If it looks like the company is going to be on the mountain or not. That's what again. Why is the company? Because the company is different. However, only on the mountain itself, the sign that is on the mountain, I guess it's not the level of or is the second side the same? Is transform this level of Tanakama Saba, Tanakama Sequel Hard, April Time, Tanakama is covering up the mountain, is not right the mountain, and therefore, we will see. Therefore, which is the climate becomes Abu Saba. And you'll say, Sequel Hard, Hurry, you'll say, also know, covering up the mountain, climate plus, climate plus the mountain itself, and then what is it? Cover it, take it back to the cover. What's the good that's it? I just have a solid 2.5. You know how to say what's that? That's that cover. Most of it, also, I come start. Plus, says, what's that? Most of that, somehow, I don't and therefore again, sorry, that's the second part of that. Separate the mountain and therefore becomes possible. And you'll see that you'll see some are simply hard to have, you'll see really holes that are coming up out of the second half of itself. bottle of that had self and public bottle to them himself, even the high level of snow public, covering also somebody else like you and that's myself of I don't that when he is approached, actually gets the full inside. But this is the chaos. So Jason says, one day I'm not welcome because I'm going to the same by the name of it. And I'm a sucker, and he was looking myself up to the church. Kind of come home. He was planning to just snap the face. Not about his dollar. Just planning to snap. And then only worship afterwards in his mother. Why? Because then kind of come at the that's type of like what? Like the mountain or like the dog. Hi, what about the peace guys for the awesome boat? Essentially, the other about kind of conversation is only a principle of fun. And the initial planning was that problem is our person in the service who says, no, we learn to remember myself up to us, but we have to see what we can stop without any intent and only word afterwards. The rest of the community will still be us. That was like, okay, that doesn't really matter because we all discussing the other law person practice. So you know what I think there was no attention to tribal startup, seems to be attention now to tribal startup company on. Therefore, how much we might say we can hold the relationship, it's not like the mountain or the was it being like this person, it's their map, what's the other thing, what is it? Why are you going to do that? Why is it doing it? It is these budgets that can be other. And those are the answer that was by the person. The most used folks use that to do other and anything that is has even involved customers that anything I do involved has the ability to cause that you get plus ultimately because these was SaaS other. The ASIA was a responsibility says anything that has SaaS other. That is a company. My lab, the ASIA learned to not do with vessel one. Was like does that not come to the case of a tree that is in the market, which was started and later on, ultimately, the worship tell you that subject to the first the half that you'll see that you can suffer, you learn to suffer yourself of the also, and ultimately, you can that you see that you don't you exactly as if you discover and all worship is on that has to go from us to Sanya, and you'll see that you can folks, and you'll see the satisfied. The talk and the Elohim Aleph Elohim was very that is supposed to be divine. The punch itself only takes the first place. Second place, Russia. First place is God coming from himself. Wipe out all of the other like what? Like they had our hearts. Like your God on the mountains. Russia go 100 Elohim. The mountains cannot come to a God. That means all mountains. Of Apostle. Similarly, Joseph, Elohim allies, did not on the 20 classes, so has from the most boats, Elohim. The older he again the hills, so not to become your God. I would say, so may I have not as police, the Anas Elohim, the Anas Elohim is everything. But not as police, the Anas, I would have taken it. And that is fine with me. That is a scholar, the role that I got yourself cannot become a little reminder because it says that Julius is right. Because it says in the Julius shall destroy the fire. It was concealed in the trust. So that Julius said, destroy. Ever can't much police that I got in the that's the case. And why do I think that it's actually so I understand accelerating our running, but I like both. So this says you shall destroy your gods, so on the mountain and on the lake. You should choose the blood. That's the opposite. Instead, we show exactly the honor of nothing in itself, because in itself is what nothing itself is what. Yet when it comes to our state of what the people say, sometimes talking to the ayah. Why I was like, what is process? Itself can come up with each other. But the idea of the one second, the Torah itself says, That's the only simple thing. So in some sense that what? Yes, that he actually tells me what? Tells me what? That he actually is something. That he is kind of about these others. What's going on? The fact is what there is any problem with others. So why is what the access of the right? Who is the that's the best contribution that is that's the how you look at that. What do you do? And the truth is what I'm doing by that. listen, I would have assumed that see, had the Tory not said, I think this is what and all it would have said is, I think two Bajos. I would have assumed that is referring to a T, which is a mystic practice for Apple Desire. The cat, actually, see, I think this is what was a matter of two super, actually, this is what is working to Bajos. Therefore, both sides have to fight. That's the simple thing. Therefore, then it has to be destroyed. So now, what do I do with the extra portion of Ashwin Shadlevon or Tayo, Ashwin Shadlevon, Milan, Shinato, Bolabasov, what's the competition that is the initially signed for regular purposes and subsequently I'm sorry. Yeah, hold on. This is much. Now, according to the Yosi this is for money purposes. And then subsequently, that the tree becomes as I always said. So the learning that is that thing to the rest. What about according to the other kind of cover? The goals that also keep that the tree initially for regular purposes. And then worship it. But the trees are not transforming that way. So we what do we do with this how does it together my activate? The people that show me that what's the experience. This is for the judge and show me what the show me. You do it all those no problem. Ultimately, Bush Eric Israel. Bush Eric Israel told them in the finger about this person. So, the that in the conquest of Eretz Yisrael was that there were two steps in the destruction of Abu Dhabi. The first step was cutting down the Abu Dhabi. The little bit of cutting down the Abu and then the primary objective was the conquering of national Eretz. After it was conquering the country, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the Abu Dhabi. So what happened? Of these holding people, but the not coming down of all these other, constantly like the land. As the moving on, soldiers they can actually cut down, knock down, whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying it. Right now, they have to people. So, however, suicide is not holding the field. Also, the country of the rest of the sea, ultimately destruction of all this world. To be able to back to this moment, before this comes from the Cuban itself, if the sunshine is seen, that doesn't matter. Land, you're obligated to go ahead and watch. You're obligated to go ahead and cut down the opportunity. You will ask us people to start the operation. And after you conquer it, then you go back and you update. So it's like, you're incredibly so right. Simple to with a number of different light recognizing right now they're all about 70%. Right now they're about 70%, but I need to find the time it's not a right or a wrong, but how it's right. Not just depends on what's happening. See, probably still again, the goal was I'm going to start doing that again. So if I'm in, cut it down, knock it down, but the goal will be is keep goal will be to conquer the land. Point level results, especially the bar level, it's taking a lot of time. Well, as you said, remember, it goes super secure to 14 years. So first one, conquer the land, knock down the result as we go through it, conquer it, then go back and so the weather is like these are so popular. Kind of Yossi, the Hatzman is the host of, so let's ask now again, still see topic. As the Yossi says, you shall go out of the room and destroy them with your host. Bahana. So actually, the Hatzman was that because the Hatzman is deconstruct. You deconstruct. The Hatzman, you will deconstruct anything. Bahana. And you see back in this man say yourself, break them up say yourself. Bahana. And you Barach Shach Shaifa. So anyways, what's the verdict? The other again says, you are a Amrapino, you don't the Akata seal. Right? Okay, so the joke is assume and then burn. The idea being that the boundary is conquering the land. Because of the magic ultimately conquering the land, therefore, the opportunity was not the Aboriginal attitude. Destroy the stones, keep the structure of the tables, but then we fold. Those are these kind of ultimately Banan aynı da okya balısı tabii geçen dışarı akare. O yüzden banan okya bir ispat. Yani akila balıklar isterse bırakır mesela dışarı akare. O yüzden dışarı akare. You have to respect the need and best of the item. You'll see you can decide to put any of it. You're going to can learn. You have to go ahead and complete the item you are afterwards. After learning, you will back to extra money and off the money. Ultimately, you will learn from the base systems that destroy your need from this space. That's giving you an extra. All of the items so this is an incredible use sword. Incredible use sword. Somebody check this card. So I kind of said that. So in this sword, incredible myself. This is also the same thing I told you, Zara, that it's not just that to stop working with it or to destroy the chaos or to go and destroy the idol. It's rather again one of the first started Sahara. First of all, the negative people, so you don't have negative people. Those are the it's not just that to stop the everything we do is something. Everything negative we do is something. Not just have to stop the behavior, but a person is supposed to value after that. So let's go ahead and ultimately can find the church right and put it. So let's actually do that. Something dramatically emotional. You said okay. I'm used to that. So Torb offers us this incredible and dramatically amazing opportunity for cathartic comprehensive. There was a very fun. What is I'll show you the public says something actually. I love the that collaboration behind those that I love the reason I want to say somebody comes back to that and what the collaboration behind that the money is how much you get that's up to your discussion. What you have to do, that's not how much collaboration behind those it's not a also that soon we get here a lot of work, the eventual I have to come across it with something. Greatness of foreign things, the same way that the level 2 passes no personal time. And greatness, today I spend my effort and I spend my effort and provide because this is reality. This is what do you say? What do you say? The jam aroma even if someone is a fellow, was a fellow. As long as the muscle with their choice of color of the skin, even if someone is even if someone is crazy, that aroma is something. Today, we're going to call out Texas, February 28th, Dallas, March 20th. And if you're saying it's Elohim Elohim, and again, that's the Elohim Elohim. Ultimately, the bottom line is this: that only that is fundamental that Hasadah or Torah, not even down to percent. I asked about Saddam Pasha, and the thing that I say that Asura, versus I would not say that. Why did I say that? Because of the existential difficulties, right? Like, what did I say that? The Asura was remember that this is something that by definition is part of the struggle line. By definition is part of the event that you see it is in Torah. There was a using what we just learned before, of Sati Aleim or Elohim Elohim Elohim. Why would I say that we see it? Well, there we go. Which means creation is used what we said God did say. Because the book says this is translated as some other religion. That's man's beautiful. The idea is that this has a man called God emerged in man called. No, I've got enough called. And what's the fact? So what's the important person to answer is by that. All the subject by anything that is a some naturally by definition, not I'm using that concept, and I say that. spiritual death. Let's get that in. So that my focus on being happy. All of you, this thing is here. You have a that come where you're brought out of the house. There's another you should encourage find for us where to find that where to find out, where to find it. What's the bottom line? There are a lot of things even the point was that you have to for the deal. So one is not that one that's not that are only one was exactly the other other so it's only one was exactly the other after that is on the note, those guys just one, but the strength is what is actually that's the first sometimes that many kids we find that right now or I will get Israel or actually Israel is the public. No, I will say that what no Israel over myself, also the passage to that state, which was inside or visible purposes and subsequent information. So I says, I sorry. Yeah, hold on. Highlight it to the now, according to the Yosef Judah, again, subsequently worship, that the tree becomes other as a motif. What about according to that one? Behold, the Moses feedback the tree which is already then worship it. That the tree that is the tree does not transcend the so he wanted to do how does it do that master? The tree that is shown in the for the church and children. Our bonus so far. Ultimately, Hebrews and itself, pure about the source. So, the children souls from the countless hours and struggles, you see that the first step was cutting down the apple itself. So, really, cutting down the apple, so I don't have to over. And then the fact that the primary objective was the conquering and capturing the right system. After so conquering and capturing, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the American. It was an amazing story. So what happened? Because including all people coming totally into bush, so they knocked me down and cut down on each other. That destroyed the conquering of the land. As they're rolling through the land, soldiers will do that to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time, destroying it. Right now, they have to push. So however, people try to start putting the field. Also, the country of the last aspect of the sea also here and the second hour of the water. Really back to this moment. You over the top of the people that is done because if you start to establish the God of God, when you enter this land, you have to destroy and flood. والعبد destroy and cut down the Amalekite. والآخر was start to operate. And after you conquered, then you go back and you uproot the bush that you're incredibly right. Sometimes you know, like one goal at a time. The number of different right recognizing that right now they're all about 70%. Rather than a 70%, going forward, and I'm finally trying to open it again to the remaining 30% myself. It's not a right or a wrong, my comments tonight. I just depends on what happens. So again, the goal was I'm going to start to knock that in. So if I'm in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal is to do is to conquer the land. Destroying level because this is this power level, you know, it's taking a lot of time. Well, as you said, remember, again, so first go ahead and capture the land, knock down every other as you go through it, conquer it, then go back in. What's the word of that? Because of the kind of those things, you have some of the first time, so what you ask now, that still same topic. Those things, guys, you shall go to the destroy the but so actually, this is going to be the difference. You have to stuff. You have to stuff is bahara. And we start with massive stuff. When the massive, bahara. And we but I'm starting like zero is what's the burning? That again, so you have to go below the akata slope. Right? Essentially, so soon and then burn. The idea being a message is you want to mandate is time to the rest. Because of the mandate, also, time to the rest, therefore, you have to was not level to our attitude. Just like the stones, just like the staples, it can be told, don't take the time also to burn it down. Bueno, hay baile, lo que todo que hago los mejores, que está the studies acá. O sea, que la mano of the uses was up level is not the just expression. It's a studies acá, o sea, studies acá. You have to express and yes, I got it. You also use the study parameters. With the listening to burn, you have to go ahead and update the level to our after that, you do not get extra money and lock them up. Ultimately, you have to bring some choices from this place. All So this is incredible you sold. Incredible you sold. Somebody check this out. So I sort of point out, so this sold. Incredible. What's the next number? This is the most receiving I hope is dollar. That is not just like it's not working in the or to destroy there. Or to go to destroy the item. But rather again, one of the sorry, Sakara. What's the role of negative news? So, how many negative news? What's not news? It's not just sort of stop the negative news. It's not just sorry, what's the communication? Something, everything negative, something. Not just not stop it. And the person starts to sorry after that. It's like joy. As ultimately, you can find so what it offers us is incredible and started so it's like say what concept of a public that's something I love the reason that collaboration with God I love the I love the reason collaboration with God how much you do that, which is that's up to your discussion. But I'm sure you have to take that's not Therefore, like that, as we go to the place and that's the all what's it just going to start looking at the right? Actually, putting I would put it what happens if the mountain is covered in gold? See where your heart is. So the mountain itself is covered in gold. The Shiloh is, let's say that one worship the mountain. So what's the Shiloh? What's the Shiloh? Good. And so I said the Shiloh is, what's the Shiloh? It's almost like or not. Remember again, why because of the completely different answers however, again, the point on the mountain itself, the triangle is on the mountain, and therefore can't be transformed into level of each other. Whereas the second place is going to be transformed into level of each other. Tanakama Saba, Tanakama holds, seek where your heart is, Tanakama holds, that the covering of the mountain is not like the mountain, and therefore, who is and therefore, if you worship it, the mountain becomes level of each other. But you'll say, really suffer, seek where your heart follows you. You'll say, you hold the no covering of the mountain is not as what, not as like the mountain itself, and therefore, even if you worship it, covering is not Daha hafif ve sedan bir basar aldı. This is as follows. If you plant it, and you only get to worship it some of the leaders you run for that. So long as you're not sure that. Since I planted a tree, somebody else, like, even planted a tree, not that's just about it. You will myself up to, and also you're going to only worship it later on. So what's the number of time you plant trees when I'm doing is a tree planted by a tree. In this case, over here, I'm going ahead and I'm planting a tree that and also you only do worship it later on. But it's kind of let's say it is 45 feet first one. You learn to like it. You see my share, you do so much. Now this kind of camera come up on both sides. The kind of camera he says, but now people knows on the third. Who I think will be able to behind. Foreign, although high sense to us around all the stuff. The 87 says for it. Kind of camera says, kind of camera says, it's quite a natural system about the color. It's having subsequently works. And then when you do it on speed, like now, therefore, again, the reason rural has to trust the easy action last year, it's easy action. So, what is the action that we do? So, the tool of the cat, the two sets, yeah, other level is for public. About nothing, now, you show that you cite them like that level public. I have to not practice public style and grow. Also, it's kind of what you do. Why? Because you know that that baby had not used the right what? The right healthy order. Alright, what about the sauce that are that's that other thing the Lord other are warrior. And so other that's the most of that because that's not what the sauce is the other bowl. And therefore you're both having to work it. On the other hand, if you dash that kind of thing as well, because we don't see the world, also listen to me, and you're saying from the one to say, you learn to not to carry that to the solution that you have, to about self help you, also to not dummy the heart, to also open the resources, no, even if you can't get it for just families, and then on your arms, you go ahead and watch it, you worship it, that is not right, that is not like enough. So you must be assessing the ability. Because also listening to the video, because the person who also you're going to have to go through once more. So also it turns out that when it is closed, that's the next thing you decide. So this is like business. The teacher says, one day I'll be not welcome because that's the rest of the church. It's a second line of language. Kind of have a summer, even working myself up. The winter kind of come old. The shoes plant, it's just coming right, not about the just trying to stand. And then only work afterwards is looking. Why? Because it's going to kind of come that type of view, like what? Like the message or like the no. Hi, what about these has to do on the phone? These has to do on the phone kind of conversation. It's only a principle of fun when the initial planting was done by what we develop. And you'll say, maybe sometimes, and he says, no, we learn shit out for myself, I'll do also. And you'll say, he says, no, the key, these are the shoes and shoes, right? Just stop. Without any specific intention, and only worship afterwards. Nevertheless, the key will still be us. And we'll say, again, that you'll say, you done it, because those two sets is very like a broad person trying to do. You know, it's from the city, we will go back to tribal Torah, since we have now tribal Torah come through the water. Therefore, I want to mention people from the it is not like the night before the home. Whereas in your night, it is very simple. It's a not, what's the name of the what's the name? Why is that? Why is that? It can be used but use that to the other. It can also be a cable was planted by a person. The both use both visas to the other. And anything that is ultimately has human involvement in its possible solution. That anything has human involvement has the ability to be solved into the practice of our religion. As the ability to transform ultimately into the foundation of our life. Because the usual visas are done. The assurances. Because when you can that anything that has visas to the other, what is that coming from? My love, the and only worship later on. The people must decide and you'll see that from there. Bitoch, so you'll see the descendants of fathers. Bitoch, Sheme'emah, Elohim al-Mahari. Harid Elohim. So it's another again, that just important to keep in mind. The pasuk itself only quotes the first phrase. The second phrase is Russia on the first phrase is God coming from Israel, wipe out all of the other Israel, like what? Like Elohim al-Ahari, like their gods on the mountains. Russia, the is below Ahari Elohim. The mountains cannot become their gods. Because it can transform the mountain into a vector of Avodah. Similarly, the Torah says, Elohim al-Akros, their gods on the hills. What did you mention? Elohim below the bows, Elohim. Ultimately, again, the hills cannot become their gods. I would have said, Shemaya Hani, Takas Kotis, La'anan Elohim, below La'anan Elohim. Because I would have mentioned, first it says, Takas Kotis, La'anan, and beneath every tree. I would have said, the other sense, that that which you find in the unique trees, because I would say, that is a Avodah, below La'anan Elohim. The tree itself cannot become Avodah. The Pasuk says that Shreya Kisra the Pasuk says, and the Shreya's you shall destroy in the fires. Was it sealed in the book? Torah which explicitly says that the trees are to be destroyed. Eva Takas Koritz La'anan La'anan. That's the case. Then why do I need that phrase afterwards? What's it? Everything was happening over here. The phrase itself is confusing. Meaning, I understand as Elohim al-Harim. The Allah calls. So physically says, you shall destroy your gods, you shall on the mountains and on the hills. That gives me a clear indication that what? That the obligation to travel is not that which is on the hill, the mountain in itself, even if the hill itself is worship, even if the mountain itself is worship. Yet when it comes to Ashira, what does the Torah say? Hachas called Yitzra'ana. Why is that Ashira Hachas? Hachas means what? Underneath the tree shelter, I would have thought, what is the Torah telling me? The tree itself cannot become a
Thick boy squad, thick boy nation.
One second, the Torah itself says, Dashrei Pacific Village. The Torah itself says that what? That is the Yeshua, which tells me what? That Yeshua's can become. Yeshua's can become Avodah. What's going on? So that's the reason why Yeshua is Avodah. So then one version of Achas of Israel, Haru, let's say that's come to teach us what that means. What that means is saying, thus that Haru looked at the people. Let me give up. And he's moving for other people. And yet people keep along and said, I'll dash the muscle for you. Come up, track the most down the bar, but you're going to see the people saying, start the Russian is telling us to come and us down. And it's you find a high mountain or a high hill. That it's the island or a beach. That's your son of the public. No, we'll say that. What? No, there's not holding this out. This is what's so fascinating. As you come up, I think it's one of those what kind of stuff that it's not the answer, but you can't. That's what we said. See now? Oh, sorry. No, there's always nothing. There's always nothing. I have always nothing. But I bought them. I think my happiness. So what you can have bought them with the phrase that has been and what you do to them with the phrase. Like, right away, you do not say nothing to them. What's the thing on the thing? initially planned for Apple Zara, travel design purposes. So you'll see that you can naturally buy it up. And this will be also constitution of both sides. That's where it's supposed to be. It was initially planned for travel purposes. It's what? Never mind, get it faster. So we're seeing that, bro. But this will be naturally buy it up. How can I? I was looking at two pieces. Where we'll call it front. So the initial tree is different, but that is subsequently grows is going to be possible. Breaking it up in pieces like that. And the owner, even should not do for the basalt color. What's the better version of the trees? The tree that is initially planted. And then what? And then ultimately again, we leave the pond to the level of the we'll say let's just look at this level one more time. And you'll say you'll see so you would understand the place Ashrim that they did. So listen, we have two taken by Ashrim. One tells you Ashrim is taken by burning Ashrim. The other part says Ashrim is that they cut down the Ashrim. Now, why do I need to cut down the Ashrim? Because the thing is true. I bring to you search that multiple ways, right? You need to destroy it. So I need to go cut it down. And you will see a new system that's in the doesn't need to be burnt down, which is that case. That's the case of an Ashura tree which is planted for a stop subsequently worship. So what's the weapon comes to us, now again, this is talking to tomorrow chapter, but what happens in the end is that it appears that only that which grows after the apple is already destination, in fact, becomes custom as apple is. So if I grow up a person who worships the apple, this weapon is not purposes, a person who worships it, only that which grows after the point of our desire destination, ultimately becomes our church. That's why the Bible says, Hashem to that demon. But in that kind of you have to spread no, what's happening? You have to cut off what it grew and the apple desire destination. I'll assume you're able to measure that in some way. Also, therefore, the first and the reason we said that here's the desire that even if she initially planted for mundane purposes or subsequently worship as a Bomazara, and in fact, the Gemara says, the hardship is for the Ushkanasima. So, ACH should do also the current, but the only good is nothing but self harm. Also, what is the case ultimately again? Of the tree, with the primary part of the benefit. The only that which was cut off, but that which goes afterwards is going to be safer. So, the Gemara says, at the Omer, you know, nothing but self harm. I have a hardship to the Ushkanasima, which we went to one second, but we're talking about the Gemara giving the Pasuk. The Gemara giving the Pasuk actually. Right cross. That shapes something else. But you also need to and it makes it even better song of you. You might be the Russian people will never was this. And yet you might be of a shape not the person of a shape, which was people will never. So here's how you think people will never but the person you have to say you have to bring the Ashera. I see Omer Ashera. I would have said that to cut that out. You do understand that to kill over that. Listen, I would have that you have the Torah not said, all it would have said is I should keep that doing. I would assume that that is referring to a tree which is initially planted for apple desire. The top must be I should see that thing to the listen, now that you're speaking, I should see the list working to that you would. Therefore, both sides actually I should say that. That's the simple truth. Therefore, again, it has to be destroyed. So now, what do I do with the extra person? Actually, that they work Tango, actually, that they will make you like it up to pull about self up. Also, the constitution that tree, which was initially planted for regular purposes and subsequently says, my affidavit is what you're saying. I'm sorry. Brother, I actually to the name of now, according to the Yosef of Yehuda, the woman is sheep for mundane purposes. And then, subsequently worship, that the tree becomes husser as a whole design. So the learning of that from the study is according to God. They know it's fantastic. What about according to that, I'm not trying to tell us. The whole will say, you plant the tree of the sheep for regular purposes, and then what? And then you worship it, that the tree remains with it, and the tree does not transform to that desire. So basically what it is to do with the phrase after she got the animals, which is amazing. I've actually figured that my activate to figure the terminator, what's the destination. The use it for the dress and terminator, what's the terminator, doing all those no problem, ultimately Bush Eric Israel. He Bush Eric Israel, told them in the year about the so, this is what it means that in the conquest of Israel, there are two steps in the destruction of Israel. The first step was cutting down the Amalekite. The literally basically cutting down the Amalekite so I don't knock you over. And then the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Israel. After Israel was conquered and captured, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the Amalekite. It was an amazing story. So what happens again? You do it open for public cold in the bush, so the knocking down of the Kalimantan of Israel, that's the serious conquering of the land. As they're rolling through the land, soldiers are going to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. Can't spend the time right now, again, there has to be people starting to be around the destruction of our Israel. Really back to this moment. Here over this public home, the people trying to all that says, the destruction is established with God on the out. Actually, it's land with the obligated. The out go ahead and cut down the obligated. And the after people start to operate. And after we cover it, then we go back and we update. It was like, incredibly so right. Sometimes you get a little bit of sometimes you know, like a person has to go to one goal at a time. Sometimes the person has to go ahead and go see less. The number of different life issues is recognizing that right now they're all about 70%. Right now they're about 70%, but I need to stop to keep going forward, and I'll find the time to filling the remaining 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong about how it's right. It depends on what's happening. So see, slowly again. The goal was about to knock out a commission. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal over here is to cut it down. Destroying the whole result, especially this far the whole result, it took a lot of time. So, as I said, remember again, people should do it for 2 years. So first go ahead and conquer the land, knock down the whole result as we go through it, conquer it, then go back and destroy. Because the murder is like this. Murder is like this. So you catch them is the whole stuff. So what you ask now again, still murder is the host. But so actually, the catch them was actually just giving you the catch them is to instruct. Instruct. The catch them, you will instruct this. Bahana, and leave it. Back to the smart table stuff, break them on tables. Bahana, and leave it. Bahana, something like that. So you know what, you're supposed to burn it. Rather against us, if you want to, you don't, the Akakak zero. It's like, so the dope is and then burn. The idea being a bunch of it, what's going on so because the land, the acquisition was not shown, reconstructed staples, but then we told those who can ultimately burn it down. So after that, Rabbanon, anybody, the old travel is the coming, the Shanish Akara. Also, Rabbanon ultimately use this classification that when you uproot Abu Zara, it's not just left to destroy the object. It's not the Shanish Akara, which is the Shanish Akara, you have to make the meaning and best of the idolatry. Yosef used from the Shanish Akara of it. Whereas the originally been burned, you have to go ahead and uproot the Abu Zara afterwards. Not the way, you really got it from Esther to Nami Namakova. Ultimately, you have the face that you have destroyed the meat from this place. Like you think that it's not just the so this is an incredible use story. Somebody check this out. So I was going to point out, so this story, incredible because the most of the same thing I hope is done, that it's not just enough to start worshiping, it's supposed to destroy already there. What you know is already idle. But rather, again, it's not one of the Shari Shakara, also those Gladiators. It's not to stop the character. It's not to Shari. But everything you do is something. Everything you do is something. That is not to stop the future. And of course, you start to Shari Shakara. Go ahead. And ultimately, you can find and trademark that for it. So what's this? Is out. Profit for it. Profit for it. It's very perhaps the most 40 pieces of it comes again to the end of the part. It's extremely sad. How we live today. How we're how we promote transform ourselves into something dramatic, something amazing, something that doesn't mark it out, something dramatically amazing. You said okay, not a church. It's just look like this. So let's say so. What it offers us is incredible and dramatic amazing. Starting comprehensive so is what is function of a public level says something has to be that Galopes, that collaboration does that you know that Galopes and the other circumstances somebody comes to according to Galopes, collaboration does she asks, why did you do that? How much you give them, that's up to your discretion. But of course, you have to do that's how much. That's what I'm supposed to have. So I was like, that seeing the I have to come up with some weakness and certain things, similar to the other two constitutions from the Old Testament time. And through today, I spend my time I spend my time what do you say? What do you say? Began Carbona is even if someone is a Carbona, what's Carbona? Carbona is a Russian with the church of Kara, of strength. Even if someone is good, even if someone is good, even if someone is good, began Carbona, something. Really, the Kara pushing back. By definition, the United States and protecting the hunting of our Sarah. Therefore, even if I worship you now, you must be our Sarah. I see that passage, and I say that, and the rest of the people shooting our Sarah here. And my Bible says, choose not to find out. Choose not to find out. Choose not to find out. Which controls second issue, but it's not simply the answer. This was foul. Therefore, this makes sense one into action about what we saw. The most research is that the other side, that was the ever exploring his contract with the UFC. I'm gonna be before are facts going to have to do with us. We must be time about the sun. What's what it says? Absolutely happiness, color, and emotion of the collections. For over the cases, the 10,000 and worship and knowledge. So actually, I think you're sure that this is what it's wrong. As Elohim al-Ahorim Allah. The gods on the throne now. I like comments. They want. Just as with the earth just said, just like what sir? Why do you have to get this one out on the shoulder? Why do you need that? But even says it's first have to be with us, exactly what we have to have what sorry yes. Tells you that 5 minutes can, and you have to read out the Avodah I will tell you where to find the Avodah The Avodah is on top of the mountain. The Avodah is on top of the trees. It's on top of the hills. The Avodah is often so therefore, it's that you can understand top down from exactly it's very well in so you can cover that you are not everybody has this Mishnah is out Mishnah comes It's the bottom line. So I love that myself. Even if one worships is not for skill. So one is not transformed that aspect of the There is only one worship that is not like the other. So it's only one worship that is on the master. That's on the nose. Those are actually different. Why? Because it's very used about the second was about the therefore, like that Krishna personality, that's the So let's say you have to stop yourself. Never trust. But if you were stuck in fight, using the outcome of strength, this is the highest communication. Historically, the ones that do not have natural things. And in the next time, what we do is a show is also on the highest What happens if the mountain is equally hard to climb? So the mountain itself is ridiculous. Everybody doesn't know what the mountain is. So what's the sign of? What's the sign of? Great. So I think the timer is what's the status of the cover? Or it looks like if the cover is considered to be part of the mountain or not. Remember again, why because the cover is presented directly as however, again, the coating on the mountain is part of the mountain. And therefore can't be setups, or is the subject has been used to transform three levels of Tanakama stubborn, Tanakama C40 Hazel gas, Tanakama that is covering up the mountain, which is not like the mountains, and therefore therefore worship it, the planet becomes a big star. That you'll say he is stubborn, C40 Hazel holds the note, covering up the mountain, that is trust, managed by the knowledge itself, and therefore worship covering up the mountain. Era aquela história que foi errado, quem não errado isso aí, se está no que quer ser errado, não quer, ou seja, cara, história. First it says, the sackcloth quer ser só a lei. Sorry, not because you cut it out. Something to the mountain, and then it becomes puffy. And you'll see that you'll see summer super hard guy, you'll see cold that's coming from the mountain and the mountain itself. But over time, still got the cover. But will take it down itself. And even the high level will still come. That's what you said. Oh my God. Simply not covering also not Awesome. What's the truth that anything I seek involvement has me involved with some of our religion. I go to transform anything that can happen in our religion. Because usually Jesus Adam, last year, was the one commission said anything that has Jesus with Adam. What is that coming to? My love, na asking lunch in that room, all of us over. So does that not come to the truth? This is the case of a tree that I used to use in my opinion, which was not a tree purposes, and later on, ultimately, this worship will tell you that such a tree does have the act that knows that you can suffer, even struggle with ourselves on the altar, and ultimately again, even that knows that you don't hold, but if the tree is planted in addition to the was a snap purposes, and only worship later on, and as the first time, also decided that you'll see that wipe out all of the like what? Like Russia, their guys. I would have said, Shomea Ani, Takas, Ra'anan, Elonian, Ra'anan, Elonian, is evidence, Pasha said, Takas, Ra'anan, I would have said, that is that is a the role that I'm not itself cannot become a motivation. And the role manager for the Pastor says that she may understand what the Pastor says in the shingles shall be destroyed in the fire. It must be sealed with the blood. So that which is recently said that the trees are destroyed. Ella can't touch for his dad on the block. That's the case. And why do I need that place? After I was like, everything was happening here. So I understand Thessalonian, of these on the hill. That's the indication of what? That the opportunity to travel is only that on the hill, the natural is himself is what looking up himself is what. Yeah, when it comes to our Shula, what does it say? Hakas culture to the Aina. Why is that? Hakas is what? Underneath is okay. I would have thought it was because of the tree itself can actually come out of each other. But the items underneath the trees. But what second the Torah itself says, that's great. The Torah itself says that what? That's what the Yeshua tells me what? Tells me what? That the Yeshua is Yeshua's can become Amonizar. What's going on? So that's this order in Yeshua's can become Amonizar. So then why is the question of Hakas called Yeshua? So that's how people say that it's so that's like a little bit anyway, and it also but also by that and yes, people feel about themselves. I'm not sure that come back to the fact that the world is going to sound repeatedly and you can find the high or a high that is China or actually China all this stuff. Yeah, what's it? What's no? For example, this is something that's it. we also need that possibility of both sides. That shows the initially trying to travel to our purposes. Then what? Then the lights again of the master. So we're seeing that from. Radius will even have by the law. Personally, I was looking at the situation where we'll call it slot for the initial seed, okay? And that which subsequently grows is going to be awesome. Working at the piece like that. ואומר, ליבון שנתו ולבסוף אופן. What's the next verse of the case of the two that was initially found? And then what? And then ultimately again, we move on to the two level results. What's it? Let's just look at the structure one more time. And you'll say we understand. You'll see one tells you actually by working at this. The other part says actually cut down those things. Now, why do I need both cut down and hold right? I think it's just that multiple ways, right? You destroy it. Slightly people cut it down. You see a new system fascinating. It doesn't need to burn it down, which is that case. That's the case of an Ashirachi, which is planted for standpoint. Subsequently worship. So also what becomes also practice, again, this is happening tomorrow's after the senior. But what happens over there is like that it appears that only that which grows after the apostolic resignation, that becomes usher as a result. So if I go, so if a person worships an Ashira, he just practices that person, a person worships it, only that which grows after the point of apostolic resignation ultimately becomes a result. That's why what she says, I say to God, and in that kind of case, we have to display the truth. No, what do you have to do? You have to cut off whatever grew after the apostolic designation. Somewhere. So it's therefore two different pieces, referring to two different pieces. And then we should use this from here as a clear line that even if she initially planned before, mundane purposes, subsequently worship as a Hazara, with that anything should do also become the topic. Only even should let myself up. Also, what is the case ultimately again of the truth? The primary part is worship. And only that which is cut off, or that which is worth afterwards is going to be considered. But it says, the only even should let myself up. I have a hardship to become the least and not the one. That's how we go. Using the word for 1 second, but we're talking about the first using the concept. You might be using the concept of the that's it from the Asian loss. But you also need to have a little bit say, the basic judgmental myself published. So the Russian people know that much. What's this to this? But yet, you might be the concept of a shape from the Asian. Not the concept of a shape from the Asian, which was people learn that much. What's the Asian people about? People learn that much from the Asian. I can possibly not say. You have to learn. I see Omer Hashem to the I would have said that because that. What is that talking about? The Iman cannot be able to know that which he has a predatory not say Hashem to the and all it would have said is Hashem to the I would assume that is referring to which is initially for Abu Yisrael. The time must be done. Hashem to Hashem or now that we keep speaking, Hashem to the birth into that good. Therefore, both sides like the body. Therefore, it can has to be destroyed. Now, I will be actually conscious of Hashem to God the word of tell you, Hashem to God the word, you learn to not go over myself. Also, the constitution that which was initially planned for regular purposes and subsequently I absolutely I'm sorry. I have actually to get on the happy. Now, according to the Yosef, again, subsequently, but the tree becomes usher as a so the learning of the faith is not just the one fantastic. What about according to the Bible? The whole level says the tree or regular purpose is one. And then worship it, but the tree represents the tree did not say something that was there. So what are they doing with the things that are amazing? Have I seen together my actually, the people that show me that also this this is for the judgment show doing all those so called ultimately Bush Eric Bush Eric Sloan told them in the Peter Apple Store. So the equivalent modes that in the conquest of service with this step to the destruction of the design. The first step was cutting down the other design. The little didn't cutting it down the axis, I will not be over. And then the primary objective was the conquering and capturing of Argentina. After Argentina conquered and captured, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the other. It was an amazing mistake. Again, doing Uncle Puppy, holding the Bush, so they're knocking down and cutting down of the Zara. That's the conquering of the land. As they're rolling through the land, soldiers they're going to have to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time, destroying it. Right now, it's going to have to be Bush. So, however, the Bush are holding the deal. Also, the counting of the land has to receive ultimately and the destruction of all the small public. The view of all the small public in Bush are says, if you such an established that on that, and you enter into land, you will obviously destroy at once. You will obviously destroy at hand, cut down the opposition. You will answer which we start to operate. And after you conquer it, then you go back and you uproot. So, what's that? You're incredibly so right. Sometimes you can't even work. Sometimes you know, like looking at the focus on one time, sometimes the person has to find the number of different licenses recognizing that right now they're all about 70%. Right about 70%, but I think it's going forward, and I'll find the time also to get to the 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong, not how it depends. It matters to know like what's happening. This is not just going again. The goal was about the start to be knocked out of the so come in, cut it down, knock it down. The goal will be to keep the goal will be to start with the match. Destroying level results, especially at this bottom level result, it's taking a lot of time. Well, as it said, remember again, people should feel it takes 14 years. So first go and conquer the land, knock down level result as we go through it, conquer it, then go back and learn it back. You have them as the host, so as still see context. And the Yosef says, you shall go and bring the spread in circles, but so actually, the pastor was actually the pastor is instruct. You can instruct. The pastor, you will instruct in the Bahana, and you back in the pastor yourself, break them at tables, Bahana, and leave it. But that's not the nice thing. Similarly, those the burning, rather against us, you are a Amrapura, you go, the Akatab, right? So the dope is soon and then burn. The idea being able to be demanded is to conquer the land. Because of the mandate ultimately to conquer the land, therefore, they have to use for us not to be able to go out of this. Destroy the stones, the fucking circles, it can be cold. So you can ultimately burn it. אני בעלי באופן אבל לסוחר בצד בשריש אחרי. עושה גרבן לאופן בדיוק מספר ספציפי. אבל אפילו לעבור צורך, צד לסוחר בשריש. בצד בשריש אחרי, בצד בשריש אחרי, להשאיר את best of the idolatry. Yosef, you can start to correct another. When you listen, you can learn that you have to go ahead and uproot the other afterwards. Not to learn, you got to come up to the mountain and up. Ultimately, you learn the face of yourself, destroy the moon from this place. Like, you can have a certain all of the other it's incredibly useful as well. So this is incredible you sowed, incredible somebody check his card. So I was trying to point out, so in this episode, it's kind of incredible what's a shopper. This is the most insane and bizarre that it's not just enough to stop worshiping it or to destroy the bad or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, what we start to Shari Shahara, what's in the world of negative people, so you don't have negative leaders, you don't have leaders. Not just enough to stop the negative characters, negative behavior, it's not to Shari Shahara. What's the people who do is really something. Everything negative is really something. Not just enough to stop the behavior, but first we start to Shari Shahara. Go ahead and ultimately find the part and for it. So Court offers us this incredible for starting what is this concept of a public level? There's something absolutely now locally, the collaboration dialogue that the dialogue is in important dialogue is collaboration dialogue. I use that practice, and I say that. The most used for testing other whatever ultimately has this Hashem is on the highest that Yosef is the head kind of oh, so you might ask that Yosef really kind of come up our decisions. And Yosef, what you are saying, you worship the mountain, you stand in the mountain, you travel to Zara, but what? You can go ahead and get that on the mountain, you travel to Zara. Rebbe said, look, you got to say, wow, so you know already, you do something, you argue about something. But he was going to just kind of come up and that was saying this is kind of come up. Our let's see what you had to hide for that. That really like this what happens if the mountain is covered? See what you have to say the mountain itself is covered. The shine is that's even one word. So what's the shine? What's the shine? Good. So I think the shine is what's the status of the cover? It was a new cover instead of being on the mountain or not. Remember again, why because I'm covering the street of the rest of this actually sitting on the top of it. That's sitting on top of that however, again, it's fully on the mountain itself. China is on the mountain, therefore can't be translated or is it separate see what you have covering up the mountain is not like this. Therefore, worship it. That Yosef means something. Yosef is hold the note, covering up the mountain, management what? Management the mountain itself, and therefore worship it, covering it is not had a conversation with my artist and he said, "We're stuck for Tesla Hamlet." Most of it, kind of started using. Plus, he says, "We're stuck for Tesla somehow Hamlet." And therefore, again, I'm sorry, not physically part of the action, separate from the mountain, and therefore becomes usher. And you'll see that when you see someone simply has that, you'll see people that cover of the mountain and has himself. Brought over that high, seals at the cover, he's brought over to the mountain himself. If even the high level is still covered, the mountain can be covered by down. Where you can cover it also, so that that's yeah, Lehan is not the word covering, not the what? I think it's situated on top of it. No, it's not covering it. Then the function part of my whole business is now it's covering gold, what's the status of gold, kind of come home, it's not like enough for the custom, so you'll see it's enough, white enough, and then so you see how much has everybody's helping up and out. That somehow Albania comes to not just separate but value was, but covering on top of it out as well. What's the matter? The alpha was the other thing. The alpha, that's very interesting. We've already shaped up to the so all it's like when you are exactly good, the alpha is here to not to put yourself up. Also, the issue is as follows. If you planted a tree, and only began to worship it, someone knew this part. He's not he was so what was not straight up? It's like planting a tree, somebody else, like you had planted a tree, not to see about it, not to see about it. With myself up and only to see it, and only to worship it later on. case, us, and he that he was kind of and later on, ultimately, was worship, saying that such a doesn't have to have that mercy that we discover. He was judging ourselves of the also, and ultimately, he was planted a mission that was in the standard, and only worship later on, that as we go through constant December, and you'll see that we will hope for a listening so, Elohim all of Elohim. There's no reason that it's important. The question itself is the first place. Second place is Russia. The first place is God comes out himself, wipe out all of the other colors, like what? Like Elohim. Get out all of it. But the God, now, Russia is about 100 Elohim. But now it's connected. I would have but that is defined as that is the role that I like can naturally come to the Roman was a skill thing, correct said, Emma has for Israel not black. Why do I think that this happening? I understand Thessalonian Thessalonian our origin, but I like so it's what is it? So when you're not, so how the now is not in it. And we have not exactly on nothing on itself. Nothing on itself is what nothing on itself is what yes, when it comes to our true electoral states. As us Israel. Why is that? Practice was what? Underneath is okay. I would have thought it itself cannot be translated. But the idea for second for itself says very simple thing. Says that love tells me what? Tells me what? That yes, there is that there is can be about the earth. What's going on? But that's the one thing that there is can about the earth. So why you say that that's us so that's how we teach us the last time, I would look at them. Anyway, I mean, only for us to find out. Come back and talk about that. The world is going to sound. Find out more about the Israel or I actually my house. So when people have bought with the phrase that was taken, why like you not should not do this together. There's a real you left the street and she tried for about Zara, about Zara. It was a no seat that you could never be invited on. This will give you also that possibility that like that's it. Just to that's what I want to this was the license that was awesome. Traduce really not invited. How can I? Listen at the will call it. ultimately, again, we were on each level of these acts. Also, let's just look at the structure one more time. And also, you'll see situation, you will understand the phrase Ashrim is a different. So, also, we have restricted by Ashrim. One tells you Ashrim is restricted by learning Ashrim. The other part says Ashrim is a different. Coming down the Ashrim. Now, why do I need to come down here and take it? It's a trivial secret. And we're the first by right? We destroy it. Why do we take cut it down? You'll see a new system fascinating. It doesn't only burn it down, which is fascinating. That's the case of an idea right before it's stopped representation. Subsequent keywords. So what's the replication of still down here? Again, this means you have to come out of the but what happens is that it's competitive appears that only that grows. That should be actually resulting in that becomes considered as a result. So if I goes up, a person worships and that's it. This person is not purposes, the person worships it, only that grows at the point of a result that becomes a result. That's why once it says, I shake you that woman. Now in that kind of case, you have to destroy the tree. No, what do you have to do? You have to cut off whatever grew and maybe have also started vegetation. I assume the reason as somewhere. So also therefore it's according to two different species, and then the reason we say for years and now you know that even if they receive time before when they were subsequently working as a Venezuela, it was fact Mara says, so I think this is what we should have about. So, you also be part of the topic. Oh, maybe even just about self help. Also, what is the case ultimately again? The cost of truth. There's a primary partner with it. So, that which is cut off, and actually goes afterwards. Mara says, the only good I said this is like a huge production. I would expect that to cut out what is that talking about? You are not being I would have assumed that which is the mandatory not say that things is a right. And all it was said is I should see that I would assume that that is the the tax I should see that things is right. Was a matter of that we would. If I was saying exercise I should say that as soon as therefore what it has to be destroyed. So now what do I do with the extra concept of actually what's in the constitution was resolution fighting for regular purposes and subsequent says, I have the hold on. I got things to the other house. Now, according to Yossi Akiva, and then subsequent that the tree becomes also as an organism. So the learning that we play is actually everybody according to that model, the whole there was a few factors to receive for regular purposes and laws. And then you worship it, but the tree that you're like you should not have something that would so then what are the two things I've actually given that not my appetite because it's so that wasn't the reason for the judge that showed although the scope of it, Bush energy cell. Bush energy cell, hold them to pure have a scope. So, but in the context of an external site, your two steps in construction of a life. First step was cutting down the ammo stuff. Because literally, the basic is cutting down the vital not to be over. And then, but then, because primary objective was the conquering and tackling of every stuff. After it's conquering and tackling, then what? Then they went back and destroyed the evolution. It was an amazing story. So what happens again? Really okay, so up culture is bush. So the knocking down of the Canelo of Sarah, that's the seed and constantly of the rest. As they're rolling through the land, soldiers are going to have to cut down, push down, knock over whatever they can. But they can't spend the time destroying it. Because right now, again, it has to be pushed. So however, the people are podium the people. Also, the countries of the land has to receive ultimately as a destruction of what is going to come. Even the Nazis want it. Even over this come podium, people are just all that. There's the sun and the sky will stand up down. Up to this land, we probably destroy and what? العبد يستوى الآن فكان يعبد الجيش وآخر was shut after it. And after you conquered, then you go back and the other people said, you're incredibly safe life. Sometimes you don't really want to touch. Sometimes you know what I was one goal at a time. Sometimes you have to go at the so the number of ships and flights is recognized. And right now they're all about 70%. None of them are 70%, but I need to back to just see a signal forward, and I'll find the time focus to get to the 30% as well. It's not a right or a wrong, but how it's like. That's depends on what's happening. This is conference. So again, the goal was I'm going to knock out a finish. So come in, cut it down, knock it down. But the goal will be here. The goal will be here is because of the events. Destroying that all these especially this the volleyball level, so it's taking a lot of time. So as you say, remember again, push the years. So first go ahead and transfer the land, that's kind of what we're going to actually go to it, conquer it, then go back there. Let's see, where they back there. So what's the answer now? Again, still some content. And for those who say, you shall go as a little bit and spread in the circles. But, so actually, the concept was that because the concept is reconstruct. The concept is reconstructed. Bahana, you should back in the spot in yourself, break them out. Bahana, and you see the lights, those are burning. That is against us. You are a the dope, the Africa, let's say so the dope is consumed and then burn. The idea being that once the man is good, the cause of the man is open to the land, therefore the evolution was not the level of how to destroy the stones, reconstruct the staples, and then destroy the broken, and ultimately the burners down. رهبانان همین فایده ای و اوکی اولوشن خواهد شجاع بسیاریش اخلاق. Also, رهبان ultimately use this possibility that when you come to level, sorry, not just left to train. It's a shot to seven times ahead. You have to make sure to do an investigate of the advantage. Sorry, you also use the size of the with this we can learn. You have to go ahead and uproot the actual afterwards. Now, come ahead and do the management of the tsunami of the month. Ultimately, we have the face that you have destroyed the need from the yes, all of the episodes are listening to get incredibly so well. So this is incredible you saw. Incredible you saw. Somebody check this out. So I was going to point out, so in this show, incredible Muslim Africa, which is a Muslim singing that it's not just like to stop moving or to destroy the camp or to go and destroy the idol, but rather again, one of the first Saudi Shakara, once the world was negative people, you don't have negative leaders, no blood, it's not just like to stop the account, negative leader, it's not to shut it down. So people usually is really something, everything negative is usually something. Not just enough to stop the leader, and the person is sorry for the Shirish Akara, so let's go ahead and ultimately you can find the third part on the court.
What up, Alicia? Misha, how you doing, girl? Yo, can you hear me?
we're not going to begin by quoting the Rebbe, we're just going to begin by quoting the Mishnah. That's actually less video. So Hanachim are open as a heart. So let's remember again. So we speak of in the practice of Avodah Zarah, specifically again as what could prevent Avodah Zarah. So Hanachim are open as a heart. So if we have nothing Gentiles who worship a mountain, that's how it goes. What it goes. In Torah, we must alay and asleep. So it says we're going to learn. So inanimate objects that well actually we define this for purpose. The fun purpose is like example, the mountains, wood branches, and the mountains or the hills can be made into Avodah Zarah. So that is on the mountain or that is on the hill can be made into Avodah Zarah, but the mountain or the hill itself cannot. The Pasuk says, "V'sachol kesef v'zohav alei." The Pasuk says, "You shall not go ahead." Literally, you shall not covet. You should go ahead and worship the kesef himself, the gold and the silver which is upon them. So you see over here that it's only that which is upon, only that which is upon the mountain or the hill, not the mountain or the hill itself, which is probably not, which could become a holy zone. So the Gemara says, Yosef says, Elohim al hacharim. So what's that? Yosef goes, it's the same passage, just a different phrase. The passage says, Abed Kadun is calling Moses Sha'afi Shalagara Sha'afi Yosef himself as Elohim al hacharim. Go ahead and destroy the gods on the mountains. So the Gemara of Yosef Yudashes Elohim al hacharim Elohim. That it's only the gods on the mountains, but the mountains themselves cannot become the gods. Elohim ala Gvos, you're not allowed to worship the gods which are on the hills, Gvos Elohim. But the hills themselves cannot become the gods. So what's it say? First glance, it appears that Yosef really saying the same exact thing as the Tanakh. Like there is no difference in the rest of the same thing, which is that the mountains, the hills cannot become a Torah. That which is on the mountains, that which is on the hills, but the mountains and hills themselves cannot. We just simply dashing in some different things. The Tanakh says, "V'sachol kesef v'zohav alei." Ultimately, the Tanakh says, "Do not covet the gold and silver that is on them," which indicates to us that it is not the mountain or the hill which can become us, but rather only that which is upon them. And if Yosef says, "Elohim Elohim," and again, that's Elohim Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is saying that it's only that which is on the mountain, as in our Torah, not the mountain itself. As the Gemara, as the Mishnah, Ram Kashra, and Ema Asherah Asura. So it says, "I want about Asherah. What about Asherah?" It's existential difficulty for us. Right? What about the Asherah? So the Asherah was remember that this is something that by definition is part of the landscape. By definition is part of the earth. Yet again, you see it is Avodah. So we'll say, using what we just read before, about Sa'id, Alehem, or Elohim, Elohim, Elohim, why would I show you that? Well, so here we go. Because the most I really translated, it has Sasiyad on the little that study would say, that's nice, think of the child. Yeah, it is, but this kind of has that, Rashi verses and that involvement, shall other not own a person's planet. So also because a person can't do this is considered to be something created by man, because it's something created by man, therefore by definition, the subject ultimately is transformed into our result. So it's like, in other words, the definition is considered as follows. Anything that is naturally formed in this world, by definition, cannot be transformed into a lecture for the concept of Avodah Zarah, even if it is worship. So therefore, even if I worship this mountain doesn't become Avodah Zarah. I using that logic, and Asherah, like the rest of which is a tree, which people worship, shouldn't become Avodah Zarah either. Elamai trees different, right? Avodah Zarah, because the tree is planted by man. The tree is planted by man. Since the tree is planted by man, this definition of laws, three separate issues, but three sides should be created on them. The person wasn't foul, the person therefore, this item can be transformed into an object of Avodah Zarah. The first which but three sides of the other muscle, that was whatever ultimately has three sides, whatever was created hard. And that's what it's but my connection is something very like that. Therefore, my definition can be transformed to travel. I'm gonna be so you keep this in a spot. I mean, over the other department. So you keep the space. I'm going to dash. Actually, says that we are going to do that. Taking the other department. And following the other department. So let me keep it. I'm gonna teach you how to dash in this passive time. How do you dash in a passive time? فضل الشحات الموصي حق ضوء بجيب النساء بإكس لعنة دار شبيش الشام على الرزق those that you keep on the stairs of your scholars. And in fact, something that you mentioned before, are in fact going ahead and giving us the markers as to where to find Abu Zara. Also, what is that? The Pakis at any time given us color and promotes the Abu destroyed all the places with Gentile and worship idolatry. So عشان يرشوا some people will have actual as Elohim al Haparim Harab. The gods on the throne mountains, the Allah dwells on the hills. The Takas Kodis the Anak. To reach every position to the Anak, they reach every community. So that your people comes along. So you see this and you understand. Tell us that you come to the obligation to describe what is up. How do you know that? How do you keep up? It's simple. In the Torah, Goshen is coming from the Jewish to describe what is up. The Lord. Then what? Then what? What do you like? It's actually back there. Not a guy over there. Justice, the Torah could have just said, describe what is up. You have to get on the mountains, on the hills, on the trees. Why do you need that? And he even said the first actually giving us geographic markers. So he's giving us like all these other GPS. Telling you that by the way you get into Canaan and you have to root out the Avodah Zarah, I'm going to tell you where to find the Avodah Zarah. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the mountains. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the trees. It's on top of the hills. The Avodah Zarah is often in the trees. So therefore, you know, you keep on understand, so let's keep it locked down. It's very well.